Section 1 of Tales of Space and Time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. The Crystal Egg. There was until a year ago a little and very grimy-looking shop near Seven Dials, over which, in weather-worn yellow lettering, the name of C. Cave, Naturalist and Dealer in Antiquities was inscribed. The contents of its window were curiously variegated. They comprised some elephant tusks and an imperfect set of chessmen, beads and weapons, a box of eyes, 2 skulls of tigers and 1 human, several moth-eaten stuffed monkeys, 1 holding a lamp, and an old-fashioned cabinet, a fly-blown ostrich egg or so, some fishing tackle, and an extraordinarily dirty, empty glass fish tank. There was also, at the moment the story begins, a mass of crystal, worked into the shape of an egg and brilliantly polished. And at that, 2 people who stood outside the window were looking, one of them a tall, thin clergyman, the other a black-bearded young man of dusky complexion and unobtrusive costume. The dusky young man spoke with eager gesticulation, and seemed anxious for his companion to purchase the article. While they were there, Mr. Cave came into his shop, his beard still wagging with the bread and butter of his tea. When he saw these men, and the object of their regard, his countenance fell. He glanced guiltily over his shoulder and softly shut the door. He was a little old man, with a pale face and peculiar watery blue eyes. His hair was a dirty gray, and he wore a shabby blue frock coat, an ancient silk hat, and carpet slippers very much down at the heel. He remained watching the 2 men as they talked. The clergyman went deep into his trouser pocket, examining a handful of money, and showed his teeth in an agreeable smile. Mr. Cave seemed still more depressed when they came into the shop. The clergyman, without any ceremony, asked the price of the crystal egg. Mr. Cave glanced nervously toward the door leading into the parlor, and said £5. The clergyman protested that the price was high, to his companion as well as to Mr. Cave. It was, indeed, very much more than Mr. Cave had intended to ask when he had stocked the article, and an attempt at bargaining ensued. Mr. Cave stepped to the shop door and held it open. £5 is my price, he said, as though he wished to save himself the trouble of unprofitable discussion. As he did so, the upper portion of a woman's face appeared above the blind in the glass upper panel of the door leading into the parlor, and stared curiously at the 2 customers. £5 is my price, said Mr. Cave, with a quiver in his voice. The swarthy young man had so far remained a spectator, watching Cave keenly. Now he spoke. "Give him £5, he said. The clergyman glanced at him to see if he were in earnest, and, when he looked at Mr. Cave again, he saw that the latter's face was white. "It's a lot of money," said the clergyman, and, diving into his pocket, began counting his resources. He had little more than 30 shillings, and he appealed to his companion, with whom he seemed to be on terms of considerable intimacy. This gave Mr. Cave an opportunity of collecting his thoughts, and he began to explain in an agitated manner that the crystal was not, as a matter of fact, entirely free for sale. His 2 customers were naturally surprised at this, and inquired why he had not thought of that before he began to bargain. Mr. Cave became confused, but he stuck to his story. The crystal was not in the market that afternoon, that a probable purchaser of it had already appeared. The 2, treating this as an attempt to raise the price still further, made as if they would leave the shop. But at this point the parlor door opened, and the owner of the dark fringe and the little eyes appeared. She was a coarse-featured, corpulent woman, younger and very much larger than Mr. Cave, and she walked heavily, and her face was flushed. "That crystal is for sale," she said, "and £5 is a good enough price for it. I can't think what you're about, Cave, not to take the gentleman's offer." Mr. Cave, greatly perturbed by the eruption, looked angrily at her over the rims of his spectacles, and without excessive assurance asserted his right to manage his business in his own way. An altercation began. The two customers watched the scene with interest and some amusement, occasionally assisting Mrs. Cave with suggestions. Mr. Cave, hard driven, persisted in a confused and impossible story of an inquiry for the crystal that morning, and his agitation became painful. But he stuck to his point with extraordinary persistence. It was the young Oriental who ended this curious controversy. He proposed that they should call again in the course of 2 days, so as to give the alleged inquirer a fair chance. "And then we must insist," said the clergyman. £5. Mrs. Cave took it on herself to apologize for her husband, explaining that he was sometimes a little odd, and as the two customers left, the couple prepared for a free discussion of the incident in all its bearings. Mrs. Cave talked to her husband with singular directness. The poor little man, quivering with emotion, muddled himself between his stories, maintaining on the one hand that he had another customer in view, and on the other asserting that the crystal was honestly worth 10 guineas. "Why did you ask £5?" said his wife. "Do let me manage my business my own way," said Mr. Cave. Mr. Cave had living with him a stepdaughter and a stepson, and at supper that night the transaction was rediscussed. None of them had a high opinion of Mr. Cave's business methods, and this action seemed a culminating folly. "It's my opinion he refused that crystal before," said the stepson, a loose-limbed lout of 18. "But £5?" said the stepdaughter, an argumentative young woman of 26. Mr. Cave's answers were wretched. He could only mumble weak assertions that he knew his own business best. They drove him from his half-eaten supper into the shop to close it for the night, his ears aflame and tears of vexation behind his spectacles. Why had he left the crystal in the window so long? The folly of it! That was the trouble closest in his mind. For a time he could see no way of evading sale. After supper his stepdaughter and stepson smarted themselves up and went out, and his wife retired upstairs to reflect upon the business aspects of the crystal over a little sugar and lemon and so forth in hot water. Mr. Cave went into the shop and stayed there until late, ostensibly to make ornamental rockeries for goldfish cases, but really for a private purpose that will be better explained later. The next day Mrs. Cave found that the crystal had been removed from the window, and was lying behind some second-hand books on angling. She replaced it in a conspicuous position, but she did not argue further about it, as a nervous headache disinclined her from debate. Mr. Cave was always disinclined. The day passed disagreeably. Mr. Cave was, if anything, more absent-minded than usual, and uncommonly irritable withal. In the afternoon, when his wife was taking her customary sleep, he removed the crystal from the window again. The next day Mr. Cave had to deliver a consignment of dogfish at one of the hospital schools, where they were needed for dissection. In his absence, Mrs. Cave's mind reverted to the topic of the crystal, and the methods of expenditure suitable to a windfall of £5. She had already devised some very agreeable expedients, among others a dress of green silk for herself and a trip to Richmond, when a jangling of the front door bell summoned her into the shop. The customer was an examination coach who came to complain of the non-delivery of certain frogs asked for the previous day. Mrs. Cave did not approve of this particular branch of Mr. Cave's business, and the gentleman, who had called in a somewhat aggressive mood, retired after a brief exchange of words, entirely civil so far as he was concerned. Mrs. Cave's eye then naturally turned to the window, for the sight of the crystal was an assurance of the £5 and of her dreams. What was her surprise to find it gone! She went to the place behind the locker on the counter, where she had discovered it the day before. It was not there, and she immediately began an eager search about the shop. When Mr. Cave returned from his business with the dogfish about 1:45 in the afternoon, he found the shop in some confusion, and his wife, extremely exasperated, and on her knees behind the counter, routing among his taxidermic materials. Her face came up, hot and angry, over the counter, as the jangling bell announced his return, and she forthwith accused him of hiding it. "Hid? What?" asked Mr. Cave. "The crystal." At that, Mr. Cave, apparently much surprised, rushed to the window. "Isn't it here?" he said. "Great heavens! What has become of it?" Just then Mr. Cave's stepson re-entered the shop from the inner room. He had come home a minute or so before Mr. Cave, and he was blaspheming freely. He was apprenticed to a second-hand furniture dealer down the road, but he had his meals at home, and he was naturally annoyed to find no dinner ready. But when he heard of the loss of the crystal, he forgot his meal, and his anger was diverted from his mother to his stepfather. The first idea, of course, was that he had hidden it, but Mr. Cave stoutly denied all knowledge of its fate, freely offering his bedazzled affidavit in the matter, and at last worked up to the point of accusing first his wife, then his stepson, of having taken it with a view to a private sale. So began an exceedingly acrimonious and emotional discussion, which ended for Mrs. Cave in a peculiar nervous condition midway between hysterics and amuck, and caused the stepson to be half an hour late at the furniture establishment in the afternoon. Mr. Cave took refuge from his wife's emotions in the shop. In the evening the matter was resumed, with less passion and in a judicial spirit, under the presidency of the stepdaughter. The supper passed unhappily and culminated in a painful scene. Mr. Cave gave way at last to extreme exasperation, and went out banging the front door violently. The rest of the family, having discussed him with the freedom his absence warranted, hunted the house from garret to cellar, hoping to light upon the crystal. The next day the two customers called again. They were received by Mrs. Cave almost in tears. It transpired that no one could imagine all that she had stood from Cave at various times in her marriage pilgrimage. She also gave a garbled account of the disappearance. The clergyman and the Oriental laughed silently at one another, and said it was very extraordinary. As Mrs. Cave seemed disposed to give them the complete history of her life, they made to leave the shop. Thereupon Mrs. Cave, still clinging to hope, asked for the clergyman's address, so that, if she could get anything out of Cave, she might communicate it. The address was duly given, but apparently was afterwards mislaid. Mrs. Cave can remember nothing about it. In the evening of that day the Caves seemed to have exhausted their emotions, and Mr. Cave, who had been out in the afternoon, supped in a gloomy isolation that contrasted pleasantly with the impassioned controversy of the previous days. For some time matters were badly strained in the Cave household, but neither crystal nor customer reappeared. Now, without mincing the matter, we must admit that Mr. Cave was a liar. He knew perfectly well where the crystal was. It was in the rooms of Mr. Jacoby Wace, assistant demonstrator at St. Catherine's Hospital, Westbourne Street. It stood on the sideboard partially covered by a black velvet cloth, and beside a decanter of American whiskey. It was from Mr. Wace, indeed, that the particulars upon which this narrative is based were derived. Cave had taken off the thing to the hospital, hidden in the dogfish sack, and there had pressed the young investigator to keep it for him. Mr. Wace was a little dubious at first. His relationship to Cave was peculiar. He had a taste for singular characters, and he had more than once invited the old man to smoke and drink in his rooms, and to unfold his rather amusing views of life in general and of his wife in particular. Mr. Wace had encountered Mrs. Cave, too, on occasions when Mr. Cave was not at home to attend to him. He knew the constant interference to which Cave was subjected, and having weighed the story judiciously, he decided to give the crystal a refuge. Mr. Cave promised to explain the reasons for his remarkable affection for the crystal more fully on a later occasion, but he spoke distinctly of seeing visions therein. He called on Mr. Wace the same evening. He told a complicated story. The crystal, he said, had come into his possession with other oddments at the forced sale of another curiosity dealer's effects, and not knowing what its value might be, he had ticketed it at 10 shillings. It had hung upon his hands at that price for some months, and he was thinking of reducing the figure when he made a singular discovery. At that time his health was very bad, and it must be borne in mind that, throughout all this experience, his physical condition was one of ebb, and he was in considerable distress by reason of the negligence, the positive ill treatment, he received from his wife and stepchildren. His wife was vain, extravagant, unfeeling, and had a growing taste for private drinking. His stepdaughter was mean and overreaching, and his stepson had conceived a violent dislike for him and lost no chance of showing it. The requirements of his business pressed heavily upon him, and Mr. Wace does not think that he was altogether free from occasional intemperance. He had begun his life in a comfortable position. He was a man of fair education, and he suffered, for weeks at a stretch, from melancholia and insomnia. Afraid to disturb his family, he would slip quietly from his wife's side when his thoughts became intolerable, and wander about the house. And about 3 o'clock one morning, late in August, chance directed him into the shop. The dirty little place was impenetrably black, except in one spot, where he perceived an unusual glow of light. Approaching this, he discovered it to be the crystal egg, which was standing on the corner of the counter towards the window. A thin ray smote through a crack in the shutters, impinged upon the object, and seemed, as it were, to fill its entire interior. It occurred to Mr. Cave that this was not in accordance with the law of optics as he had known them in his younger days. He could understand the rays being refracted by the crystal and coming to a focus in its interior, but this diffusion jarred with his physical conceptions. He approached the crystal nearly, peering into it and round it, with a transient revival of the scientific curiosity that in his youth had determined his choice of a calling. He was surprised to find the light not steady, but writhing within the substance of the egg, as though the object was a hollow sphere of some luminous vapor. In moving about to get different points of view, he suddenly found that he had come between it and the ray, and that the crystal none the less remained luminous. Greatly astonished, he lifted it out of the light ray and carried it to the darkest part of the shop. It remained bright for some 4 or 5 minutes, when it slowly faded and went out. He placed it in the thin streak of daylight, and its luminance was almost immediately restored. So far, at least, Mr. Wace was able to verify the remarkable story of Mr. Cave. He himself repeatedly held this crystal in a ray of light, which had to be of less diameter than 1 millimeter, and in the perfect darkness, such as could be produced by velvet wrapping, the crystal did undoubtedly appear very faintly phosphorescent. It would seem, however, that the luminousness was of some exceptional sort and not equally visible to all eyes, for Mr. Harbinger, whose name will be familiar to the scientific reader in connection with the Pasteur Institute, was quite unable to see any light whatever, and Mr. Wace's own capacity for its appreciation was out of comparison inferior to that of Mr. Cave's. Even with Mr. Cave the power varied considerably. His vision was most vivid during states of extreme weakness and fatigue. Now from the outset, this light in the crystal exercised a curious fascination upon Mr. Cave, and it says more for his loneliness of soul than a volume of pathetic writing could do. But he told no human being of his curious observations. He seems to have been living in such an atmosphere of petty spite that to admit the existence of a pleasure would have been to risk the loss of it. He found that as the dawn advanced and the amount of diffused light increased, the crystal became to all appearance non-luminous, and for some time he was unable to see anything in it except at night time in dark corners of the shop. But the use of the old velvet cloth, which he used as a background for a collection of minerals, occurred to him, and by doubling this and putting it over his head and hands, he was able to get a sight of the luminous movement within the crystal even in the daytime. He was very cautious lest he should be thus discovered by his wife, and he practiced this occupation only in the afternoons while she was asleep upstairs, and then circumspectly in a hollow under the counter. And one day, turning the crystal about in his hands, he saw something. It came and went like a flash, but it gave him the impression that the object had for a moment opened to him the view of a wide and spacious and strange country, and turning it about, he did, just as the light faded, see the same vision again. Now it would be tedious and unnecessary to state all the phases of Mr. Cave's discovery from this point. Suffice that the effect was this: the crystal, being peered into at an angle of about 137 degrees from the direction of the illuminating ray, gave a clear and consistent picture of a wide and peculiar countryside. It was not dreamlike at all. It produced a definite impression of reality, and the better the light, the more real and solid it seemed. It was a moving picture, that is to say, certain objects moved in it, but slowly, in an orderly manner like real things, and according as the direction of the lighting and vision changed, the picture changed also. It must, indeed, have been like looking through an oval glass at a view and turning the glass about to get at different aspects. Mr. Cave's statements, Mr. Wace assures me, were extremely circumstantial and entirely free of any of that emotional quality that taints hallucinatory impressions. But it must be remembered that all the efforts of Mr. Wace to see any similar clarity in the faint opalescence of the crystal were wholly unsuccessful, try as he would. The difference in intensity of the impressions received by the two men was very great, and it is quite conceivable that what was a view to Mr. Cave was a mere blurred nebulosity to Mr. Wace. The view, as Mr. Cave described it, was invariably of an extensive plain, and he seemed always to be looking at it from a considerable height, as if from a tower or a mast. To the east and to the west the plain was bounded at remote distance by vast reddish cliffs, which reminded him of those he had seen in some picture, but what the picture was, Mr. Wace was unable to ascertain. These cliffs passed north and south. He could tell the points of the compass by the stars that were visible of a night, receding in an almost illimitable perspective and fading into the mist of the distance before they met. He was nearer the eastern set of cliffs. On the occasion of his first vision, the sun was rising over them, and black against the sunlight and pale against their shadows appeared a multitude of soaring forms that Mr. Cave regarded as birds. A vast range of buildings spread below him. He seemed to be looking down upon them, and as they approached the blurred and refracted edge of the picture, they became indistinct. There were also trees curious in shape and in coloring, a deep mossy green and an exquisite gray, beside a wide and shining canal, and something great and brilliantly colored flew across the picture. But the first time Mr. Cave saw these pictures, he saw only in flashes. His hands shook, his head moved, the vision came and went, and grew foggy and indistinct, and at first he had the greatest difficulty in finding the picture again once the direction of it was lost. His next clear vision, which came about a week after the first, the interval having yielded nothing but tantalizing glimpses and some useful experience, showed him the view down the length of the valley. The view was different, but he had a curious persuasion, which his subsequent observations abundantly confirmed, that he was regarding this strange world from exactly the same spot, although he was looking in a different direction. The long facade of the great building, whose roof he had looked down upon before, was now receding in perspective. He recognized the roof. In the front of the facade was a terrace of massive proportions and extraordinary length, and down the middle of the terrace, at certain intervals, stood huge but very graceful masts, bearing small shiny objects which reflected the setting sun. The import of these small objects did not occur to Mr. Cave until some time after, as he was describing the scene to Mr. Wace. The terrace overhung a thicket of the most luxuriant and graceful vegetation, and beyond this was a wide grassy lawn on which certain broad creatures, in the form like beetles but enormously larger, reposed. Beyond this again was a richly decorated causeway of pinkish stone, and beyond that, all lined with dense red weeds, and passing up the valley, exactly parallel with the distant cliffs, was a broad and mirror-like expanse of water. The air seemed full of squadrons of great birds, maneuvering in stately curves, and across the river was a multitude of splendid buildings, richly colored and glittering with metallic tracery and facets, among a forest of moss-like and lichenous trees. And suddenly something flapped repeatedly across the vision, like the fluttering of a jeweled fan or the beating of a wing, and a face, or rather the upper part of a face, with very large eyes, came, as it were, close to his own, and as if on the other side of the crystal. Mr. Cave was so startled, and so impressed by the absolute reality of these eyes, that he drew his head back from the crystal to look behind it. He had become so absorbed in watching that he was quite surprised to find himself in the cool darkness of his little shop, with its familiar odor of menthol, mustiness, and decay. And as he blinked about him, the glowing crystal faded and went out. Such were the first general impressions of Mr. Cave. The story is curiously direct and circumstantial. From the outset, when the valley first flashed momentarily on his senses, his imagination was strangely affected, and as he began to appreciate the details of the scene he saw, his wonder rose to the point of passion. He went about his business listless and distraught, thinking only of the time when he should be able to return to his watching. And then a few weeks after his first sight of the valley came the two customers, the stress and excitement of their offer, and the narrow escape of the crystal from sale, as I have already told. Now, while the thing was Mr. Cave's secret, it remained a mere wonder, a thing to creep to covertly and peep at, as a child might peep upon a forbidden garden. But Mr. Wace has, for a young scientific investigator, a particularly lucid and consecutive habit of mind. Directly the crystal and its story came to him, and he had satisfied himself by seeing the phosphorescence with his own eyes, that there really was a certain evidence for Mr. Cave's statements, as he proceeded to develop the matter systematically. Mr. Cave was only too eager to come and feast his eyes on this wonderland he saw, and he came every night from 8:30 until 10:30, and sometimes, in Mr. Wace's absence, during the day. On Sunday afternoons also he came. From the outset Mr. Wace made copious notes, and it is due to his scientific method that the relation between the direction from which the initiating ray entered the crystal and the orientation of the picture were proved. And by covering the crystal in a box perforated only with a small aperture to admit the exciting ray, and by substituting black Holland for his bluff blinds, he greatly improved the conditions of the observations, so that in a little while they were able to survey the valley in any direction they desired. So, having cleared the way, we may give a brief account of this visionary world within the crystal. The things were all, in cases, seen by Mr. Cave, and the method of working was invariably for him to watch the crystal and report what he saw, while Mr. Wace, who as a science student had learned the trick of writing in the dark, wrote a brief note of his report. When the crystal faded, it was put into its box in the proper position, with the electric light turned on. Mr. Wace asked questions and suggested observations to clear up difficult points. Nothing, indeed, could have been less visionary and more matter-of-fact. The attention of Mr. Cave had been speedily directed to the bird-like creatures he had seen so abundantly present in each of his earlier visions. His first impression was soon corrected, and he considered for a time that they might represent a diurnal species of bat. Then he thought, grotesquely enough, that they might be cherubs. Their heads were round and curiously human, and it was the eyes of one of them that had so startled him on his second observation. They had broad silvery wings, not feathered, but glistening almost as brilliantly as new-killed fish, and with the same subtle play of color. And these wings were not built on the plan of bird wing or bat, Mr. Wace learned, but supported by curved ribs radiating from the body. A sort of butterfly wing with curved ribs seems best to express their appearance. The body was small, but fitted with two bunches of prehensile organs, like long tentacles, immediately under the mouth. Incredible as it appeared to Mr. Wace, the persuasion at last became irresistible that it was these creatures which owned the great quasi-human buildings and the magnificent garden that made the broad valley so splendid. And Mr. Cave perceived that the buildings, with other peculiarities, had no doors, but that great circular windows, which opened freely, gave the creatures egress and entrance. They would alight upon their tentacles, fold their wings to a smallness almost rod-like, and hop into the interior. But among them was a multitude of smaller winged creatures, like great dragonflies and moths and flying beetles, and across the greensward brilliantly colored gigantic ground beetles crawled lazily to and fro. Moreover, on the causeways and terraces, large-headed creatures, similar to the greater winged flies, but wingless, were visible, hopping busily upon their hand-like tangle of tentacles. Allusion has already been made to the glittering objects upon the masts that stood upon the terrace of the nearer building. It dawned upon Mr. Cave, after regarding one of these masts very fixedly, on one particularly vivid day, that the glittering object there was a crystal exactly like that into which he peered. And still more careful scrutiny convinced him that each one in a vista of nearly 20 carried a similar object. Occasionally one of the large flying creatures would flutter up to one, and, folding its wings and coiling a number of its tentacles about the mast, would regard the crystal fixedly for a space, sometimes for as long as 15 minutes. And a series of observations made at the suggestion of Mr. Wace convinced both watchers that, so far as this visionary world was concerned, the crystal into which they peered actually stood at the summit of the endmost mast on the terrace, and that on one occasion at least one of these inhabitants of this other world had looked into Mr. Cave's face while he was making these observations. So much for the essential facts of this very singular story. Unless we dismiss it all as the ingenious fabrication of Mr. Wace, we have to believe one of two things. Either Mr. Cave's crystal was in two worlds at once, and that, while it was carried about in one, it remained stationary in the other, which seems altogether absurd, or else that it had some peculiar relation of sympathy with another and exactly similar crystal in this other world, so that what was seen in the interior of the one in this world was, under suitable conditions, visible to an observer in the corresponding crystal in the other world, and vice versa. At present, indeed, we do not know of any way in which two crystals could so come en rapport, but nowadays we know enough to understand that the thing is not altogether impossible. This view of the crystals as en rapport was the supposition that occurred to Mr. Wace, and to me at least it seems extremely plausible. And where was this other world? On this also the alert intelligence of Mr. Wace speedily threw light. After sunset the sky darkened rapidly. There was a very brief twilight interval indeed, and the stars shone out. They were recognizably the same as those we see arranged in the same constellations. Mr. Cave recognized the Bear, the Pleiades, Aldebaran, and Sirius, and so that the other world must be somewhere in the solar system, and at the utmost only a few hundreds of millions of miles from our own. Following up this clue, Mr. Wace learned that the midnight sky was a darker blue even than our midwinter sky, and that the sun seemed a little smaller, and there were two small moons, like our moon but smaller, and quite differently marked, one of which moved so rapidly that its motion was clearly visible as one regarded it. These moons were never high in the sky, but vanished as they rose, that is, every time they revolved, they were eclipsed because they were so near their primary planet. And all this answered quite completely, although Mr. Cave did not know it, to what must be the condition of things on Mars. Indeed, it seemed an exceedingly plausible conclusion that, peering into this crystal, Mr. Cave did actually see the planet Mars and its inhabitants. And if this be the case, then the evening star that shone so brilliantly in the sky of that distant vision was neither more nor less than our own familiar Earth. For a time the Martians, if they were Martians, do not seem to have known of Mr. Cave's inspection. Once or twice one would come to peer and go away very shortly to some other mast, as though the vision were unsatisfactory. During this time Mr. Cave was able to watch the proceedings of these winged people without being disturbed by their attentions, and although his report is necessarily vague and fragmentary, it is nevertheless very suggestive. Imagine the impression of humanity a Martian observer would get who, after a difficult process of preparation and with considerable fatigue to the eyes, was able to peer at London from the steeple of St. Martin's Church for stretches, at longest, of 4 minutes at a time. Mr. Cave was unable to ascertain if the winged Martians were the same as the Martians who hopped about the causeways and terraces, and if the latter could put on wings at all. He several times saw certain clumsy bipeds, dimly suggestive of apes, white and partially translucent, feeding among certain of the lichenous trees, and once some of these fled before one of the hopping, round-headed Martians. The latter caught one in its tentacles, and then the picture faded suddenly and left Mr. Cave most tantalizingly in the dark. On another occasion, a vast thing that Mr. Cave thought at first was some gigantic insect appeared advancing along the causeway beside the canal with extraordinary rapidity. As this drew nearer, Mr. Cave perceived that it was a mechanism of shining metals and of extraordinary complexity, and then, when he looked again, it had passed out of sight. After a time, Mr. Wace aspired to attract the attention of the Martians, and the next time that the strange eyes of one of them appeared close to the crystal, Mr. Cave cried out and sprang away, and they immediately turned on the light and began to gesticulate in a manner suggestive of signaling. But when at last Mr. Cave examined the crystal again, the Martian had departed. Thus far these observations had progressed in early November, and then Mr. Cave, feeling that the suspicions of his family about the crystal were allayed, began to take it to and fro with him in order that, as occasions arose, in the daytime or night, he might comfort himself with what was fast becoming the most real thing in his existence. In December, Mr. Wace's work in connection with the forthcoming examination became heavy. The sittings were reluctantly suspended for a week, and for 10 or 11 days, he is not quite sure which, he saw nothing of Cave. He then grew anxious to resume these investigations, and, the stress of his seasonable labors being abated, he went down to Seven Dials. At the corner he noticed a shutter before a bird fancier's window, and then another at a cobbler's shop. Mr. Cave's shop was closed. He rapped, and the door was opened by the stepson in black. He at once called Mrs. Cave, who was, Mr. Wace could not but observe, in cheap but ample widow's weeds of the most imposing pattern. Without any very great surprise, Mr. Wace learnt that Cave was dead and already buried. She was in tears, and her voice was a little thick. She had just returned from Highgate. Her mind seemed occupied with her own prospects and the honorable details of the obsequies, but Mr. Wace was at last able to learn the particulars of Cave's death. He had been found dead in his shop in the early morning, the day after his last visit to Mr. Wace, and the crystal had been clasped in his stone-cold hands. His face was smiling, said Mrs. Cave, and the velvet cloth from the minerals lay on the floor at his feet. He must have been dead 5 or 6 hours when he was found. This came as a great shock to Wace, and he began to reproach himself bitterly for having neglected the plain symptoms of the old man's ill health. But his chief thought was of the crystal. He approached that topic in a gingerly manner because he knew Mrs. Cave's peculiarities. He was dumbfounded to learn that it was sold. Mrs. Cave's first impulse, directly Cave's body had been taken upstairs, had been to write to the mad clergyman who had offered £5 for the crystal, informing him of its recovery. But after a violent hunt, in which her daughter joined her, they were convinced of the loss of his address. As they were without the means required to mourn and bury Cave in the elaborate style the dignity of an old Seven Dials inhabitant demands, they had appealed to a friendly fellow tradesman in Great Portland Street. He had very kindly taken over a portion of the stock at a valuation. The valuation was his own, and the crystal egg was included in one of the lots. Mr. Wace, after a few suitable consolatory observations, a little off-handedly proffered perhaps, hurried at once to the Great Portland Street, but there he learned that the crystal egg already had been sold to a tall, dark man in gray, and there the material facts in this curious, and to me at least very suggestive, story come abruptly to an end. The Great Portland Street dealer did not know who the tall, dark man in gray was, nor had he observed him with sufficient attention to describe him minutely. He did not even know which way this person had gone after leaving the shop. For a time Mr. Wace remained in the shop, trying the dealer's patience with hopeless questions, and venting his own exasperations. And at last, realizing abruptly that the whole thing had passed out of his hands, had vanished like a vision of the night, he returned to his own rooms, a little astonished to find the notes he had made still tangible and visible upon his untidy table. His annoyance and disappointment were naturally very great. He made a second call, equally ineffectual, upon the great Portland Street dealer, and he resorted to advertisements in such periodicals as were likely to come into the hands of a bric-a-brac collector. He also wrote letters to the Daily Chronicle and Nature, but both these periodicals, suspecting a hoax, asked him to reconsider his action before they printed, and he was advised that such a strange story, unfortunately so bare of supporting evidence, might imperil his reputation as an investigator. Moreover, the calls of his proper work were urgent, so that after a month or so, save for an occasional reminder to certain dealers, he had reluctantly to abandon the quest for the crystal egg, and from that day to this it remains undiscovered. Occasionally, however, he tells me, and I can quite believe him, he has bursts of zeal, into which he abandons his more urgent occupation and resumes the search. Whether or not it will remain lost forever, with the material and its origin of it, are things equally speculative at the present time. If the present purchaser is a collector, one would have expected the inquiries of Mr. Wace to have reached him through the dealers. He has been able to discover Mr. Cave's clergyman and Oriental, no other than the Reverend James Parker and the young Prince of Bosokuni in Java. I am obliged to them for certain particulars. The object of the Prince was simply curiosity and extravagance. He was so eager to buy because Cave was so oddly reluctant to sell. It is just as possible that the buyer in the second instance was simply a casual purchaser and not a collector at all. And the crystal egg, for all I know, may at the present moment be within a mile of me, decorating a drawing-room or serving as a paper-weight, its remarkable functions all unknown. Indeed, it is partly with the idea of such a possibility that I have thrown this narrative into a form that will give it a chance of being read by the ordinary consumer of fiction. My own ideas in the matter are practically identical with those of Mr. Wace. I believe the crystal on the mast in Mars and the crystal eggs of Mr. Cave's to be in some physical, but at present quite inexplicable way, en rapport, and we both believe further that the terrestrial crystal must have been, possibly at some remote date, sent hither from that planet in order to give the Martians a near view of our affairs. Possibly the fellows to the crystals in the other masts are also on our globe. No theory of hallucination suffices for the facts. End of section 1. Chapter 2 of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Star. It was on the first day of the new year that the announcement was made, almost simultaneously from 3 observatories, that the motion of the planet Neptune, the outermost of all the planets that wheel about the sun, had become very erratic. Ogilvy had already called attention to a suspected retardation in its velocity in December. Such a piece of news was scarcely calculated to interest a world the greater portion of whose inhabitants were unaware of the existence of the planet Neptune, nor outside the astronomical profession did the subsequent discovery of a faint remote speck of light in the region of the perturbed planet cause any great excitement. Scientific people, however, found the intelligence remarkable enough, even before it became known that the new body was rapidly growing larger and brighter, that its motion was quite different from the orderly progress of the planets, and that the deflection of Neptune and its satellite was becoming now of an unprecedented kind. Few people without a training in science can realize the huge isolation of the solar system. The sun, with its specks of planets, its dust of planetoids, and its impalpable comets, swim in a vacant immensity that almost defeats the imagination. Beyond the orbit of Neptune there is space, vacant so far as human observation has penetrated, without warmth or light or sound, blank emptiness for 20 million times a million miles. That is the smallest estimate of the distance to be traversed before the very nearest of the stars is attained. And saving a few comets more unsubstantial than the thinnest flame, no matter had ever to human knowledge crossed this gulf of space, until early in the 20th century this strange wanderer appeared. A vast mass of matter, it was bulky, heavy, rushing without warning out of the black mystery of the sky into the radiance of the sun. By the second day it was clearly visible to any decent instrument, as a speck with a barely sensible diameter, in the constellation Leo near Regulus. In a little while an opera glass could attain it. On the third day of the new year, the newspaper readers of two hemispheres were made aware for the first time of the real importance of this unusual apparition in the heavens. A planetary collision, one London paper headed the news, and proclaimed Duquesne's opinion that this strange new planet would probably collide with Neptune. The leader writers enlarged upon the topic, so that in most of the capitals of the world, on January 3rd, there was an expectation, however vague, of some imminent phenomenon in the sky, and as the night followed the sunset round the globe, thousands of men turned their eyes skyward to see the old familiar stars just as they had always been. Until it was dawn in London and Pollux setting, and the stars overhead grown pale. The winter's dawn it was, a sickly, filtering accumulation of daylight, and the light of gas and candles shone yellow in the windows to show where people were astir. But the yawning policemen saw the thing. The busy crowds in the markets stopped agape. Workmen going to their work betimes. Milkmen, the drivers of news carts, dissipation going home jaded and pale. Homeless wanderers, sentinels on their beats, and in the country, laborers trudging afield, poachers slinking home. All over the dusky, quickening country it could be seen, and out at sea by seamen watching for the day, a great white star come suddenly into the westward sky. Brighter it was than any star in our skies, brighter than the evening star at its brightest. It still glowed out white and large, no mere twinkling spot of light, but a small, round, clear, shining disk, an hour after the day had come. And where science has not reached, men stared and feared, telling one another of the wars and pestilence that are foreshadowed by these fiery signs in the heavens. Sturdy Boers, dusky Hottentots, Gold Coast Negroes, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Portuguese, stood in the warmth of the sunrise, watching the setting of this strange new star. And in 100 observatories there had been suppressed excitement, rising almost to shouting pitch, as the two remote bodies had rushed together, and a hurrying to and fro, to gather photographic apparatus and spectroscope, and this appliance and that, to record this novel, astonishing sight, the destruction of a world. For it was a world, a sister planet of our Earth, far greater than our Earth indeed, that had so suddenly flashed into flaming death. Neptune it was had been struck, fairly and squarely, by the strange planet from outer space, and the heat of the concussion had incontinently turned two solid globes into one vast mass of incandescence. Round the world that day, 2 hours before the dawn, went the pallid great white star, fading only as it sank westward and the sun mounted above it. Everywhere man marveled at it, but of all those who saw it, none could have marveled more than those sailors, habitual watchers of the stars, who far away at sea had heard nothing of its advent and saw it now rise like a pygmy moon and climb zenithward, and hang overhead and sink westward with the passing of the night. And when it next rose over Europe, everywhere were crowds of watchers on hilly slopes, on house roofs, in open spaces, staring eastward for the rising of the great new star. It rose with a white glow in front of it, like the glare of a white fire, and those who had seen it come into existence the night before cried out at the sight of it. "It is larger," they cried, "it is brighter." And indeed, the moon, a quarter full and sinking in the west, was in its apparent size beyond comparison, but scarcely in all its breadth had it as much brightness now as the little circle of the strange new star. "It is brighter," cried the people clustering in the streets. But in the dim observatories the watchers held their breath and peered at one another. "It is nearer," they said, "nearer." And voice after voice repeated, "It is nearer." And the clicking telegraph took that up, and it trembled along telephone wires, and in 1,000 cities grimy compositors fingered the type. "It is nearer." Men writing in offices, struck with a strange realization, flung down their pens. Men talking in 1,000 places suddenly came upon a grotesque possibility in those words, "It is nearer." It hurried along awakening streets. It was shouted down the frost-stilled ways of quiet villages. Men who had read these things from the throbbing tape stood in yellow-lit doorways, shouting the news to the passersby. "It is nearer." Pretty women, flushed and glittering, heard the news told jestingly between the dances, and feigned an intelligent interest they did not feel. Nearer, indeed! How curious! How very, very clever people must be to find out things like that. Lonely tramps faring through the wintry night murmured those words to comfort themselves, looking skyward. "It has need to be nearer, for the night's as cold as charity. Don't see much warmth from it. If it is nearer, all the same." "What is a new star to me?" cried the weeping woman, kneeling beside her dead. The schoolboy, rising early for his examination work, puzzled it out for himself. With a great white star shining broad and bright through the frost flowers of his window. "Centrifugal, centripetal," he said, with his chin on his fist. "Stop a planet in its flight, rob it of its centrifugal force, what then? Centripetal has it, and down it falls into the sun. And this? Do we come in the way, I wonder?" The light of that day went the way of its brethren, and with the later watches of the frosty darkness rose the strange star again. And it was now so bright that the waxing moon seemed but a pale yellow ghost of itself, hanging huge in the sunset. In a South African city a great man had married, and the streets were alight to welcome his return with his bride. "Even the skies have illuminated," said the flatterer. Under Capricorn, two negro lovers, daring the wild beasts and evil spirits, for love of one another, crouched together in a canebrake where the fireflies hovered. "That is our star," they whispered, and felt strangely comforted by the sweet brilliance of its light. The master mathematician sat in his private room and pushed the papers from him. His calculations were already finished. In a small white vial there still remained a little of the drug that had kept him awake and active for 4 long nights. Each day, serene, explicit, patient as ever, he had given his lecture to his students, and then had come back at once to this momentous calculation. His face was grave, a little drawn and hectic from his drugged activity. For some time he seemed lost in thought. Then he went to the window, and the blind went up with a click. Halfway up the sky, over the clustering roofs, chimneys, and steeples of the city, hung the star. He looked at it as one might look into the eyes of a brave enemy. "You may kill me," he said after a silence, "but I can hold you, and all the universe, for that matter, in the grip of this little brain. I would not change, even now." He looked at the little phial. "There will be no need of sleep again," he said. The next day at noon, punctual to the minute, he entered his lecture theatre, put his hat on the end of the table as his habit was, and carefully selected a large piece of chalk. It was a joke among his students that he could not lecture without that piece of chalk to fumble in his fingers, and once he had been stricken into impotence by their hiding his supply. He came and looked under his gray eyebrows at the rising tiers of young fresh faces, and spoke with his accustomed studied commonness of phrasing. "Circumstances have arisen, circumstances beyond my control," he said, and paused, "which will debar me from completing the course I had designed. It would seem, gentlemen, if I may put the thing clearly and briefly, that man has lived in vain." The students glanced at one another. Had they heard aright? Mad? Raised eyebrows and grinning lips there were, but one or two faces remained intent upon his calm gray fringed face. "It will be interesting," he was saying, "to devote this morning to an exposition, so far as I can make it clear to you, of the calculations that have led me to this conclusion. Let us assume—" He turned toward the blackboard, meditating a diagram in the way that was usual to him. "What was that about 'lived in vain'?" whispered one student to another. "Listen," said the other, nodding towards the lecturer. And presently they began to understand. That night the star rose later, for its proper eastward motion had carried it some way across Leo toward Virgo, and its brightness was so great that the sky became a luminous blue as it rose, and every star was hidden in its turn, save only Jupiter near the zenith, Capella, Aldebaran, Sirius, and the pointers of the Bear. It was very white and beautiful. In many parts of the world that night a pallid halo encircled it about. It was perceptibly larger. In the clear refractive sky of the tropics it seemed as if it were nearly a quarter the size of the moon. The frost was still on the ground in England, but the world was as brightly lit as if it were midsummer moonlight. One could see to read quite ordinary print by that cold, clear light, and in the cities the lamps burnt yellow and wan. And everywhere the world was awake that night, and throughout Christendom a sombre murmur hung in the keen air over the countryside like the belling of bees in the heather, and this murmurous tumult grew to a clangor in the cities. It was the tolling of the bells in a million belfry towers and steeples, summoning the people to sleep no more, to sin no more, but to gather in their churches and pray. And overhead, growing larger and brighter as the earth rolled on its way and the night passed, rose the dazzling star. And the streets and houses were alight in all the cities. The shipyards glared, and whatever roads led to high country were lit and crowded all night long. And in all the seas about the civilized lands, ships with throbbing engines and ships with bellying sails, crowded with men and living creatures, were standing out to ocean and the north. For already the warning of the master mathematician had been telegraphed all over the world and translated into 100 tongues. The new planet and Neptune, locked in its fiery embrace, were whirling headlong, ever faster and faster towards the sun. Already every second this blazing mass flew 100 miles, and every second its terrific velocity increased. As it flew now, indeed, it must pass 100,000,000 miles wide of the earth and scarcely affect it. But near its destined path, as yet only slightly perturbed, spun the mighty planet Jupiter, and his moons, sweeping splendid round the sun. Every moment now the attraction between the fiery star and the greatest of the planets grew stronger, and the result of that attraction? Invariably Jupiter would be deflected from its orbit into an elliptical path, and the burning star, swung by his attraction wide of its sunward rush, would describe a curved path and perhaps collide with, and certainly pass very close to, our earth. Earthquakes, volcanic outbreaks, cyclones, sea waves, floods, and a steady rise in temperature to no I know what limit, so prophesied the master mathematician. And overhead, to carry out his words, lonely and cold and livid, blazed the star of the coming doom. To many who stared at it that night until their eyes ached, it seemed that it was visibly approaching. And that night, too, the weather changed, and the frost that had gripped all Central Europe and France and England softened towards a thaw. But you must not imagine, because I have spoken of people praying through the night, and people going aboard ships, and people fleeing towards the mountainous country, that the whole world was already in a terror because of the star. As a matter of fact, use and want still ruled the world, and save for the talk of idle moments and the splendor of the nights, 9 human beings out of 10 were still busy at their common occupations. In all the cities the shops, save one here and there, opened and closed at their proper hours. The doctor and the undertaker plied their trades. The workers gathered in the factories, soldiers drilled, scholars studied, lovers sought one another, thieves lurked and fled, politicians planned their schemes. The presses of the newspapers roared through the nights, and many a priest of this church and that would not open his holy building to further what he considered a foolish panic. The newspapers insisted on the lesson of the year 1000, for then, too, people had anticipated the end. The star was no star, mere gas, a comet, and were it a star, it could not possibly strike the earth. There was no precedent for such a thing. Common sense was sturdy, everywhere scornful, jesting, a little inclined to persecute the obdurate fearful. That night, at 7:15 by Greenwich time, the star would be at its nearest to Jupiter. Then the world would see the turn things would take. The master mathematician's grim warnings were treated by many as so much mere elaborate self-advertisement. Common sense at last, a little heated by argument, signified its unalterable convictions by going to bed. So too barbarism and savagery, already tired of the novelty, went about their nightly business, and save for a howling dog here and there, the beast world left the star unheeded. And yet, when at last the watchers in the European states saw the star rise an hour later, it is true, but no larger than it had been the night before, there was still plenty awake to laugh at the master mathematician, to take the danger as if it had passed. But hereafter the laughter ceased. The star grew. It grew with a terrible steadiness hour after hour, a little larger each hour, a little nearer the midnight zenith, and brighter until it had turned night into a second day. Had it come straight to the earth instead of in a curved path, had lost no velocity to Jupiter, it must have leaped the intervening gulf in a day. But as it was, it took 5 days altogether to come by our planet. The next night it had become a third the size of the moon before it set to English eyes, and the thaw was assured. It rose over America near the size of the moon, but blinding white to look at, and hot, and a breath of hot wind blew now with its rising and gathering strength, and in Virginia and Brazil and down the St. Lawrence Valley it shone intermittently through a driving reek of thunderclouds, flickering violet lightning, and hail unprecedented. In Manitoba was a thaw and devastating floods. And upon all the mountains of the earth the snow and ice began to melt that night, and all the rivers coming out of the high country flowed thick and turbid, and soon in their upper reaches was swirling trees and the bodies of beasts and men. They rose steadily, steadily in the ghostly brilliance and came trickling over their banks at last, behind the flying population of the valleys. And along the coast of Argentina and up the South Atlantic the tides were higher than had ever been in the memory of man, and the storms drove the waters in many cases scores of miles inland, drowning whole cities. And so great grew the heat during the night that the rising of the sun was like the coming of a shadow. The earthquakes began and grew until all down America, from the Arctic Circle to Cape Horn, hillsides were sliding, fissures were opening, and houses and walls crumbling to destruction. The whole side of Cotopaxi slipped out in one vast convulsion, and a tumult of lava poured out so high and broad and swift and liquid that in one day it reached the sea. So the Star, with the wan moon in its wake, marched across the Pacific, trailed the thunderstorms like the hem of a robe, and the growing tidal wave that toiled behind it, frothing and eager, poured over island and island and swept them clear of men, until that wave came at last in a blinding light, and with the breath of a furnace, swift and terrible it came, a wall of water 50 feet high, roaring hungrily upon the long coast of Asia, and swept inland across the plains of China. For a space the Star, hotter now and larger and brighter than the sun in its strength, showed with pitiless brilliance the wide and populous country, towns and villages with their pagodas and trees, roads, wide cultivated fields, millions of sleepless people staring in helpless terror at the incandescent sky. And then, low and growing, came the murmur of the flood. And thus it was with millions of men that night, a flight nowhither, with limbs heavy with heat and breath fierce and scant, and the flood like a wall swift and white behind. And then death. China was lit glowing white, but over Japan and Java and all the islands of Eastern Asia the great Star was a ball of dull red fire, because of the steam and smoke and ashes the volcanoes were spouting forth to salute its coming. Above was the lava, hot gases and ash, and below the seething floods, and the whole earth swayed and rumbled with the earthquake shocks. Soon the immemorial snows of Tibet and the Himalaya were melting and pouring down by 10,000,000 deepening, converging channels upon the plains of Burma and Hindustan. The tangled summits of the Indian jungles were aflame in 1,000 places, and below the hurrying waters around the stems were dark objects that still struggled feebly and reflected the blood-red tongues of fire. And in a rudderless confusion a multitude of men and women fled down the broad river ways to that one last hope of men, the open sea. Larger grew the Star, and larger, hotter and brighter with its terrible swiftness now. The tropical ocean had lost its phosphorescence, and the whirling steam rose in ghostly wreaths from the black waves that plunged incessantly, speckled with storm-tossed ships. And then came a wonder. It seemed to those who in Europe watched for the rising of the Star that the world must have ceased its rotation. In 1,000 open spaces of down and upland the people who had fled thither from the floods and the falling houses and sliding slopes of hill watched for that rising in vain. Hour followed hour through a terrible suspense, and the Star rose not. Once again men set their eyes upon the old constellations they had counted lost to them forever. In England it was hot and clear overhead, though the ground quivered perpetually, but in the tropics Sirius and Capella and Aldebaran showed through a veil of steam. And when at last the great Star rose, near 10 hours late, the sun rose close upon it, and in the center of its white heart was a disk of black. Over Asia it was the Star had begun to fall behind the movements of the sky, and then suddenly, as it hung over India, its light had been veiled. All the plain of India, From the mouth of the Indus to the mouth of the Ganges was a shallow waste of shining water that night, out of which rose temples and palaces, mounds and hills black with people. Every minaret was a clustering mass of people who fell one by one into the turbid waters, as heat and terror overcame them. The whole land seemed a wailing, and suddenly there swept a shadow across that furnace of despair, and a breath of cold wind, and a gathering of clouds out of the cooling air. Men looking up, near blinded, at the star, saw that a black disk was creeping across the light. It was the moon, coming between the star and the earth. And even as men cried to God at this respite, out of the east, with a strange, inexplicable swiftness, sprang the sun. And then star, sun, and moon rushed together across the heavens. So it was that presently, to the European watchers, star and sun rose close upon each other, drove headlong for a space, and then slower, and at last came the rest, star and sun merged into one glare of flame at the zenith of the sky. The moon no longer eclipsed the star, but was lost to sight in the brilliance of the sky. And though those who were still alive regarded it for the most part with that dull stupidity that hunger, fatigue, heat, and despair engender, there were still men who could perceive the meaning of these signs. Star and earth had been at their nearest, had swung about one another, and the star had passed. Already it was receding, swifter and swifter in the last stage of its headlong journey downward into the sun. And then the clouds gathered, blotting out the vision of the sky. The thunder and lightning wove a garment round the world. All over the earth was such a downpour of rain as men had never before seen. And where the volcanoes flared red against the cloudy canopy, there descended torrents of mud. Everywhere the waters were pouring off the land, leaving mud-silted ruins, and the earth littered like a storm-worn beach with all that had been floated, and the dead bodies of the men and brutes, its children. For days the water streamed off the land, sweeping away soil and trees and houses in the way, and piling huge dikes and scooping out titanic gullies over the countryside. Those were the days of darkness that followed the star and the heat. All through them, and for many weeks and months, the earthquakes continued. But the star had passed, and men, hunger-driven and gathering courage only slowly, might creep back to their ruined cities, buried granaries, and sodden fields. Such few ships as had escaped the storms of that time came stunned and shattered, and sounding their way cautiously through the new marks and shoals of once familiar ports. And as the storm subsided, men perceived that everywhere the days were hotter than of yore, and the sun larger, and the moon, shrunk to a third of its former size, took now 80 days between its new and new. But of the new brotherhood that grew presently among men, of the saving of laws and books and machines, of the strange change that had come over Iceland and Greenland and the shores of Baffin's Bay, so that the sailors coming there presently found them green and gracious, and could scarce believe their eyes, this story does not tell, nor of the movement of mankind now that the earth was hotter, northward and southward toward the poles of the earth. It concerns itself only with the coming and the passing of the star. The Martian astronomers, for there are astronomers on Mars, although they are very different beings from men, were naturally profoundly interested by these things. They saw them from their own standpoint, of course. Considering the mass and temperature of the missile that was flung out through our solar system into the sun, one wrote, "It is astonishing what a little damage the earth, which it missed so narrowly, has sustained. All the familiar continental markings and the masses of the seas remain intact. And indeed, the only difference seems to be a shrinkage of the white discoloration, supposed to be frozen water, round either pole, which only shows how small the vastness of human catastrophes may seem at a distance of a few million miles. End of section 2. Section 3 of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of the Stone Age, Part 1. Ugh lomi and Uya. This is the story of a time beyond the memory of man, before the beginning of history, a time when one might have walked dry-shod from France, as we call it now, to England, and when a broad and sluggish Thames flowed through its marshes to meet its father Rhine, flowing through a wide and level country that is under water in these latter days, and which we know by the name of the North Sea. In that remote age the valley which runs along the foot of the Downs did not exist, and the south of Surrey was a range of hills, fir-clad on the middle slopes and snow-capped for the better part of the year. The cores of its summits still remain as Leith Hill and Pitch Hill and Hindhead. On the lower slopes of the range, below the grassy spaces where the wild horses grazed, were forests of yew and sweet chestnut and elm, and the thickets and dark places hid the grizzly bear and the hyena, and the gray apes clambered through the branches. And still lower, amidst the woodlands and marsh and open grass along the way, did this little drama play itself out to the end that I have to tell. 50,000 years ago it was, 50,000 years, if the reckoning of the geologists is correct. And in those days the springtime was as joyful as it is now, and sent the blood coursing in just the same fashion. The afternoon sky was blue, with piled white clouds sailing through it, and the southwest wind came like a soft caress. The new-come swallows drove to and fro. The reaches of the river were spangled with white ranunculus. The marshy places were starred with lady smock and lit with marshmallow, wherever the regiments of the sedges lowered their swords, and the northward moving hippopotami, shiny black monsters, sporting clumsily, came floundering and blundering through it all, rejoicing dimly and possessed with one clear idea, to splash the river muddy. Up the river, well in sight of the hippopotami, a number of little buff-colored animals dabbled in the water. There was no fear, no rivalry, and no enmity between them and the hippopotami. As the great bulks came crashing through the reeds and smashed the mirror of the water into silvery splashes, these little creatures shouted and gesticulated with glee. It was the surest sign of high spring. "Boo-loo!" they cried. "Be-ya! Boo-loo!" They were the children of the menfolk, the smoke of whose encampment rose from the knoll at the river's bend. Wild-eyed youngsters they were, with matted hair and little broad-nosed impish faces, covered, as some children are covered even nowadays, with a delicate down of hair. They were narrow in the loins and long in the arms, and their ears had no lobes, and had little pointed tips, a thing that still, in rare instances, survives. Stark naked, vivid little gypsies, as active as monkeys and as full of chatter, though a little wanting in words. Their elders were hidden from the wallowing hippopotami by the crest of the knoll. The human squatting place was a trampled area among the dead brown fronds of royal fern, through which the crosiers of this year's growth were unrolling to the light and warmth. The fire was a smouldering heap of char, light gray and black, replenished by the old woman from time to time with brown leaves. Most of the men were asleep. They slept sitting with their foreheads on their knees. They had killed that morning a good quarry, enough for all, a deer that had been wounded by hunting dogs. So there had been no quarreling among them, and some of the women were still gnawing the bones that lay scattered about. Others were making a heap of leaves and sticks to feed Brother Fire when the darkness came again, that he might grow strong and tall therewith and guard them against the beasts. And two were piling flints they had brought, an armful at a time, from the bend of the river where the children were at play. None of these buff-skinned savages were clothed, but some wore about their hips rude girdles of adder skin or crackling undressed hide, from which depended little bags, not made, but torn from the paws of beasts, and carrying the rudely dressed flints that were men's chief weapons and tools. And one woman, the maid of Uya, the cunning man, wore a wonderful necklace of perforated fossils that others had worn before her. Beside some of the sleeping men lay the big antlers of the elk, with the tines chipped to sharp edges, and long sticks hacked at the ends with flints into sharp points. There was little else save these things and the smoldering fire to mark these human beings off from the wild animals that ranged the country. But Uya the Cunning did not sleep, but sat with a bone in his hand and scraped busily thereon with a flint, a thing no animal would do. He was the oldest man in the tribe, beetle-browed, prognathous, lank-armed. He had a beard, and his cheeks were hairy, and his chest and arms were black with thick hair, and by virtue both of his strength and cunning, he was master of the tribe, and his share was always the most and the best. Eudena had hidden herself among the alders, because she was afraid of Uya. She was still a girl, and her eyes were bright, and her smile pleasant to see. He had given her a piece of the liver, a man's piece, and a wonderful treat for a girl to get. But as she took it, the other woman with the necklace looked at her an evil glance, and Ugh lomi made a noise in his throat. At that, Uya had looked at him long and steadfastly, and Ugh lomi's face had fallen. And then Uya had looked at her. She was frightened, and she had stolen away, while the feeding was still going on, and Uya was busy with the marrow of a bone. Afterwards he had wandered about, as if looking for her, and now she crouched among the alders, wondering mightily what Uya might be doing with the flint and the bone, and Ugh lomi was not to be seen. Presently a squirrel came leaping through the alders, and she lay so quiet the little man was within 6 feet of her before he saw her, whereupon he dashed up a stem in a hurry and began to chatter and scold her. "What are you doing here?" he asked, "away from the other men beasts?" "Peace," said Eudena, but he only chattered more, and she began to break off the little black cones to throw at him. He dodged and defied her, and she grew excited and rose up to throw better. And then she saw Uya coming down the knoll. He had seen the movement of her pale arm amidst the thicket. He was very keen-eyed. At that she forgot the squirrel, and set off through the alders and reeds as fast as she could go. She did not care where she went, so long as she escaped Uya. She splashed nearly knee-deep through a swampy place, and saw in front of her a slope of ferns, growing more slender and green as they passed up out of the light into the shade of the young chestnuts. She was soon amidst the trees. She was very fleet of foot, and she ran on and on until the forest was old and the vales great, and the vines about their stems, where the light came, were thick as young trees, and the ropes of ivy stout and tight. On she went. She had doubled and doubled again, and then at last lay down amidst some ferns in a hollow place near a thicket, and listened with her heart beating in her ears. She heard footsteps presently, rustling among the dead leaves, far off, and they died away, and everything was still again, except the scandalizing of the midges, for the evening was drawing on, and the incessant whisper of the leaves. She laughed silently to think the cunning Uya should go by her. She was not frightened. Sometimes, playing with the other girls and lads, she had fled into the woods, though never so far as this. it was pleasant to be hidden and alone. She lay a long time there, glad of her escape, and then she sat up, listening. It was a rapid pattering, growing louder, and coming towards her, and in a little while she could hear grunting noises and the snapping of twigs. It was a drove of lean, gristly, wild swine. She turned about her, for a boar is an ill fellow to pass too closely, on account of the sideways slash of his tusks, and she made off slantingly through the trees. But the patter came nearer. They were not feeding as they wandered, but going fast, or else they would not overtake her, and she caught the limb of a tree, swung onto it, and ran up the stem with something of the agility of a monkey. Down below, the sharp, bristling backs of the swine were already passing when she looked, and she knew the short, sharp grunts they made meant fear. What were they afraid of? A man? They were in a great hurry for just a man. And then, so suddenly, it made her grip on the branch tighten involuntarily, a fawn started in the brake and rushed after the swine. Something else went by, low and gray, with a long body. She did not know what it was. Indeed, she saw it only momentarily through the interstices of the young leaves, and then there came a pause. She remained stiff and expectant, as rigid almost as though she were part of the tree she clung to, peering down. Then far away among the trees, clear for a moment, then hidden, then visible knee-deep in ferns, then gone again, ran a man. She knew it was young Ugh lomi by the fair color of his hair, and there was red upon his face. Somehow his frantic flight and that scarlet mark made her feel sick. And then nearer, running heavily and breathing hard, came another man. At first she could not see, and then she saw foreshortened and clear to her, Uya, running with great strides and his eyes staring. He was not going after Ugh lomi. His face was white. It was Uya, afraid. He passed and was still loud hearing when something else, something larger, with grizzled fur, swinging along with soft, swift strides, came rushing in pursuit of him. Eudena suddenly became rigid, ceased to breathe, her clutch convulsive, and her eyes starting. She had never seen the thing before. She did not even see him clearly now, but she knew at once it was the terror of the woodshade. His name was a legend. The children would frighten one another, frighten even themselves with his name, and run screaming to the squatting place. No man had ever killed any of his kind. Even the mighty mammoth feared his anger. It was the grizzly bear, the lord of the world as the world went then. As he ran, he made a continuous growling grumble. Men in my very lair, fighting and blood. At the very mouth of my lair, men, 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 fighting and blood. For he was the lord of the wood and of the caves. Long after he had passed, she remained, a girl of stone, staring down through the branches. All her power of action had gone from her. She gripped by instinct with hands and knees and feet. It was some time before she could think, and then only one thing was clear in her mind, that the terror was between her and the tribe, and it would be impossible to descend. Presently, when her fear was a little abated, she clambered into a more comfortable position, where a great branch forked. The tree rose about her, so that she could see nothing of Brother Fire, who was black by day. Birds began to stir, and things that had gone into hiding for fear of her movements crept out. After a time the taller branches flamed out at the touch of the sunset. High overhead the rooks, who were wiser than men, went crawling home to their squatting places among the elms. Looking down, things were clearer and darker. Eudena thought of going back to the squatting place. She let herself down some way, and then the fear of the terror of the woodshade came again. While she hesitated, a rabbit squealed dismally, and she dared not descend farther. The shadows gathered, and the deeps of the forest began stirring. Eudena went up the tree again, to be nearer the light. Down below, the shadows came out of their hiding places and walked abroad. Overhead, the blue deepened. A dreadful stillness came, and then the leaves began whispering. Eudena shivered and thought of Brother Fire. The shadows were now gathering in the trees. They sat on the branches and watched her. Branches and leaves were turned to ominous, quiet black shapes that would spring on her if she stirred. Then the white owl, flitting silently, came ghostly through the shades. Darker grew the world, and darker, until the leaves and twigs against the sky were black, and the ground was hidden. She remained there all night, an age-long vigil, straining her ears for the things that went on below in the darkness, and keeping motionless lest some stealthy beast should discover her. Man in those days was never alone in the dark, save for such rare accidents as this. Age after age he had learnt the lesson of its terror, a lesson we poor children of his have nowadays painfully to unlearn. Eudena, though in age a woman, was in heart like a child. She kept as still, poor little animal, as a hare before it is started. The stars gathered and watched her one grain of comfort. In one bright one she fancied there was something like Ugh lomi. Then she fancied it was Ugh lomi, and near him, red and duller, was Uya, and as the night passed, Ugh lomi fled before him up the sky. She tried to see Brother Fire, who guarded the squatting place from beasts, but he was not in sight. And far away she heard the mammoths trumpeting as they went down to their drinking place, and once some huge bulk with heavy paces hurried along, making a noise like a calf, but what it was she could not see. She thought from the voice it was a Yah, the rhinoceros, who stabs with his nose, goes always alone, and rages without cause. At last the little stars began to hide, and then the larger ones. It was like all the animals vanishing before the terror. The sun was coming, lord of the sky, as the grizzly was lord of the forest. Eudena wondered what would happen if one star stayed behind, and then the sky paled to the dawn. When the daylight came, the fear of lurking things passed, and she could descend. She was stiff, but not so stiff as you would have been, dear young lady, by virtue of your upbringing, and as she had not been trained to eat at least once in 3 hours, but instead had often fasted 3 days, she did not feel uncomfortably hungry. She crept down the tree very cautiously, and went her way stealthily through the woods, and not a squirrel sprang or deer started, but the terror of the grizzly bear froze her marrow. Her desire was now to find her people again. Her dread of Uya the Cunning was consumed by a greater dread of loneliness. But she had lost her direction. She had run heedlessly overnight, and she could not tell whether the squatting place was sunward or where it lay. Ever and again she stopped and listened, and at last, very far away, she heard a measured chinking. It was so faint, even in the morning stillness, that she could tell it must be far away, but she knew the sound was that of a man sharpening a flint. Presently the trees began to thin out, and then came a regiment of nettles, barring her way. She turned aside, and then she came to a fallen tree that she knew, with a noise of bees about it, and so presently she was in sight of the knoll, very far off, and the river under it, and the children and the hippopotami just as they had been yesterday, and the thin spire of smoke swaying in the morning breeze. Far away by the river was the cluster of alders where she had hidden. At the sight of that, the fear of Uya returned, and she crept into a thicket of bracken out of which a rabbit scuttled, and lay a while to watch the squatting place. The men were mostly out of sight, saving Wau, the flint chopper, and at that she felt safer. They were away hunting food, no doubt. Some of the women, too, were down in the stream, stooping intent, seeking mussels, crayfish, and water snails. And at the sight of their occupation, Eudena felt hungry. She rose and ran through the fern, designing to join them. As she went, she heard a voice among the bracken calling softly. She stopped. Then suddenly she heard a rustle behind her, and turning, saw Ugh lomi rising out of the fern. There were streaks of brown blood and dirt on his face, and his eyes were fierce, and the white stone of Uya, the white firestone that none but Uya dared to touch, was in his hand. In a stride he was beside her and gripped her arm. He swung her about and thrust her before him towards the woods. "Uya," he said, and waved his arms about. She heard a cry, looked back, and saw all the women standing up, and 2 wading out of the stream. Then came a nearer howling, and the old woman with the beard, who watched the fire on the knoll, was waving her arms, and Wau, the man who had been chipping the flint, was getting to his feet. Little children, too, were hurrying and shouting. "Come," said Ugh lomi, and dragged her by the arm. She still did not understand. "Uya has called a death word," said Ugh lomi, and she glanced back at the screaming curves of figures and understood. Wau and all the women and children were coming towards them, a scattered array of buff, shock-headed figures, howling, leaping, and crying. Over the knoll 2 youths hurried. Down among the ferns to the right came a man, heading them off from the wood. Ugh lomi left her arm, and the 2 began running side by side, leaping the bracken and stepping clear and wide. Eudena, knowing her fleetness and the fleetness of Ugh lomi, laughed aloud at the unequal chase. They were an exceptionally straight-limbed couple of those days. They soon cleared the open and drew near the wood of chestnut trees again. Neither afraid now, because neither was alone. They slackened their pace, already not excessive. And suddenly Eudena cried and swerved aside, pointing and looking up through the tree stems. Ugh lomi saw the feet and legs of the men running towards him. Eudena was already running off at a tangent, and as he too turned to follow her, they heard the voice of Uya coming through the trees, and roaring out his rage at them. Then terror came in their hearts, not the terror that numbs, but the terror that makes one silent and swift. They were cut off now on 2 sides. They were in sort of a corner of pursuit. On the right hand, and near by them, came the men swift and heavy, with bearded Uya, antler in hand, leading them, and on the left, scattered as one scatters corn, yellow dashes among the fern and grass, ran Wau, and the women and even the little children from the shallow had joined the chase. The 2 bodies converged upon them. Off they went, with Eudena ahead. They knew there was no mercy for them. There was no hunting so sweet to these ancient men as the hunting of men. Once the fierce passion of the chase was lit, the feeble beginnings of humanity in them were thrown to the winds, and Uya in the night had marked Ugh lomi with the death word. Ugh lomi was the day's quarry, the appointed feast. They ran straight. It was their only chance, taking whatever ground came in the way. A spread of stinging nettles, an open glade, a clump of grass out of which a hyena fled snarling. The woods again, long stretches of shady leaf mold and moss under the green trunks. Then a stiff slope, tree-clad, and long vistas of trees, a glade, a succulent green area of black mud, and a wide open space again. And then a clump of lacerating brambles, with beast tracks through it. Behind them the chase trailed out and scattered, with Uya ever at their heels. Eudena kept the first place, running light and with her breath easy, for Ugh lomi carried the firestone in his hand. It told on his pace, not at first, but after a time. His footsteps behind her suddenly grew remote. Glancing over her shoulder as they crossed another open space, Eudena saw that Ugh lomi was many yards behind her, and Uya close upon him, with antler already raised in the air to strike him down. Wau and the others were just emerging from the shadow of the woods. Seeing Ugh lomi in peril, Eudena ran sideways, looking back, threw up her arms and cried aloud, just as the antler flew. And young Ugh lomi, expecting this and understanding her cry, ducked his head, so that the missile merely struck his scalp lightly, making but a trivial wound, and flew over him. He turned forthwith, the quartzite firestone in both hands, and hurled it straight at Uya's body as he ran loose from the throw. Uya shouted, but could not dodge it. It took him under the ribs, heavy and flat, and he reeled and went down without a cry. Ugh lomi caught up the antler. One tine of it was tipped with his own blood, and came running on again, with a red trickle just coming out of his hair. Uya rolled over twice, and lay a moment before he got up. And then he did not run fast. The color of his face was changed. Wau overtook him, and then others, and he coughed and labored in his breath, but he kept on. At last the two fugitives gained the bank of the river, where the stream ran deep and narrow, and they still had 50 yards in hand on Wau, the foremost pursuer, the man who made the smiting stones. He carried one, a large flint, the shape of an oyster and double the size, chipped to a chisel edge in either hand. They sprang down the steep bank into the stream, rushed through the water, swam the deep current in 2 or 3 strokes, and came out wading again, dripping and refreshed, to clamber up the further bank. It was undermined, and with willows growing thickly therefrom, so that it needed clambering. And while Eudena was still among the silvery branches, and Ugh lomi still in the water, for the antler had encumbered him, Wau came up against the sky on the opposite bank, and the smiting stone, thrown cunningly, took the side of Eudena's knee. She struggled to the top and fell. They heard the pursuers shout to one another, and Ugh lomi, climbing to her and moving jerkily to mar Wau's aim, felt the second smiting stone graze his ear, and heard the water splash below him. Then it was Ugh lomi, the stripling, proving himself to have come to a man's estate. For running on, he found Eudena fell behind, limping, and at that he turned, and crying savagely, and with a face terrible with sudden wrath and trickling blood, ran swiftly past back her to the bank, whirling the antler round his head. And Eudena kept on, running stoutly still, though she must need limp at every step, and the pain was already sharp. So that Wau, rising over the edge and clutching the straight willow branches, saw Ugh lomi towering over him, gigantic against the blue, saw his whole body swing round, and the grip of his hand upon the antler. The edge of the antler came sweeping through the air, and he saw no more. The water under the osiers whirled and eddied and went crimson 6 feet down the stream. Uya, following, stopped knee-high across the stream, and the man who was swimming turned about. The other men who trailed after, they were none of them very mighty men, for Uya was more cunning than strong, brooking no sturdy rivals, slackened momentarily at the sight of Ugh lomi standing there above the willows, bloody and terrible, between them and the halting girl, with the huge antler waving in his hand. It seems as though he had gone into the water a youth and come out of it a man full grown. He knew what there was behind him, a broad stretch of grass, and then a thicket, and in that Eudena could hide. That was clear in his mind, though his thinking powers were too feeble to see what should happen thereafter. Uya stood knee-deep, undecided and unarmed. His heavy mouth hung open, showing his canine teeth, and he panted heavily. His side was flushed and bruised under the hair. The other man beside him carried a sharpened stick. The rest of the hunters came up one by one to the top of the bank, hairy, long-armed men clutching flints and sticks. Two ran off along the bank downstream, and then clambered to the water, where Wau had come to the surface, struggling weakly. Before they could reach him, he went under again. Two others threatened Ugh lomi from the bank. He answered back, shouts, vague insults, gestures. Then Uya, who had been hesitating, roared with rage, and whirling his fist, plunged into the water. His followers splashed after him. Ugh lomi glanced over his shoulder and found Eudena already vanished into the thicket. He would perhaps have waited for Uya, but Uya preferred to spar in the water below him until the others were beside him. Human tactics in those days, in all serious fighting, were the tactics of the pack. Prey that turned at bay, they gathered around and rushed. Ugh lomi felt the rush coming, and hurling the antler at Uya, turned about and fled. When he halted to look back from the shadow of the thicket, he found only 3 of his pursuers had followed him across the river, and they were going back again. Uya, with a bleeding mouth, was on the farther side of the stream again, but lower down and holding his hand to his side. The others were in the river, dragging something to shore. For a time at least, the chase was intermitted. Ugh lomi stood watching for a space, and then snarled at the sight of Uya. Then he turned and plunged into the thicket. In a minute, Eudena came hastening to join him, and they went on hand in hand. He dimly perceived the pain she suffered from the cut and bruised knee, and chose the easier ways. But they went on all that day, mile after mile through wood and thicket, until at last they came to the chalkland, open grass with rare woods of beech and the birch growing near water. And they saw the Wealden Mountains nearer, and groups of horses grazing together. They went circumspectly, keeping always near thicket and cover, for this was a strange region, even its ways were strange. Steadily the ground rose, until the chestnut forest spread wide and blue below them, and the Thames marshes shone silvery, high and far. They saw no men, for in those days men were still only just come into this part of the world, and were moving but slowly along the river ways. Towards evening they came on the river again, but now it ran in a gorge between high cliffs of white chalk that sometimes overhung it. Down the cliffs were scrubs of birches, and there were many birds there, and high up the cliff was a little shelf by a tree whereon they clambered to pass the night. They had had scarcely any food. It was not the time of year for berries, and they had no time to go aside to snare or waylay. They tramped in a hungry, weary silence, gnawing at twigs and leaves. But over the surface of the cliffs were a multitude of snails, and in a bush were the freshly laid eggs of a little bird. And then Ugh lomi threw at and killed a squirrel in a beech tree, so at last they fed well. Ugh lomi watched during the night, his chin on his knees, and he heard young foxes crying hard by, and the noise of mammoths down the gorge, and the hyenas yelling and laughing far away. It was chilly, but they dared not light a fire. Whenever he dozed, his spirit went abroad, and straightway met with the spirit of Uya, and they fought, and always Ugh lomi was paralyzed, so that he could not smite nor run, and then he would awake suddenly. Eudena too dreamt evil things of Uya, so that they both awoke with the fear of him in their hearts, and by the light of the dawn they saw a woolly rhinoceros go blundering down the valley. During the day they caressed one another and were glad of the sunshine, and Eudena's leg was so stiff she sat on the ledge all day. Ugh lomi found great flints sticking out of the cliff face, greater than any he had seen, and he dragged some to the ledge and began chipping so as to be armed against Uya when he came again. And at one he laughed heartily, and Eudena laughed, and they threw it about in derision. It had a hole in it. They stuck their fingers through it. It was very funny indeed. Then they peeped at one another through it. Afterwards Ugh lomi got himself a stick, and thrusting by chance at this foolish flint, the stick went in and stuck there. He had rammed it in too tightly to withdraw it. That was still stranger, scarcely funny, terrible almost, and for a time Ugh lomi did not greatly care to touch the thing. It was as if the flint had bit and held with its teeth. Then he got familiar with the odd combination. He swung it about, and perceived that the stick with the heavy stone on the end struck a better blow than anything he knew. He went to and fro swinging it and striking with it, but later he tired of it and threw it aside. In the afternoon he went up over the brow of the white cliff and lay watching a rabbit warren until the rabbits came out to play. There were no men thereabouts, and the rabbits were heedless. He threw a smiting stone he had made and got a kill. That night they made a fire from flint sparks and bracken fronds, and talked and caressed by it. And in their sleep Uya's spirit came again, and suddenly, while Ugh lomi was trying to fight vainly, the foolish flint on the stick came into his hand, and he struck Uya with it, and behold, it killed him. But afterwards came other dreams of Uya, for spirits take a lot of killing, and he had to be killed again. Then after that the stone would not keep on the stick. He awoke tired and rather gloomy, and was sulky all the forenoon, in spite of Eudena's kindliness, and instead of hunting, he sat chipping a sharp edge to a singular flint, and looking strangely at her. Then he bound the perforated flint on to the stick with strips of rabbit skin, and afterwards he walked up and down the ledge, striking with it, and muttering to himself, and thinking of Uya. It felt very fine and heavy in his hand. Several days, more than there was any counting in those days, 5 days, it may be, or 6, did Ugh lomi and Eudena stay on that shelf in the gorge of the river, and they lost all fear of men, and their fire burnt redly of a night. And they were very merry together. There was food every day, sweet water, and no enemies. Eudena's knee was well in a couple of days, for those ancient savages had quick healing flesh. Indeed, they were very happy. On one of those days Ugh lomi dropped the chunk of flint over the cliff. He saw it fall and go bounding across the river bank into the river, and after laughing and thinking it over a little, he tried another. This smashed a bush of hazel in the most interesting way. They spent all the morning dropping stones from the ledge, and in the afternoon they discovered this new and interesting pastime was also possible from the cliff brow. The next day they had forgotten this delight, or at least it seemed they had forgotten. But Uya came in dreams to spoil the paradise. 3 nights he came fighting Ugh lomi. In the morning, after these dreams, Ugh lomi would walk up and down, threatening him and swinging the axe. And at last came the night after Ugh lomi brained the otter, and they had feasted. Uya went too far. Ugh lomi awoke, scowling under his heavy brows, and he took his axe, and extending his hands toward Eudena, he bade her wait for him upon the ledge. Then he clambered down the white declivity, glanced up once from the foot of it, and flourished his axe, and without looking back again, went striding along the river bank until the overhanging cliff at the bend hid him. 2 days and nights did Eudena sit alone by the fire on the ledge, waiting. And in the night the beasts howled over the cliffs and down the valleys, and on the cliffs over against her the hunched hyenas prowled, black against the sky. But no evil thing came near her save fear. Once far away she heard the roaring of a lion, following the horses as they came northward over the grasslands with the spring. All that time she waited, the waiting that is pain. And the third day Ugh lomi came back up the river. The plumes of a raven were in his hair. The first axe was red-stained and had long dark hairs upon it, and he carried the necklace that had marked the favourite of Uya in his hand. He walked in the soft places, giving no heed to his trail. Save a raw cut below his jaw, there was not a wound upon him. "Uya!" cried Ugh lomi, exultant, and Eudena saw it was well. He put the necklace on Eudena, and they ate and drank together. And after eating, he began to rehearse the whole story from the beginning, when Uya had cast his eyes on Eudena, and Uya and Ugh lomi, fighting in the forest, had been chased by the bear, eking out his own scanty words with abundant pantomime, springing to his feet and whirling the stone axe round when it came to the fighting. The last fight was a mighty one, stamping and shouting, and once a blow at the fire that sent a torrent of sparks up into the night, and Eudena sat red in the light of the fire, gloating on him, her face flushed and her eyes shining, and the necklace Uya had made about her neck. It was a splendid time, and the stars that looked down on us looked down on her, our ancestor, who has been dead now these 50,000 years. End of section 3. Section 4 of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Story of the Stone Age, Part 2. The Cave Bear. In the days when Eudena and Ugh lomi fled from the people of Uya toward their fir-clad mountains of the Weald, across the forests of sweet chestnut and grass-clad chalkland, and hid themselves at last in the gorge of the river between the chalk cliffs, men were few and their squatting places far between. The nearest men to them were those of the tribe. A full day's journey down the river and up the mountains there were none. Man was indeed a newcomer to this part of the world in that ancient time, coming slowly along the rivers, generation after generation, from one squatting place to another, from the south westward. And the animals that held the land, the hippopotamus and rhinoceros of the river valleys, the horses of the grass plains, the deer and swine of the woods, the grey apes in the branches, the cattle of the uplands, feared him but little, let alone the mammoths in the mountains and the elephants that came through the land in the summertime out of the south. For why should they fear him, with but the rough, chipped flints that he had not learned to haft, and which he threw but ill, and the poor spears of sharpened wood, as all the weapons he had against hoof and horn, tooth and claw? Andu, the huge cave bear, who lived in the cage up the gorge, had never even seen a man in all his wise and respectable life, until midway through one night, as he was prowling down the gorge along the cliff edge. He saw the glare of Eudena's fire upon the ledge, and Eudena, red and shining, and Ugh lomi, with a gigantic shadow mocking him upon the white cliff, going to and fro, shaking his mane of hair, and waving the axe of stone, the first axe of stone, while he chanted of the killing of Uya. The cave bear was far up the gorge, and he saw the thing slanting ways and far off. He was so surprised he stood quite still upon the edge, sniffing the novel odour of burning bracken, and wondering whether the dawn was coming up in the wrong place. He was the lord of the rocks and caves, was the cave bear, and his slighter brother, the grizzly, was lord of the thick woods below, and as the lion of those days was dappled, was lord of the thorn thickets, reed beds, and open plains. He was the greatest of all meat-eaters. He knew no fear. None preyed on him, and none gave him battle. Only the rhinoceros was beyond his strength. Even the mammoth, shunned his country. This invasion perplexed him. He noticed these new beasts were shaped like monkeys, and sparsely hairy like young pigs. "Monkey and young pig," said the cave bear. "It might not be so bad. But that red thing that jumps, and the black thing jumping with it yonder, never in my life have I seen such things before." He came slowly along the brow of the cliff towards them, stopping thrice to sniff and peer, and the reek of the fire grew stronger. A couple of hyenas also were so intent upon the thing below that Andoo, coming soft and easy, was close upon them before they knew of him or he of them. They started guiltily and went lurching off. Coming round in a wheel 100 yards off, they began yelling and calling him names to revenge themselves for the start they had had. "Ya-ha!" they cried. "Who can't grub his own burrow? Who eats roots like a pig? Ya-ha!" For even in those days the hyena's manners were just as offensive as they are now. "Who answers the hyena?" growled Andoo, peering through the midnight dimness at them, and then going to look at the cliff edge. There was Ugh lomi, still telling his story, and the fire getting low, and the scent of the burning hot and strong. Andoo stood on the edge of the chalk cliff for some time, shifting his vast weight from foot to foot, and swaying his head to and fro, with his mouth open, his ears erect and twitching, and the nostrils of his big black muzzle sniffing. He was very curious, was the cave bear, more curious than any of the bears that lived now, and the flickering fire and the incomprehensible movements of the man, let alone the intrusion into his indisputable province, stirred him with a sense of strange new happenings. He had been after red deer fawn that night, for the cave bear was a miscellaneous hunter, but this quite turned him from that enterprise. "Ya-ha!" yelled the hyenas behind. "Ya-ha-ha!" Peering through the starlight, Andoo saw there were now 3 or 4 going to and fro against the grey hillside. "They will hang about me now all night, until I kill," said Andoo. "Filth of the world!" And mainly to annoy them, he resolved to watch the red flicker in the gorge until the dawn came to drive the hyena scum home. After a time they vanished, and he heard their voices like a party of cockney bean feasters away in the beechwoods. Then they came slinking near again. Andoo yawned and went on along the cliff, and they followed. Then he stopped and went back. It was a splendid night, beset with shining constellations. The same stars, but not the same constellations we know, for since those days all the stars have had time to move into new places. Far away across the open space, beyond where the heavy-shouldered, lean-bodied hyenas blundered and howled, was a beechwood, and the mountain slopes rose beyond, a dim mystery, until their snow-capped summits came out white and cold and clear, touched by the first rays of the yet unseen moon. It was a vast silence, save when the yell of the hyenas flung a vanishing discordance across its peace, or when from down the hills the trumpeting of the new-come elephants came faintly on the faint breeze. And below now the red flicker had dwindled and was steady and shone a deeper red, and Ugh lomi had finished his story and was preparing to sleep, and Eudena sat and listened to the strange voices of unknown beasts, and watched the dark eastern sky growing deeply luminous at the advent of the moon. Down below, the river talked to itself, and things unseen went to and fro. After a time the bear went away, but in an hour he was back again. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned and went up the gorge. The night passed, and Ugh lomi slept on. The waning moon rose and lit the gaunt white cliff overhead with a light that was pale and vague. The gorge remained in a deeper shadow and seemed all the darker. Then, by imperceptible degrees, the day came stealing in the wake of the moonlight. Eudena's eyes wandered to the cliff brow overhead once, and then again. Each time the line was sharp and clear against the sky, and yet she had a dim perception of something lurking there. The red of the fire grew deeper and deeper. Gray scales spread upon it. Its vertical column of smoke became more and more visible, and up and down the gorge things that had been unseen grew clear in a colorless illumination. She may have dozed. Suddenly she started up from her squatting position, erect and alert, scrutinizing the cliff up and down. She made the faintest sound, and Ugh lomi, too, light sleeping like an animal, was instantly awake. He caught up his axe and came noiselessly to her side. The light was still dim, the world now all in black and dark gray, and one sickly star still lingered overhead. The ledge they were on was a little grassy space, 6 feet wide perhaps, and 20 feet long, sloping outwardly, and with a handful of St. John's wort growing near the edge. Below it, the soft white rock fell away in a steep slope of nearly 50 feet to the thick bush of hazel that fringed the river. Down the river this slope increased, until some way off a thin grass held its own right up to the crest of the cliff. Overhead, 40 or 50 feet of rock bulged into the great masses characteristic of chalk, but at the end of the ledge a gully, a precipitous groove of discolored rock, slashed the face of the cliff and gave a footing to a scrubby growth by which Eudena and Ugh lomi went up and down. They stood as noiseless as startled deer, with every sense expectant. For a minute they heard nothing, and then came a faint rattling of dust down the gully, and the creaking of twigs. Ugh lomi gripped his axe, and went to the edge of the ledge, for the bulge of the chalk overhead had hidden the upper part of the gully, and forthwith, with a sudden contraction of the heart, he saw the cave-bear halfway down from the brow, and making a gingerly backward step with his flat hind foot. His hindquarters were towards Ugh lomi, and he clawed at the rocks and bushes so that he seemed flattened against the cliff. He looked none the less for that. From his shining snout to his stumpy tail, he was a lion and a half, the length of 2 tall men. He looked over his shoulder, and his huge mouth was open with the exertion of holding up his great carcass, and his tongue lay out. He got his footing and came down slowly, a yard nearer. "Bear," said Ugh lomi, looking round with his white face. But Eudena, with terror in her eyes, was pointing down the cliff. Ugh lomi's mouth fell open, for down below, with her big 4 feet against the rock, stood another big brown-gray bulk, the she-bear. She was not so big as Andoo, but she was big enough for all that. Then suddenly Ugh lomi gave a cry, and catching up a handful of litter of ferns that lay scattered on the ledge, he thrust it into the pallid ashes of the fire. "Brother Fire!" he cried, "Brother Fire!" And Eudena, starting into activity, did likewise. "Brother Fire! Help! Help! Brother Fire!" Brother Fire was still red in his heart, but he turned to gray as they scattered him. "Brother Fire!" they screamed, but he whispered and passed, and there was nothing but ashes. Then Ugh lomi danced with anger and struck the ashes with his fist, but Eudena began to hammer the firestone against a flint, and the eyes of each were turning ever and again towards the gully by which Andoo was climbing down. Brother Fire! Suddenly the huge furry hindquarters of the bear came into view. Beneath the bulge of the chalk that had hidden him, he was still clambering gingerly down the nearly vertical surface. His head was yet out of sight, but they could hear him talking to himself. "Pig and monkey," said the cave bear. "It ought to be good." Eudena struck a spark and blew at it. It twinkled brighter and then went out. At that she cast down the flint and the firestone, and stared blankly. Then she sprang to her feet and scrambled a yard or so up the cliff above the ledge. How she hung on even for a moment I do not know, for the chalk was vertical and without grip for a monkey. In a couple of seconds she had slid back to the ledge again with bleeding hands. Ugh lomi was making frantic rushes about the ledge. Now he would go to the edge, now to the gully. He did not know what to do. He could not think. The she-bear looked smaller than her mate, much. If they rushed down on her together, one might live. "Ugh," said the cave bear, and Ugh lomi turned again and saw his little eyes peering under the bulge of the chalk. Eudena, cowering at the edge of the ledge, began to scream like a gripped rabbit. At that a sort of madness came upon Ugh lomi. With a mighty cry, he caught up his axe and ran towards Andu. The monster gave a grunt of surprise. In a moment Ugh lomi was clinging to a bush right underneath the bear, and in another he was hanging to its back, half buried in fur, with one fist clutched in the hair under its jaw. The bear was too astonished at this fantastic attack to do more than cling passive. And then the axe, the first of all axes, rang on its skull. The bear's head twisted from side to side, and he began a petulant, scolding growl. The axe bit within an inch of his left eye, and the hot blood blinded that side. At that the brute roared with surprise and anger, and his teeth gnashed 6 inches from Ugh lomi's face. Then the axe, clubbed close, came down heavily on the corner of the jaw. The next blow blinded the right side and called forth a roar, this time of pain. Eudena saw the huge, flat feet slipping and sliding, and suddenly the bear gave a clumsy leap sideways, as if for the ledge. Then everything vanished, and the hazel smashed, and a roar of pain and a tumult of shouts and growls came up from far below. Eudena screamed and ran to the edge and peered over. For a moment man and bears were a heap together, Ugh lomi uppermost, and then he had sprung clear and was scaling the gully again, with the bears rolling and striking at one another among the hazels. But he had left his axe below, and 3 knob-ended streaks of carmine were shooting down his thigh. "Up!" he cried, and in a moment Eudena was leading the way to the top of the cliff. In half a minute they were at the crest, their hearts pumping noisily, with Andu and his wife far and safe below them. Andu was sitting on his haunches, both paws at work, trying with quick, exasperated movements to wipe the blindness out of his eyes, and the she-bear stood on all fours, a little way off, ruffled in appearance and growling angrily. Ugh lomi flung himself flat on the grass, and lay panting and bleeding, with his face on his arms. For a second Eudena regarded the bears. Then she came and sat beside him, looking at him. Presently she put forth her hand timidly and touched him, and made the guttural sound that was his name. He turned over and raised himself on his arm. His face was pale, like the face of one who is afraid. He looked at her steadfastly for a moment, and then suddenly he laughed. "Wah!" he said, exultantly. "Wah!" said she, a simple but expressive conversation. Then Ugh lomi came and knelt beside her, and on hands and knees peered over the brow and examined the gorge. His breath was steady now, and the blood on his leg had ceased to flow, though the scratches the she-bear had made were open and wide. He squatted up and sat staring at the footmark of the great bear as they came to the gully. They were as wide as his head and twice as long. Then he jumped up and went along the cliff face until the ledge was visible. Here he sat down for some time thinking, while Eudena watched him. Presently she saw the bears had gone. At last Ugh lomi rose, as one whose mind is made up. He returned towards the gully, Eudena keeping close by him, and together they clambered to the ledge. They took the firestone and a flint, and then Ugh lomi went down to the foot of the cliff very cautiously and found his axe. They returned to the cliff as quietly as they could and set off at a brisk walk. The ledge was a home no longer, with such callers in the neighborhood. Ugh lomi carried the axe and Eudena the firestone. So simple was a Paleolithic removal. They went upstream, although it might lead to the very lair of the cave bear, because there was no other way to go. Down the stream was the tribe, and had not Ugh lomi killed Uya and Wau? By the stream they had to keep because of drinking. So they marched through beech trees, with the gorge deepening until the river flowed, a frothing rapid 500 feet below them. Of all the changeful things in this world of change, the course of rivers in deep valleys changed least. It was the river Wey, the river we know today, and they marched over the very spot where nowadays stand little Guildford and Godalming, the first human beings to come into the land. Once a gray ape chattered and vanished, and all along the cliff edge, vast and even, ran the spoor of the great cave bear. And then the spoor of the bear fell away from the cliff, showing, Ugh lomi thought, that he had come from some place to the left, and keeping to the cliff's edge, they presently came to an end. They found themselves looking down on a great semicircular space caused by the collapse of the cliff. It had smashed right across the gorge, banking up the stream water back in a pool which overflowed in a rapid. The slip had happened long ago. It was grassed over, but the face of the cliffs that stood about the semicircle was still almost fresh-looking, and white as on the day when the rock must have broken and slid down. Starkly exposed and black under the foot of these cliffs were the mouths of several caves. As they stood there, looking at the space, and disinclined to skirt it, because they thought the bear's lair lay somewhere on the left, in the direction they must needs take, they saw suddenly first one bear, and then two, coming up the grass slope to the right, and going across the amphitheater towards the caves. Andu was the first. He dropped a little on his forefoot, and his mane was despondent, and the she-bear came shuffling behind. Eudena and Ugh lomi stepped back from the cliff until they could just see the bears over the verge. Then Ugh lomi stopped. Eudena pulled his arm, but he turned with a forbidding gesture, and her hand dropped. Ugh lomi stood watching the bears, with his axe in his hand, until they had vanished into the cave. He growled softly and shook the axe at the she-bear's receding quarters. Then, to Eudena's terror, instead of creeping off with her, he lay flat down and crawled forward into such a position that he could just see the cave. It was the bear's, and he did it as calmly as if it had been rabbits he was watching. He lay still, like a barked log, sun-dappled, in the shadow of the trees. He was thinking, and Eudena had learnt, even when a little girl, that when Ugh lomi became still like that, jawbone on fist, novel things presently began to happen. It was an hour before the thinking was over. It was noon when the two little savages had found their way to the cliff brow that overhung the bear's cave. All that long afternoon they fought desperately with a great boulder of chalk, trundling it with nothing but their unaided sturdy muscles, from the gully where it had hung like a loose tooth towards the cliff top. It was full 2 yards about. It stood as high as Eudena's waist. It was obtuse, angled, and toothed with flints. And when the sun set, it was poised 3 inches from the edge, above the cave of the great cave bear. In the cave conversation languished during that afternoon. The she-bear snoozed sulkily in her corner, for she was fond of pig and monkey, and Andu was busy licking the side of his paw and smearing his face to cool the smart and inflammation of his wounds. Afterwards he went and sat just within the mouth of the cave, blinking out at the afternoon sun with his uninjured eye and thinking. "I was never so startled in my life," he said at last. "They are the most extraordinary beasts, attacking me." "I don't like 'em," said the she-bear out of the darkness behind. "A feebler sort of beast I never saw. I can't think what the world is coming to. Scraggly, weedy legs. Wonder how they keep warm in the winter." "Very likely they don't," said the she-bear. "I suppose it's a sort of monkey gone wrong." "It's a change," said the she-bear. A pause. "The advantage he had was merely accidental," said Andoo. "These things will happen at times." "I can't understand why you let go," said the she-bear. That matter had been discussed before and settled, so Andoo, being a bear of experience, remained silent for a space. Then he resumed upon a different aspect of the matter. "He has a sort of claw, a long claw, that he seemed to have first on one paw and then on the other. Just one claw. They're very odd things. The bright thing, too, they seem to have. Like the glare that comes in the sky in daytime. Only it jumps about. It's really worth seeing. It is a thing with a root, too, like grass when it's windy." "Does it bite?" asked the she-bear. "If it bites, it can't be a plant." "No, I don't know," said Andoo. "But it's curious, anyhow." "I wonder if they are good eating," said the she-bear. "They look it," said Andoo, with appetite, for the cave bear, like the polar bear, was an incurable carnivore. No roots or honey for him. The two bears fell into a meditation for a space. Then Andoo resumed his simple attentions to his eye. The sunlight up the green slope before the cave mouth grew warmer in tone and warmer, until it was a ruddy amber. "Curious sort of thing, day," said the cave bear. "Lot too much of it, I think. Quite unsuitable for hunting. Dazzles me always. I can't smell nearly so well by day." The she-bear did not answer, but there came a measured crunching sound out of the darkness. She had turned up a bone. Andoo yawned. "Well," he said. He strolled to the cave mouth and stood with his head projecting, surveying the amphitheatre. He found he had to turn his head completely round to see objects on his right-hand side. No doubt the eye would be all right tomorrow. He yawned again. There was a tap overhead, and a big mass of chalk flew out from the cliff face, dropped a yard in front of his nose, and starred into a dozen unequal fragments. It startled him extremely. When he had recovered a little from his shock, he went and sniffed curiously at the representative pieces of the falling projectile. They had a distinct flavor, oddly reminiscent of the two drab animals on the ledge. He sat up and pawed the larger lump, walked round it several times, trying to find a man about it somewhere. When night had come, he went off down the river gorge to see if he could cut off either of the ledge's occupants. The ledge was empty. There was no sign of the red thing. But as he was rather hungry, he did not loiter long that night, but pushed on to pick up a red deer fawn. He forgot about the drab animals. He found a fawn, but the doe was close by, and made an ugly fight for her young. Andoo had to leave the fawn, but as her blood was up, she stuck to the attack, and at last he got in a blow of his paw on her nose, and so got hold of her. More meat, but less delicacy, and the she-bear, following, had her share. The next afternoon, curiously enough, the very fellow of the first white rock fell, and smashed precisely according to precedent. The aim of the third that fell that night after, however, was better. It hit Andoo's unspeculative skull with a crack that echoed up the cliff, and the white fragments went dancing to all points of the compass. The she-bear, coming after him and sniffing curiously at him, found him lying in an odd sort of attitude, with his head wet and all out of shape. She was a young she-bear and inexperienced. and having sniffed about him for some time, and licked him a little, and so forth, she decided to leave him until the odd mood had passed, and went on her hunting alone. She looked up the fawn of the red doe they had killed 2 nights ago, and found it. But it was lonely hunting without Andoo, and she returned caveward before dawn. The sky was gray and overcast. The trees up the gorge were black and unfamiliar, and into her ursine mind came a dim sense of strange and dreary happenings. She lifted up her voice and called Andoo by name. The sides of the gorge re-echoed her. As she approached the caves, she saw in the half-light and heard a couple of jackals scuttle off, and immediately after a hyena howled, and a dozen clumsy bulks went lumbering up the slope, and stopped and yelled derision. "Lord of the rocks and caves, ya-ha!" came down the wind. The dismal feeling in the she-bear's mind became suddenly acute. She shuffled across the amphitheater. "Ya-ha!" said the hyenas, retreating. "Ya-ha!" The cave-bear was not lying quite in the same attitude, because the hyenas had been busy, and in one place his ribs showed white. Dotted over the turf about him lay the smashed fragments of the 3 great lumps of chalk, and the air was full of the scent of death. The she-bear stopped dead. Even now that the great and wonderful Andoo was killed was beyond her believing. Then she heard far overhead a sound, a queer sound, a little like the shout of a hyena, but fuller and lower in pitch. She looked up, her little dawn-blinded eyes seeing little, her nostrils quivering, and there on the cliff edge, far above her, against the bright pink of dawn, were the 2 little shaggy, round dark things, the heads of Eudena and Ugh lomi, as they shouted derision at her. But though she could not see them very distinctly, she could hear, and dimly she began to apprehend. A novel feeling, as of imminent strange evils, came into her heart. She began to examine the smashed fragments of chalk that lay about Andoo. For a space she stood still, looking about her, and making a low, continuous sound that was almost a moan. Then she went back incredulously to Andoo to make one last effort to rouse him. End of section 4. Of Tales in Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Story of the Stone Age, Part 3, The First Horseman. In the days before Ugh lomi, there was little trouble between the horses and men. They lived apart, the men in the river swamps and thickets, the horses on the wide grassy uplands between the chestnuts and the pines. Sometimes a pony would come straying into the clogging marshes to make a flint-hacked meal, and sometimes the tribe would find one, the kill of a lion, and drive off the jackals, and feast heartily, while the sun was high. These horses of the old time were clumsy at the fetlock and dun-colored, with a rough tail and big head. They came every springtime northwestward into the country after the swallows and before the hippopotami, as the grass on the wide downland stretches grew long. They came only in small bodies thus far, each herd, a stallion and 2 or 3 mares, and a foal or so, having its own stretch of country, and they went again when the chestnut trees were yellow, and the wolves came down the Wealden mountains. It was their custom to graze right out in the open, going into cover only in the heat of day. They avoided the long stretches of thorn and beechwood, preferring an isolated group of trees void of ambuscade, so that it was hard to come up upon them. They were never fighters. Their heels and teeth were for one another. But in the clear country, once they were started, no living thing came near them, though perhaps the elephant might have done so had he felt the need. And in those days man seemed a harmless thing enough. No whisper of prophetic intelligence told the species of the terrible slavery that was to come, of the whip and spur and bearing rein, the clumsy load and the slippery streets, the insufficient food and the knacker's yard that was to replace the wide grassland and the freedom of the earth. Down in the way marshes, Ugh lomi and Eudena had never seen the horses closely, but now they saw them every day as the two of them raided out from their lair on the ledge in the gorge, raiding together in search of food. They had returned to the ledge after the killing of Andu. For the she-bear they were not afraid. The she-bear had become afraid of them, and when she winded them, she went aside. The two went together everywhere, for since they had left the tribe, Eudena was not so much Ugh lomi's woman as his mate, and she learnt to hunt, as much, that is, as any woman could. She was indeed a marvellous woman. He would lie for hours watching a beast, or planning catches in that shock head of his, and she would stay beside him, with her bright eyes upon him, offering no irritating suggestions, as still as any man. A wonderful woman. At the top of the cliff was an open grassy lawn, and then beech woods, and going through the beech woods one came to the edge of the rolling grassy expanse, and in sight of the horses. Here on the edge of the wood and bracken were the rabbit burrows, and here among the fronds Eudena and Ugh lomi would lie with their throwing stones ready, until the little people came out to nibble and play in the sunset. And while Eudena would sit, a silent figure of watchfulness, regarding the burrows, Ugh lomi's eyes were ever away across the green sward at those wonderful grazing strangers. In a dim way he appreciated their grace and their supple nimbleness. As the sun declined in the evening time, and the heat of the day passed, they would become active, would start chasing one another, neighing, dodging, shaking their manes, coming round in great curves, sometimes so close that the pounding of the turf sounded like hurried thunder. It looked so fine that Ugh lomi wanted to join in badly, and sometimes one would roll over on the turf, kicking four hoofs heavenward, which seemed formidable, and was certainly much less alluring. Dim imaginations ran through Ugh lomi's mind as he watched, by virtue of which two rabbits lived the longer. And sleeping, his brains were clearer and bolder, for that was the way in those days. He came near the horses, he dreamt, and fought, smiting stone against hoof, but then the horses changed to men, or at least to men with horses' heads, and he awoke in a cold sweat of terror. Yet the next day in the morning, as the horses were grazing, one of the mares whinnied, and they saw Ugh lomi coming up the wind. They all stopped their eating and watched him. Ugh lomi was not coming towards them, but strolling obliquely across the open, looking at anything in the world but horses. He had stuck 3 fern fronds into the mat of his hair, giving him a remarkable appearance, and he walked very slowly. "What's up now?" said the master horse, who was capable but inexperienced. "It looks more like the first half of an animal than anything else in the world," he said. "4 legs and no hind." "It's only one of those pink monkey things," said the eldest mare. "They're a sort of river monkey. They're quite common on the plains." Ugh lomi continued his oblique advance. The eldest mare was struck with the want of motive in his proceedings. "Fool," said the eldest mare, in a quick conclusive way she had. She resumed her grazing. The master horse and the second mare followed suit. "Look, he's nearer," said the foal with the stripe. One of the younger foals made uneasy movements. Ugh lomi squatted down and sat regarding the horses fixedly. In a little while he was satisfied that they meant neither flight nor hostilities. He began to consider his next procedure. He did not feel anxious to kill, but he had his axe with him, and the spirit of the sport was upon him. How would one kill one of these creatures, these great, beautiful creatures? Eudena, watching him with fearful admiration from the cover of the bracken, saw him presently go on all fours, and so proceed again. But the horses preferred him a biped to a quadruped, and the master horse threw up his head and gave the word to move. Ugh lomi thought they were off for good, but after a minute's gallop they came round in a wide curve, and stood winding him. Then, as a rise in the ground hid him, they tailed out, the master horse leading, and approached him spirally. He was as ignorant of the possibilities of a horse as they were of his, and at this stage it would seem he funked. He knew this kind of stalking would make red deer or buffalo charge, if it were persisted in. At any rate, Eudena saw him jump up and come walking towards her with the fern plumes held in his hand. She stood up, and he grinned to show that the whole thing was an immense lark, and that what he had done was just what he had planned to do from the very beginning. So the incident ended, but he was very thoughtful all that day. The next day, this foolish drab creature with the leonine mane, instead of going about the grazing or hunting he was made for, was prowling round the horses again. The eldest mare was all for silent contempt. "I suppose he wants to learn something from us," she said. "Let him." The next day he was at it again. The master horse decided he meant absolutely nothing. But as a matter of fact, Ugh lomi, the first of men to feel that curious spell of the horse that binds us even to this day, meant a great deal. He admired them unreservedly. There was a rudiment of the snob in him, I'm afraid, and he wanted to be near these beautiful curved animals. Then there were vague conceptions of a kill, if only they would let him come near them. But they drew the line, he found, at 50 yards. If he came nearer than that they moved off, with dignity. I suppose it was the way he had blinded Andu that made him think of leaping on the back of one of them. But though Eudena after a time came out in the open too, and they did some unobtrusive stalking, things stopped there. Then one memorable day a new idea came to Ugh lomi. The horse looks down and level, but he does not look up. No animal looks up. They have too much common sense. It was only that fantastic creature, man, could waste his wits skyward. Ugh lomi made no philosophical deductions, but he perceived the thing was so. So he spent a weary day in a beech that stood in the open while Eudena stalked. Usually the horses went into the shade in the heat of the afternoon, but that day the sky was overcast, and they would not, in spite of Eudena's solicitude. It was 2 days after that Ugh lomi had his desire. The day was blazing hot, and the multiplying flies asserted themselves. The horses stopped grazing before midday, and came into the shadow below him, and stood in couples, nose to tail, flapping. The master horse, by virtue of his heels, came closest to the tree, and suddenly there was a rustle and a creak, a thud. Then a sharp chipped flint bit him on the cheek. The master horse stumbled, came on one knee, rose to his feet, and was off like the wind. The air was full of the whirl of limbs, the prance of hoofs, and snorts of alarm. Ugh lomi was pitched a foot in the air, came down again, up again. His stomach hit violently, and then his knees got a grip of something between them. He found himself clutching with knees, feet, and hands, careening violently with extraordinary oscillation through the air, his axe gone heaven knows whither. "Hold tight," said Mother Instinct, and he did. He was aware of a lot of coarse hair in his face, some of it between his teeth, and of green turf streaming past in front of his eyes. He saw the shoulder of the master horse, vast and sleek, with the muscles flowing swiftly under the skin. He perceived that his arms were round the neck, and that the violent jerkings he experienced had a sort of rhythm. Then he was in the midst of a wild rush of tree stems, and then there were fronds of bracken about, and then more open turf, then a stream of pebbles rushing past, little pebbles flying sideways athwart the stream from the blow of the swift hoofs. Ugh lomi began to feel frightfully sick and giddy, but he was not the stuff to leave go simply because he was uncomfortable. He dared not leave his grip, but he tried to make himself more comfortable. He released his hug on the neck, gripping the mane instead. He slipped his knees forward, and pushing back, came into a sitting position where the quarters broadened. It was nervous work, but he managed it, and at last he was fairly seated astride, breathless indeed and uncertain, but with that frightful pounding of his body at any rate relieved. Slowly the fragments of Ugh lomi's mind got into order again. The pace seemed to him terrific, but a kind of exaltation was beginning to oust his first frantic terror. The air rushed by, sweet and wonderful. The rhyme of the hoofs changed and broke up and returned into itself again. They were on turf now, a wide glade, the beech trees 100 yards away on either side, and a succulent band of green, starred with pink blossoms and shot with silver water here and there, meandered down the middle. Far off was a glimpse of blue valley, far away. The exaltation grew. It was man's first taste of pace. Then came a wide space dappled with flying fallow deer scattering this way and that, and then a couple of jackals, mistaking Ugh lomi for a lion, came hurrying after him. And when they saw it was not a lion, they still came on out of curiosity. On galloped the horse with his one idea of escape, and after him the jackals, with pricked ears and quickly barked remarks. "Which kills first?" said the first jackal. "It's the horse being killed," said the second. They gave the howl a following, and the horse answered to it as a horse answers nowadays to the spur. On they rushed, a little tornado through the quiet day, putting up startled birds, sending a dozen unexpected things darting to cover, raising a myriad of indignant dung flies, and smashing little blossoms, flowering complacently, back into their parental turf. Trees again, and then splash, splash across the torrent. Then a hare shot out of the turf of grass under the very hoofs of the master horse, and the jackals left them incontinently. So presently they broke into the open again, a wide expanse of turfy hillside, the very grassy downs that fall northward nowadays from the Epsom stand. The first hot bolt of Master Horse was long since over. He was falling into a measured trot, and Ugh lomi, albeit bruised exceedingly, and quite uncertain of the future, was in a state of glorious enjoyment. And now came a new development. The pace broke again. The Master Horse came round on a short curve and stopped dead. Ugh lomi became alert. He wished he had his flint, but the throwing flint he had carried in a thong about his waist was, like the axe, heaven knows where. The Master Horse turned his head, and Ugh lomi became aware of eye and teeth. He whipped his leg into a position of security, and hit at the cheek with his fist. Then the head went down, somewhere out of existence apparently, and the back he was sitting on flew up into a dome. Ugh lomi became a thing of instinct again, strictly prehensile. He held by knees and feet, and his head seemed sliding towards the turf. His fingers were twisted into the shock of mane, and the rough hair of the horse saved him. The gradient he was on lowered again, and then whoop, said Ugh lomi, astonished, and the slant was the other way up. But Ugh lomi was 1,000 generations nearer the primordial than man. No monkey could have held on better, and the lion had been training the horse for countless generations against the tactics of rolling and rearing back. But he kicked like a master, and Buck jumped rather neatly. In 5 minutes Ugh lomi lived a lifetime. If he came off, the horse would kill him, he felt assured. The Master Horse decided to stick to his old tactics again, and suddenly went off at a gallop. He headed down the slope, taking the steep places at a rush, swerving neither to the right nor to the left. And as they rode down, the wide expanse of valley sank out of sight behind the approaching skirmishes of oak and hawthorn. They skirted a sudden hollow with the pool of a spring, rank weeds and silver bushes. The ground grew softer and the grass taller, and on the right-hand side and the left came scattered bushes of may, still splashed with belated blossoms. Presently the bushes thickened until they lashed the passing rider, and little flashes and gouts of blood came out on horse and man. Then the way opened again. And then came a wonderful adventure. A sudden squeal of unreasonable anger rose amid the bushes, the squeal of some creature bitterly wronged. And crashing after them appeared a big, gray-blue shape. It was Yah, the big horned rhinoceros, in one of those fits of fury of his, charging full tilt after the manner of his kind. He had been startled at his feeding, and someone, it did not matter who, was to be ripped and trampled therefore. He was bearing down on them from the left, with his wicked little eye red, his great horn down, and his tail like a jury-mast behind. For a minute Ugh lomi was minded to slip off and dodge, and then, behold, the staccato of the hoofs grew swifter, and the rhinoceros and his stumpy little hurrying legs seemed to slide out at the back corner of Ugh lomi's eyes. In 2 minutes they were through the bushes of may and out in the open, going fast. For a space he could hear the ponderous paces in pursuit receding behind him, and then it was just as if Yah had not lost his temper, as if Yah had never existed. The pace never faltered. On they rode and on. Ugh lomi was now all exultation. To exult in those days was to insult. "Yaha, Big Nose," he said, trying to crane back and see some remote speck of a pursuer. "Why don't you carry your smiting stone in your fist?" He ended with a frantic whoop. But that whoop was unfortunate, for coming close to the ear of the horse, and being quite unexpected, it startled the stallion extremely. He shied violently. Ugh lomi suddenly found himself uncomfortable again. He was hanging on to the horse, he found, by one arm and one knee. The rest of the ride was honorable but unpleasant. The view was chiefly of blue sky, and that was combined with the most unpleasant physical sensations. Finally, a bush of thorn lashed him, and he let go. He hit the ground with his cheek and shoulder, and then, after a complicated and an extraordinarily rapid movement, hit it again with the end of his backbone. He saw splashes and sparks of light and color. The ground seemed bouncing about just like the horse had done. Then he found he was sitting on turf 6 yards beyond the bush. In front of him was a space of grass, growing greener and greener, and a number of human beings in the distance, and the horse was going round at a smart gallop quite a long way off to the right. The human beings were on the opposite side of the river, some still in the water, but they were all running away as hard as they could. The advent of a monster that took 2 pieces was not the sort of novelty they cared for. For quite a minute Ugh lomi sat regarding them in a purely spectacular spirit. The bend of the river, the knoll among the reeds and royal ferns, the thin streams of smoke going up to heaven, were all perfectly familiar to him. It was the squatting place of the sons of Uya, from whom he had fled with Eudena, and whom he had waylaid in the chestnut woods and killed with the first axe. He rose to his feet, still dazed from his fall, and as he did so, the scattering fugitives turned and regarded him. Some pointed to the receding horse and chattered. He walked slowly towards them, staring. He forgot the horse. He forgot his own bruises in the growing interest of this encounter. There were fewer of them than there had been. He supposed the others must have hid. The heap of fern for the night fire was not so high. By the flint heaps should have sat Wau, but then he remembered he had killed Wau. Suddenly, brought back to this familiar scene, the gorge and the bears and Eudena seemed things remote, things dreamt of. He stopped at the bank and stood regarding the tribe. His mathematical abilities were of the slightest, but it was certain there were fewer. The men might be away, but there were fewer women and children. He gave the shout of homecoming. His quarrel had been with Uya and Wau, not with the others. "Children of Uya," he cried. They answered with his name, a little fearfully because of the strange way he had come. For a space they spoke together. Then an old woman lifted a shrill voice and answered him. "Our Lord is a lion." Ugh lomi did not understand that saying. They answered him again, several together. "Uya comes again. He comes as a lion. Our Lord is a lion. He comes at night. He slays whom he will. But none other may slay us. Ugh lomi, none other may slay us." Still Ugh lomi did not understand. "Our Lord is a lion. He speaks no more to men." Ugh lomi stood regarding them. He had had dreams. He knew that though he had killed Uya, Uya still existed, and now they told him Uya was a lion. The shriveled old woman, the mistress of the fire minders, suddenly turned and spoke softly to those next to her. She was a very old woman indeed, and she had been the first of Uya's wives, and he had let her live beyond the age to which it is seemly a woman should be permitted to live. She had been cunning from the first, cunning to please Uya and to get food. And now she was great in council. She spoke softly, and Ugh lomi watched her, shriveled from across the river, with a curious distaste. Then she called aloud, "Come over to us, Ugh lomi." A girl suddenly lifted up her voice. "Come over to us, Ugh lomi," she said, and they all began crying, "Come over to us, Ugh lomi." It was strange how their manner changed after the old woman called. He stood quite still, watching them all. It was pleasant to be called, and the girl who had called first was a pretty one, but she made him think of Eudena. "Come over to us, Ugh lomi," they cried, and the voice of the shriveled old woman rose above them all. At the sound of her voice, his hesitation returned. He stood on the river bank, Ugh lomi, Ugh the thinker, with his thoughts slowly taking shape. Presently one and then another paused to see what he would do. He was minded to go back, and he was minded not to. Suddenly his fear or his caution got the upper hand. Without answering them, he turned and walked back towards the distant thorn trees, the way he had come. Forthwith the whole tribe started crying to him again very eagerly. He hesitated and turned. Then he went on. Then he turned again, and then once again, regarding them with troubled eyes as they called. The last time he took 2 paces back before his fear stopped him. They saw him stop once more, and suddenly shake his head and vanish among the hawthorn trees. Then all the women and children lifted up their voices together and called to him in one last vain effort. Far down the river the reeds were stirring in the breeze, where, convenient for his new sort of feeding, the old lion, who had taken to man-eating, had made his lair. The old woman turned her face that way and pointed to the hawthorn thickets. "Uya," she screamed, "there goes thine enemy. There goes thy enemy, Uya. Why do you devour us nightly? We have tried to snare him. There goes thine enemy, Uya." But the lion who preyed upon the tribe was taking his siesta. The cry went unheard. That day he had dined on one of the plumper girls, and his mood was a comfortable placidity. He really did not understand that he was Uya, or that Ugh lomi was his enemy. So it was that Ugh lomi rode the horse, and heard first of Uya the lion, who had taken the place of Uya the master, and was eating up the tribe. As he hurried back to the gorge, his mind was no longer full of the horse, but the thought of Uya was still alive, to slay or be slain. Over and over again he saw the shrunken band of women and children crying that Uya was a lion, Uya was a lion. And presently, fearing the twilight might come upon him, Ugh lomi began running. End of section 5. of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Story of the Stone Age, Part 4. Uya the Lion. The old lion was in luck. The tribe had a certain pride in their ruler, but that was all the satisfaction they got out of it. He came the very night that Ugh lomi killed Uya the Cunning, and so it was they named him Uya. It was the old woman, the fire-minder, who first named him Uya. A shower had lowered the fires to a glow, and made the night dark. And as they conversed together, and peered at one another in the darkness, and wondered fearfully what Uya would do to them in their dreams, now that he was dead, they heard the mounting reverberations of the lion's roar close at hand. Then everything was still. They held their breath, so that almost the only sounds were the patter of the rain and the hiss of the raindrops in the ashes, and then, after an interminable time, a crash and a shriek of fear and a growling. They sprang to their feet, shouting, screaming, running this way and that. But brands would not burn, and in a minute the victim was being dragged away through the ferns. It was Urk, the brother of Wau. So the lion came. The ferns were still wet from the rain the next night, and he came and took Click with a red hair. That sufficed for 2 nights, and then in the dark between the moons he came 3 nights, night after night, and that though they had good fires. He was an old lion with stumpy teeth, but very silent and very cool. He knew of fires before. These were not the first of mankind that had ministered to his old age. The 3rd night he came between the outer fire and the inner, and he leaped the flint heap, and pulled down the son of Urk, who had seemed like to be the leader. That was a dreadful night, because they lit great flares of fern and ran screaming, and the lion missed his hold of By the glare of the fire they saw struggle up and run a little way towards them, and then the lion in 2 bounds had him down again. That was the last of So fear came, and all the delight of spring passed out of their lives. Already there were 5 gone out of the tribe, and 4 nights added 3 more to the number. Food-seeking became spiritless. No one knew who might go next, and all day the women toiled, and even the favorite women, gathering litter and sticks for the night fires. And the hunters hunted ill. In the warm springtime, hunger came again, as though it was still winter. The tribe might have moved, had they had a leader, but they had no leader, and no one knew where to go that the lion could not follow them. So the old lion waxed fat, and thanked heaven for the kindly race of men. 2 of the children and a youth died while the moon was still new, and then it was the shriveled old fire-minder first bethought herself in a dream of Udina and Ugh lomi, and of the way Uya had been slain. She had lived in fear of Uya all her days, and now she lived in fear of the lion. That Ugh lomi could kill Uya for good, Ugh lomi, whom she had seen born, was impossible. It was Uya still seeking his enemy. And then came the strange return of Ugh lomi, a wonderful animal seen galloping far across the river, that suddenly changed into 2 animals, a horse and a man. Following this portent, the vision of Ugh lomi on the farther bank of the river, yes, it was all plain to her. Uya was punishing them, because they had not hunted down Ugh lomi and Udina. The men came straggling back to the chances of the night, while the sun was still golden in the sky. They were received with the story of Ugh lomi. She went across the river with them, and showed them his spoor, hesitating on the farther bank. Sis the tracker knew the feet for Ugh lomi's. "Uya needs Ugh lomi," cried the old woman, standing on the left of the bend, a gesticulating figure of flaring bronze in the sunset. Her cries were strange sounds, flitting to and fro on the borderland of speech. But this was the sense they carried. The lion needs Eudina. He comes night after night, seeking Eudina and Ugh lomi. When he cannot find Eudina and Ugh lomi, he grows angry and he kills. Hunt Eudina and Ugh lomi, Eudina whom he pursued, and Ugh lomi for whom he gave the death word. Hunt Eudina and Ugh lomi." She turned to the distant reed bed, as sometimes she had turned to Uya in his life. "Is it not so, my lord?" she cried, and as if in answer, the tall reeds bowed before a breath of wind. Far into the twilight the sound of hacking was heard from the squatting places. It was the men sharpening their aspen spears against the hunting of the morrow. And in the night, early before the moon rose, the lion came and took the girl of Sis the tracker. In the morning, before the sun had risen, Sis the tracker and the lad Wau Howl, who now chipped flints, and One Eye and Bow, and the Snail Eater, the two red-haired men, and Cat's Skin and Snake, all the men that were left alive of the sons of Uya, taking their ash spears and their smiting stones, and with throwing stones in the beast-paw bags, started forth upon the trail of Ugh lomi, through the hawthorn thickets where Ya, the rhinoceros, and his brothers were feeding, and up the bare downland toward the beech woods. That night the fires burnt high and fierce, and the waxing moon set, and the lion left the crouching women and children in peace. And the next day, while the sun was still high, the hunters returned, all save One Eye, who lay dead with a smashed skull at the foot of the ledge. When Ugh lomi came back that evening from stalking the horses, he found the vultures already busy over him, and with them the hunters brought Eudina, bruised and wounded, but alive. That had been the strange order of the shriveled old woman, that she was to be brought alive. She is no kill for us. She is for Uya the lion. Her hands were tied with thongs, as though she had been a man, and she came weary and drooping, her hair over her eyes and matted with blood. They walked about her, and ever and again the Snail Eater, whose name she had given, would laugh and strike her with his ashen spear. And after he had struck her with his spear, he would look over his shoulder like one who had done an overbold deed. The others, too, looked over their shoulders ever and again, and all were in a hurry save Eudina. When the old woman saw them coming, she cried aloud with joy. They made Eudina cross the river with her hands tied, although the current was strong, and when she slipped, the old woman screamed, first with joy, and then for fear she might be drowned. And when they had dragged Eudina to shore, she could not stand for a time, albeit they beat her sore. So they let her sit with her feet touching the water, and her eyes staring before her, and her face set, whatever they might do or say. All the tribe came down to the squatting place, even curly little Ha-Ha, who as yet could scarcely toddle, and stood staring at Eudina and the old woman, as now we would stare at some strange wounded beast and its captor. The old woman tore off the necklace of Uya that was about Eudina's neck, and put it on herself. She had been the first to wear it. Then she tore at Eudina's hair, and took a spear from Sis, and beat her with all her might. And when she had vented the warmth of her heart on the girl, she looked closely into her face. Eudina's eyes were closed, and her features were set, and she lay so still that for a moment the old woman feared she was dead. And then her nostrils quivered. At that the old woman slapped her face, and laughed, and gave the spear to Sis again, and went a little way off from her, and began to talk and jeer at her after her manner. The old woman had more words than any in the tribe, and her talk was a terrible thing to hear. Sometimes she screamed and moaned incoherently, and sometimes the shape of her guttural cries were the mere phantom of thoughts. But she conveyed to Eudina, nevertheless, much of the things that were yet to come, of the lion and of the torment he would do her. And Ugh lomi, ha! Ugh lomi is slain. And suddenly Eudina's eyes opened, and she sat up again, and her look met the old woman's fair and level. "No," she said slowly, like one trying to remember, "I did not see my Ugh lomi slain. I did not see my Ugh lomi slain." "Tell her," cried the old woman. "Tell her he that killed him. Tell her how Ugh lomi was slain." She looked, and all the women and children there looked, from man to man. None answered her. They stood shamefaced. "Tell her," said the old woman. The men looked at one another. Eudena's face suddenly lit. "Tell her," she said. "Tell her, mighty men. Tell her the killing of Ugh lomi." The old woman rose and struck her sharply across her mouth. "We could not find Ugh lomi," said Sis the tracker slowly. "Who hunts two, kills none." Then Eudena's heart leaped, but she kept her face hard. It was as well, for the old woman looked at her sharply with murder in her eyes. Then the old woman turned her tongue upon the men because they had feared to go on after Ugh lomi. She dreaded no one now Uya was slain. She scolded them as one scolds children, and they scowled at her and began to accuse one another, until suddenly Sis the tracker raised his voice and bade her hold her peace. And so when the sun was setting, they took Eudena and went, though their hearts sank within them, along the trail the old lion had made in the reeds. All the men went together. At one place was a group of alders, and here they hastily bound Eudena where the lion might find her when he came abroad in the twilight. And having done so, they hurried back until they were near the squatting place. Then they stopped. Sis stopped first and looked back again at the alders. They could see her head even from the squatting place, a little black shock under the limb of the larger tree. That was as well. All the women and children stood watching upon the crest of the mound, and the old woman stood and screamed for the lion to take her whom he sought, and counselled him on the torments he might do her. Eudena was very weary now, stunned by the beatings and fatigue and sorrow, and only the fear of the thing that was still to come upheld her. The sun was broad and blood-red between the stems of the distant chestnuts, and the west was all on fire. The evening breeze had died to a warm tranquillity. The air was full of midge swarms. The fish in the river hard by would leap at times, and now and again a cockchafer would drone through the air. Out of the corner of her eye, Eudena could see a part of the squatting knoll, and little figures standing and staring at her. And a very little sound, but very clear, she could hear the beating of the firestones. Dark and near to her, and still, was the reed-fringed thicket of the lair. Presently the firestones ceased. She looked for the sun, and found he had gone, and overhead and growing brighter was the waxing moon. She looked towards the thicket of the lair, seeing shapes in the reeds, and then suddenly she began to wriggle and wriggle, weeping and calling upon Ugh lomi. But Ugh lomi was far away. When they saw her head moving with her struggles, they shouted together on the knoll, and she desisted and was still. And then came the bats, and the star that was like Ugh lomi crept out of its blue hiding place in the west. She called to it, but softly, because she feared the lion, and all through the coming of the twilight the thicket was still. So the dark crept upon Eudena, and the moon grew bright, and the shadows of things that had fled up the hillside and vanished with the evening came back to them short and black. And the dark shapes in the thickets of reeds and alders where the lion lay gathered. A faint stir began there, but nothing came out therefrom all through the gathering of the darkness. She looked at the squatting place and saw the fires glowing smoky red, and the men and women going to and fro. The other way, over the river, a white mist was rising. Then far away came the whimpering of young foxes and the yell of a hyena. There were long gaps of aching and waiting, and after a long time some animal splashed in the water and seemed to cross the river at the ford beyond the lair, but what animal it was she could not see. From the distant drinking pools she could hear the sounds of splashing and the noise of elephants, so still was the night. The earth was now a colorless arrangement of white reflections and impenetrable shadows under the blue sky. The silver moon was already spotted with filigree crests of the chestnut woods, and over the shadowy eastward hills the stars were multiplying. The knoll fires were bright red now, and black figures stood waiting against them. They were waiting for a scream. Surely it would be soon. The night suddenly seemed full of movement. She held her breath. Things were passing. 1, 2, 3. Subtly sneaking shadows. Jackals? Then a long waiting again. Then asserting itself as real at once over the sounds her mind had imagined, came a stir in the thicket, then a vigorous movement. There was a snap. The reeds crashed heavily, once, twice, thrice, and then everything was still save a measured swishing. She heard a low, tremulous growl, and then everything was still again. The stillness lengthened. Would it never end? She held her breath. She bit her lips to stop screaming. Then something scuttled through the undergrowth. Her scream was involuntary. She did not hear the answering yell from the mound. Immediately the thicket woke up to vigorous movement again. She saw the grass stems waving in the light of the setting moon, the alders swaying. She struggled violently, her last struggle, but nothing came towards her. A dozen monsters seemed rushing about in that little place for a couple of minutes, and then again came silence. The moon sank behind the distant chestnuts, and the night was dark. Then an odd sound, a sobbing panting that grew faster and fainter. Yet another silence, and then dim sounds and the grunting of some animal. Everything was still again. Far away eastward an elephant trumpeted, and from the woods came a snarling and yelping that died away. In the long interval the moon shone out again between the stems of the trees on the ridge, sending 2 great bars of light and a bar of darkness across the reedy waste. Then came a steady rustling, a splash, and the reeds swayed wider and wider apart, and at last they broke open, cleft from root to crest. The end had come. She looked to see the thing that had come out of the reeds. For a moment it seemed certainly the great head and jaw she expected, and then it dwindled and changed. It was a dark, low thing that remained silent, but it was not the lion. It became still. Everything became still. She peered. It was like some gigantic frog. 2 limbs and a slanting body. Its head moved about searching the shadows. A rustle, and it moved clumsily with a sort of hopping, and as it moved it gave a low groan. The blood rushing through her veins was suddenly joy. "Ugh me," she whispered. The thing stopped. "Eudena," he answered softly, with pain in his voice, and peering into the alders. He moved again, and came out of the shadow beyond the reeds into the moonlight. All his body was covered with dark smears. She saw he was dragging his legs, and that he gripped his axe, the first axe, in one hand. In another moment he had struggled into the position of all fours, and had staggered over to her. "The lion," he said, in a strange mingling of exaltation and anguish. "Wau! I have slain a lion with my own hand, even as I slew the great bear." He moved to emphasize his words, and suddenly broke off with a faint cry. For a space he did not move. "Let me free," whispered Eudena. He answered her no words, but pulled himself up from his crawling attitude by means of the alder stem, and hacked at her thongs with the sharp edge of his axe. She heard him sob at each blow. He cut away the thongs about her chest and arms, and then his hand dropped. His chest struck against her shoulder, and he slipped down beside her and lay still. But the rest of her release was easy. Very hastily she freed herself. She made one step from the tree, and her head was spinning. Her last conscious movement was towards him. She reeled and dropped. Her hand fell upon his thigh. It was soft and wet, and gave way under her pressure. He cried out at her touch, and writhed, and lay still again. Presently a dark dog-like shape came very softly through the reeds, then stopped dead and stood sniffing, hesitated, and at last turned and slunk back into the shadows. Long was the time they remained there motionless, with the light of the setting moon shining upon their limbs. Very slowly as the setting of the moon, did the shadow of the reeds towards the mound flow over them. Presently their legs were hidden, and Ugh lomi was but a bust of silver. The shadow crept back to his neck, crept over his face, and so at last the darkness of the night swallowed them up. The shadow became full of instinctive stirrings. There was a patter of feet and a faint snarling, the sound of a blow. There was little sleep that night for the women and children at the squatting place until they heard Eudena scream. But the men were weary and sat dozing. When Eudena screamed, they felt assured of their safety and hurried to get the nearest places to the fires. The old women laughed at the scream, and laughed again because C, the little friend of Eudena, whimpered. Directly the dawn came, they were all alert and looking towards the alders. They could see that Eudena had been taken. They could not help feeling glad to think that Uya was appeased. But across the minds of the men the thought of Ugh lomi fell like a shadow. They could understand revenge, for the world was old in revenge, but they did not think of rescue. Suddenly a hyena fled out of the thicket, and came galloping across the reed space. His muslin paws were dark-stained. At the sight all the men shouted, and clutched at throwing spears and ran towards him, for no animal so pitiful a coward as the hyena by day. All men hated the hyena because he preyed on children, and would come and bite when one was sleeping on the edge of the squatting place. And Cat's skin, throwing fair and straight, hit the brute shrewdly on the flank, whereat the whole tribe yelled with delight. At the noise they made, there came a flapping of wings from the lair of the lion, and 3 white-headed vultures rose slowly and circled and came to rest amidst the branches of an alder overlooking the lair. "Our lord is abroad," said the old woman, pointing. "The vultures have had their share of Eudena." For a space they remained there, and then first one and another dropped back into the thicket. Then over the eastern woods, and touching the whole world to life and colour, poured, with the exultation of a trumpet blast, the light of the rising sun. At the sight of him the children shouted together, and clapped their hands, and began to race off towards the water. Only little C lagged behind, and looked wonderingly at the alders where she had seen the head of Eudena overnight. But Uya, the old lion, was not abroad but at home, and he lay very still, a little on one side. He was not in his lair, but a little way from it, in a place of trampled grass. Under one eye was a little wound, the feeble little bite of the first axe. But all the ground beneath his chest was ruddy brown, with a vivid streak, and in his chest was a little hole that had been made by Ugh lomi's stabbing spear. Along his side and at his neck the vultures had marked their claims. For so Ugh lomi had slain him, lying stricken under his paw and thrusting haphazard at his chest. He had driven the spear in with all his strength and stabbed the giant to the heart. So it was the reign of the lion, of a second incarnation of Uya the Master, came to an end. From the knoll the bustle of preparation grew, the hacking of spears and throwing stones. None spake the name of Ugh lomi, for fear that it might bring him. The men were going to keep together, close together, in the hunting for a day or so, and their hunting was to be Ugh lomi, lest instead he should come a hunting them. But Ugh lomi was lying very still and silent outside the lion's lair, and Eudena squatted beside him, with the ash spear, all smeared with lion's blood, gripped in her hand. End of section 6. Section 7 of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Story of the Stone Age. Part 5. The Fight in the Lion's Thicket. Ugh lomi lay still, his back against an alder, and his thigh was a red mass terrible to see. No civilized man could have lived who had been so sorely wounded. But Eudena got him thorns to close his wounds, and squatted beside him day and night, smiting the flies from him with a fan of reeds by day, and in the night threatening the hyenas with the first axe in her hand. And in a little while he began to heal. It was high summer, and there was no rain. Little food they had during the first 2 days. His wounds were open. In the low place where they hid were no roots nor little beasts, but the stream, with its water snails and fish, was in the open 100 yards away. So she could not go abroad by day for fear of the tribe, her brothers and sisters, nor by night for the fear of the beasts, both on his account and hers. So they shared the lion with the vultures. But there was a trickle of water near by, and Eudena brought him plenty in her hands. Where Ugh lomi lay was well hidden from the tribe by a thicket of alders, and all fenced about with bulrushes and tall reeds. The dead lion he had killed lay near his old lair on a place of trampled reeds 50 yards away, in sight through the reed stems, and the vultures fought each other for the choicest pieces and kept the jackals off him. Very soon a cloud of flies that looked like bees hung over him, and Ugh lomi could hear their humming. And when Ugh lomi's flesh was already healing, and it was not many days before that began, only a few bones of the lion remained scattered and shining white. For the most part, Ugh lomi sat still during the day, looking before him at nothing. Sometimes he would mutter of the horses and bears and lions, and sometimes he would beat the ground with the first axe and say the names of the tribe. He seemed to have no fear of bringing the tribe for hours together. But chiefly he slept, dreaming little because of his loss of blood and the slightness of his food. During the short summer night, both kept awake. All the while the darkness lasted, things moved about them, things they never saw by day. For some nights the hyenas did not come, and then one moonless night near a dozen came and fought for what was left of the lion. The night was a tumult of growling, and Ugh lomi and Eudena could hear the bones snap in their teeth. But they knew the hyena dared not attack any creature alive and awake, and so they were not greatly afraid. Of a daytime, Eudena would go along the narrow path the old lion had made in the reeds until she was beyond the bend, and then she would creep into the thicket and watch the tribe. She would lie close by the alders where they had bound her to offer her up to the lion, and thence she could see them on the knoll by the fire, small and clear, as she had seen them that night. But she told Ugh lomi little of what she saw, because she feared to bring them by their names, for so they believed in those days that naming called. She saw the men prepare stabbing spears and throwing stones on the morning after Ugh lomi had slain the lion, and go out to hunt him, leaving the women and children on the knoll. Little they knew how near he was as they tracked off in single file towards the hills, with Sis the tracker leading them. And she watched the women and children, after the men had gone, gathering fern fronds and twigs for the night fire, and the boys and girls running and playing together. But the very old woman made her feel afraid. Towards noon, when most of the others were down at the stream by the bend, she came and stood on the hither side of the knoll, a gnarled brown figure, and gesticulated so that Eudena could scarcely believe she was not seeing. Eudena lay like a hare in its form, with shining eyes fixed on the bent witch away there, and presently she dimly understood it was the lion the old woman was worshipping, the lion Ugh lomi had slain. And the next day the hunters came back, weary, carrying a fawn, and Eudena watched them feast enviously. And then came a strange thing. She saw, distinctly she heard, the old woman shrieking and gesticulating and pointing towards her. She was afraid and crept like a snake out of sight again. But presently curiosity overcame her, and she went back at her spying place, and as she peered her heart stopped, for there were all the men with their weapons in their hands walking together towards her from the knoll. She dared not move lest her movement should be seen, but she pressed herself close to the ground. The sun was low, and the golden light was in the faces of the men. She saw they carried a piece of rich red meat thrust through by an ashen stake. Presently they stopped. "Go on!" screamed the old woman. Cat's skin grumbled, and they came on, searching the thicket with sun-dazzled eyes. "Here," said Sis, and they took the ashen stake with the meat upon it and thrust it into the ground. "Uya!" cried Sis. "Behold thy portion. And Ugh lomi we have slain. Of a truth we have slain Ugh lomi. This day we slew Ugh lomi, and tomorrow we will bring his body to you." And the others repeated the words. They looked at each other and behind them, and partly turned and began going back. At first they walked half turned to the thicket. Then facing the mound, they walked faster, looking over their shoulders. Then faster. Soon they ran. It was a race at last, until they were near the knoll. Then Sis, who was hindmost, was first to slacken his pace. The sunset passed and the twilight came. The fires glowed red against the hazy blue of the distant chestnut trees, and the voices over the mound were merry. Eudena lay scarcely stirring, looking from the mound to the meat and then to the mound. She was hungry, but she was afraid. At last she crept back to Ugh lomi. He looked round at the little rustle of her approach. His face was in shadow. "Have you got me some food?" he said. She said she could find nothing, but she would seek further, and went back along the lion's path until she could see the mound again. But she could not bring herself to take the meat. She had the brute instinct of a snare. She felt very miserable. She crept back at last toward Ugh lomi, and heard him stirring and moaning. She turned back to the mound again, and then she saw something in the darkness near the stake, and peering, distinguished a jackal. In a flash she was brave and angry. She sprang up, cried out, and ran towards the offering. She stumbled and fell, and heard the growling of the jackal going off. When she arose, only the ashen stake lay on the ground. The meat was gone. So she went back to fast through the night with Ugh lomi, and Ugh lomi was angry with her because she had no food for him. But she told him nothing of the things she had seen. 2 days passed, and they were near starving, when the tribe slew a horse. Then came the same ceremony, and a haunch was left on the ashen stake. But this time Eudena did not hesitate. By acting and words she made Ugh lomi understand. He ate most of the food before he understood. Then, as her meaning passed to him, he grew merry with his food. "I am Uya," he said. "I am the lion. I am the great cave bear. I, who was only Ugh lomi, I am Wau the cunning. It is well that they should feed me, for presently I will kill them all." Then Eudena's heart was light, and she laughed with him, and afterwards she ate what he had left of the horseflesh with gladness. After that it was he had a dream, and the next day he made Eudina bring him the lion's teeth and claws, so much of them as she could find, and hack him a club of alder. And he put the teeth and claws very cunningly into the wood, so that the points were outward. Very long it took him, and he blunted 2 of the teeth hammering them in, and was very angry and threw the thing away. But afterwards he dragged himself to where he had thrown it and finished it, a club of a new sort set with teeth. That day there was more meat for both of them, an offering to the lion from the tribe. It was one day, more than a hand's fingers of days, more than anyone had skill to count, after Ugh lomi had made the club, that Eudina, while he was asleep, was lying in the thicket watching the squatting place. There had been no meat for 3 days, and the old woman came and worshipped after her manner. Now while she worshipped, Eudina's little friend Si and another, the child of the first girl Sis had loved, came over the knoll and stood regarding her skinny figure, and presently they began to mock her. Eudina found this entertaining, but suddenly the old woman turned on them quickly and saw them. For a moment she stood, and they stood motionless, and then, with a shriek of rage, she rushed toward them, and all 3 disappeared over the crest of the knoll. Presently the children reappeared among the ferns beyond the shoulder of the hill. Little Si ran first, for she was an active girl, and the other child ran squealing, with the old woman close upon her. And over the knoll came Sis, with a bone in his hand, and bow and cat's skin obsequiously behind him, each holding a piece of food, and they laughed aloud and shouted to see the old woman so angry. And with a shriek the child was caught, and the old woman set to work slapping, and the child screaming, and it was very good after-dinner fun for them. Little Si ran on a little way, and stopped at last, between fear and curiosity. And suddenly came the mother of the child, with hair streaming, panting, with a stone in her hand, and the old woman turned about like a wild cat. She was the equal of any woman, was the chief of the fire-minders, in spite of her years, but before she could do anything, Sis shouted to her, and the clamor rose loud. Other shock heads came into sight. It seemed the whole tribe was at home and feasting, but the old woman dared not go on wreaking herself on the child Sis befriended. Everyone made noises and called names, even little Si. Abruptly the old woman let go of the child she had caught and made a swift run at Si, for Si had no friends, and Si, realizing her danger when it was almost upon her, made off headlong with a faint cry of terror, not heeding whither she ran, straight to the lair of the lion. She swerved aside in the reeds presently, realizing now whither she went. But the old woman was a wonderful old woman, as active as she was spiteful, and she caught Si by the streaming hair within 30 yards of Eudina. All the tribe was now running down the knoll and shouting and laughing, ready to see the fun. Then something stirred in Eudina, something that had never stirred in her before, and thinking all of little Si and nothing of her fear, she sprang up from her ambush and ran swiftly forward. The old woman did not see her, for she was busy beating little Si's face with her hand, beating with all her heart, and suddenly something hard and heavy struck her cheek. She went reeling, and saw Eudina with flaming eyes and cheeks between her and little Si. She shrieked with astonishment and terror, and little Si, not understanding, set off towards the gaping tribe. They were quite close now, for the sight of Eudina had driven their fading fear of the lion out of their heads. In a moment Eudina had turned from the cowering old woman and overtaken Si. "Si!" she cried. "Si!" She caught up the child in her arms as it stopped, pressed the nail-lined face to hers, and turned about to run towards her lair, the lair of the old lion. The old woman stood waist-high in the reeds and screamed foul things and inarticulate rage, but did not dare to intercept her, and at the bend of the path Eudena looked back and saw all the men of the tribe crying to one another, and Sis coming at a trot along the lion's trail. She ran straight along the narrow way through the reeds to the shady place where Ugh lomi sat with his healing thigh, just awakened by the shouting and rubbing his eyes. She came to him, a woman, with little Si in her arms. Her heart throbbed in her throat. "Ugh lomi," she cried, "Ugh lomi, the tribe comes." Ugh lomi sat staring in stupid astonishment at her and Si. She pointed with Si in one arm. She sought among her feeble store of words to explain. She could hear the men calling. Apparently they had stopped outside. She put down Si and caught up the new club with the lion's teeth and put it into Ugh lomi's hands, and ran 3 yards and picked up the first axe. "Ah," said Ugh lomi, waving the new club, and suddenly he perceived the occasion, and, rolling over, began to struggle to his feet. He stood but clumsily. He supported himself by one hand against a tree, and just touched the ground gingerly with the toe of his wounded leg. In the other hand he gripped the new club. He looked at his healing thigh, and suddenly the reeds began whispering, and ceased, and whispered again. And coming cautiously along the track, bending down, and holding his fire-hardened stabbing stick of ash in his hand, appeared Sis. He stopped dead, and his eyes met Ugh lomi's. Ugh lomi forgot he had a wounded leg. He stood firmly on both feet. Something trickled. He glanced down and saw a little gout of blood had oozed out along the edge of the healing wound. He rubbed his hand there to give him the grip of his club, and fixed his eyes again on Sis. "Wahoo!" he cried, and sprang forward, and Sis, still stooping and watchful, drove his stabbing stick up very quickly in an ugly thrust. It ripped Ugh lomi's guarding arm, and the club came down in a counter that Sis was never able to understand. He fell, as an ox falls to the pole-axe, at Ugh lomi's feet. To Bo it seemed the strangest thing. He had a comforting sense of tall reeds on either side, and an impregnable rampart. Sis between him and any danger. Snail Eater was close behind, and there was no danger there. He was prepared to shove behind and send Sis to death or victory. That was his place as second man. He saw the butt of the spear Sis carried leap away from him, and suddenly a dull whack, and the broad back fell away forward, and he looked Ugh lomi in the face over his prostrate leader. It felt to Bo as if his heart had fallen down a well. He had a throwing stone in one hand and an ashen stabbing stick in the other. He did not live to the end of his momentary hesitation which to use. Snail Eater was a readier man, and besides Bo did not fall forward as Sis had done, but gave at his knees and hips, crumpling up with the toothed club upon his head. The Snail Eater drove his spear forward swift and straight, and took Ugh lomi in the muscle of the shoulder, and then he drove him hard with the smiting stone in his other hand, shouting as he did so. The new club swished ineffectually through the reeds. Eudena saw Ugh lomi come staggering back from the narrow path into the open space, tripping over Sis, and with a foot of ashen stake sticking out of him over his arm. And then Snail Eater, whose name she had given, had his final injury from her, as his exultant face came out of the reeds after his spear. For she swung the first axe swift and high, and hit him fair and square on the temple, and down he went on Sis at prostrate Ugh lomi's feet. Before Ugh lomi could get up, the 2 red-haired men were tumbling out of the reeds, spears and smiting stones ready, and Snake hard behind them. One she struck on the neck, but not to fell him, and he blundered aside and spoiled his brother's blow at Ugh lomi's head. In a moment Ugh lomi dropped his club and had his assailant by the waist, and had pitched him sideways sprawling. He snatched at his club again and recovered it. The man Eudena had hit stabbed at her with his spear, as he stumbled from her blow, and involuntarily she gave ground to avoid him. He hesitated between her and Ugh lomi, half turned, gave a vague cry at finding Ugh lomi so near, and in a moment Ugh lomi had him by the throat, and the club had its third victim. As he went down, Ugh lomi shouted, no words, but an exultant cry. The other red-haired man was 6 feet from her, with his back to her, and a darker red streaking his head. He was struggling to his feet. She had an irrational impulse to stop his rising. She flung the axe at him, missed, saw his face in profile, and he had swerved beyond Little Sea, and was running through the reeds. She had a transitory vision of Snake standing in the throat of the path, half turned away from her, and then she saw his back. She saw the club whirling through the air, and the shock head of Ugh lomi, with blood in his hair and blood upon his shoulder, vanishing below the reeds in pursuit. Then she heard Snake scream like a woman. She ran past C to where the handle of the axe stuck out of a clump of fern, and turning, found herself panting and alone with 3 motionless bodies. The air was full of shouts and screams. For a space she was sick and giddy, and then it came into her head that Ugh lomi was being killed along the reed path, and with an inarticulate cry she leaped over the body of Bo and hurried after him. Snake's feet lay across the path, and his head was among the reeds. She followed the path until it bent round and opened out by the alders, and then she saw all that was left of the tribe in the open, scattering like dead leaves before a gale, and going back over the knoll. Ugh lomi was hard upon Cat's skin, but Cat's skin was fleet of foot and got away, and so did young Wau Hau when Ugh lomi turned upon him, and Ugh lomi pursued Wau Hau far beyond the knoll before he desisted. He had the rage of battle on him now, and the wood thrust through his shoulder stung him like a spur. When she saw he was in no danger, she stopped running and stood panting, watching the distant active figures run up and vanish one by one over the knoll. In a little time she was alone again. Everything had happened very swiftly. The smoke of Brother Fire rose straight and steady from the squatting place, just as it had done 10 minutes ago, when the old woman had stood yonder worshipping the lion. After a long time, as it seemed, Ugh lomi reappeared over the knoll and came back to Eudena, triumphant and breathing heavily. She stood, her hair about her eyes and hot-faced, with the blood-stained axe in her hand, and at the place where the tribe had offered her as a sacrifice to the lion. "Wau!" cried Ugh lomi at the sight of her. His face was alight with the fellowship of battle, and he waved his new club, red and now hairy, and at the sight of his glowing face her tense pose relaxed somewhat, and she stood sobbing and rejoicing. Ugh lomi had a queer, unaccountable pang at the sight of her tears, but he only shouted "Wau!" the louder, and shook the axe east and west. He called manfully to her to follow him, and turned back, striding with the club swinging in his hand, toward the squatting place, as if he had never left the tribe. And she ceased her weeping, and following quickly as a woman should. So Ugh lomi and Eudena came back to the squatting place from which they had fled many days before from the face of Uya, and by the squatting place lay a deer half eaten, just as there had been before Ugh lomi was man or Eudena woman. So Ugh lomi sat down to eat, and Eudena beside him like a man, and the rest of the tribe watched them from the safe hiding places. And after a time one of the elder girls came back timorously, carrying little C in her arms, and Eudena called to them by name and offered them food. But the elder girl was afraid and would not come, though C struggled to come to Eudena. Afterwards, when Ugh lomi had eaten, he sat dozing, and at last he slept, and slowly the others came out of the hiding places and drew near, and when Ugh lomi woke, save that there were no men to be seen, it seemed as though he had never left the tribe. Now there is a thing strange but true, that all through this fight Ugh lomi forgot that he was lame, and was not lame, and after he had rested, behold, he was a lame man, and he remained a lame man to the end of his days. Cat's Skin and the second red-haired man, and Wau-Hau, who chipped flints cunningly, as his father had done before him, fled from the face of Ugh lomi, and none knew where they hid. But 2 days after they came and squatted a good way off from the knoll, among the bracken, under the chestnuts, and watched. Ugh lomi's rage had gone. He moved to go against them, and did not, and at sundown they went away. That day, too, they found the old woman among the ferns, where Ugh lomi had blundered upon her when he had pursued Wau-Hau. She was dead, and more ugly than ever, but whole. The jackals and the vultures had tried her and left her. She was ever a wonderful old woman. The next day the 3 men came again and squatted nearer, and Wau-Hau had 2 rabbits to hold up, and the red-haired man a wood pigeon, and Ugh lomi stood before the women and mocked them. The next day they sat again nearer, without stones or sticks, and with the same offerings. And Cat's Skin had a trout. It was rare men caught fish in those days, but Cat's Skin would stand silently in the water for hours and catch them with his hand. And the 4th day Ugh lomi suffered these 3 to come to the squatting place in peace, with the food they had with them. Ugh lomi ate the trout. Thereafter, for many moons, Ugh lomi was master and had his will in peace, and on the fullness of time he was killed and eaten, even as Uya had been slain. End of section 7. Section 8 of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Story of the Days to Come, Part 1. The Cure for Love. The excellent Mr. Morris was an Englishman, and he lived in the days of Queen Victoria the Good. He was a prosperous and very sensible man. He read the Times and went to church, and as he grew towards middle age, an expression of quiet, contented contempt for all those who were not as himself settled on his face. He was one of those people who do everything that is right and proper and sensible with inevitable regularity. He always wore just the right and proper clothes, steering the narrow way between the smart and the shabby, always subscribed to the right charities, just the judicious compromise between ostentation and meanness, and never failed to have his hair cut to exactly the proper length. Everything that it was right and proper for a man in his position to possess, he possessed, and everything that it was not right and proper for a man in his position to possess, he did not possess. And among other right and proper possessions, this Mr. Morris had a wife and children. They were the right sort of wife and the right sort and number of children. Of course, nothing imaginative or highty-flighty about any of them, so far as Mr. Morris could see. They wore perfectly correct clothing, neither smart nor hygienic nor fatty in any way, but just sensible, and they lived in a nice sensible house in the later Victorian sham Queen Anne style of architecture, with sham half-timbering of chocolate-painted plaster in the gables, L'Incrusta Walton sham carved oak panels, a terrace of terracotta to imitate stone, and cathedral glass in the front door. His boys went to good solid schools, and they were put to respectable professions. His girls, in spite of a fantastic protest or so, were all married to suitable, steady, oldish young men with good prospects. And when it was a fit and proper thing for him to do, Mr. Morris died. His tomb was of marble and without any art nonsense or laudatory inscription, quietly imposing, such being the fashion of his time. He underwent various changes according to the accepted custom in these cases. And long before this story begins, his bones even had become dust, and were scattered to the four quarters of heaven. And his sons, and his grandsons, and his great-grandsons, and his great-great-grandsons, they too were dust and ashes, and were scattered likewise. It was a thing he could not have imagined, that a day would come when even his great-great-grandsons would be scattered to the four winds of heaven. If anyone had suggested it to him, he would have resented it. He was one of those worthy people who take no interest in the future of mankind at all. He had grave doubts, indeed, if there was any future for mankind after he was dead. It seemed quite impossible and quite uninteresting to imagine anything happening after he was dead. Yet the thing was so, and when even his great-great-grandson was dead and decayed and forgotten, when the sham half-timbered house had gone the way of all shams, and the Times was extinct, and the silk had a ridiculous antiquity, and the modestly imposing stone that had been sacred to Mr. Morris had been burnt to make lime for mortar, and all that Mr. Morris had found real and important was sere and dead. The world was still going on, and people were still going about it, just as heedless and impatient of the future, or indeed of anything but their own selves and property, as Mr. Morris had been. And, strange to tell, as much as Mr. Morris would have been angered if any one had foreshadowed it to him, all over the world there were scattered a multitude of people, filled with the breath of life, in whose veins the blood of Mr. Morris flowed, just as some day the life which is gathered now in the reader of this very story may also be scattered far and wide about this world, and mingled with 1,000 alien strains, beyond all thought and tracing. And among the descendants of this Mr. Morris was one almost as sensible and clear-headed as his ancestor. He had just the same stout, short frame as the ancient man of the 19th century, from whom his name of Morris, he spelt it Mwres, came. He had the same half-contemptuous expression of face. He was a prosperous person, too, as time went, and he disliked the newfangled and bothers about the future and the lower classes just as much as the ancestral Morris had done. He did not read the Times. Indeed, he did not even know there had been a Times. That institution had foundered somewhere in the intervening gulf of years. But the phonograph machine that talked to him as he made his toilet of a morning might have been the voice of a reincarnated Blowitz when it dealt with the world's affairs. This phonographic machine was the size and shape of a Dutch clock, and down the front of it were electric barometric indicators, and an electric clock and calendar, an automatic engagement reminder, and where the clock would have been was the mouth of a trumpet. When it had news, the trumpet gobbled like a turkey, "Galloop, galloop," and then brayed out its message as, let us say, a trumpet might bray. It would tell Morris in full, rich, throaty tones about the overnight accidents to the omnibus flying machines that plied around the world, the latest arrivals at the fashionable resorts in Tibet, and of all the great monopolist company meetings of the day before, while he was dressing. If Morris did not like hearing what it said, he had only to touch a stud, and it would choke a little and talk about something else. Of course, his toilet differed very much from that of his ancestor. It is doubtful which would have been the more shocked and pained to find himself in the clothing of the other. Morris would certainly have sooner gone forth to the world stark naked than in the silk hat, frock coat, gray trousers, and watch chain that had filled Mr. Morris with somber self-respect in the past. For Morris there was no shaving to do. A skillful operator had long ago removed every hair root from his face. His legs he encased in pleasant pink and amber garments of an airtight material, which with the help of an ingenious little pump he distended so as to suggest enormous muscles. Above this He also wore pneumatic garments beneath an amber silk tunic, so that he was clothed in air and admirably protected against sudden extremes of heat or cold. Over this he flung a scarlet cloak with its edge fantastically curved. On his head, which had been skilfully deprived of every scrap of hair, he adjusted a pleasant little cap of bright scarlet, held on by suction and inflated with hydrogen, and curiously like the comb of a cock. So his toilet was complete, and conscious of being soberly and becomingly attired, he was ready to face his fellow beings with a tranquil eye. This Morris, the civility of Mister had vanished ages ago, was one of the officials under the Wind Vane and Waterfall Trust, the great company that owned every windwheel and waterfall in the world, and which pumped all the water and supplied all the electric energy that people in these latter days required. He lived in a vast hotel near that part of London called Seventh Way, and had very large and comfortable apartments on the 17th floor. Households and family life had long since disappeared with the progressive refinement of manners, and indeed the steady rise in rents and land values, the disappearance of domestic servants, the elaboration of cookery, had rendered the separate domicile of Victorian times impossible, even had anyone desired such a savage seclusion. When his toilet was completed, he went towards one of the two doors of his apartment. There were doors at opposite ends, each marked with a huge arrow pointing one way and one the other, touched the stud to open it, and emerged on a wide passage, the center of which bore chairs and was moving at a steady pace to the left. On some of these chairs were seated gaily dressed men and women. He nodded to an acquaintance. It was not in those days etiquette to talk before breakfast, and seated himself on one of these chairs, and in a very few seconds he had been carried to the doors of a lift by which he descended to the great and splendid hall in which his breakfast would be automatically served. It was a very different meal from Victorian breakfast. The rude masses of bread needing to be carved and smeared over with animal fat before they could be made palatable, the still recognizable fragments of recently killed animals, hideously charred and hacked, the eggs torn ruthlessly from beneath some protesting hen, such things as these, though they constituted the ordinary fare of Victorian times, would have awakened only horror and disgust in the refined minds of the people of these latter days. Instead were pastes and cakes of agreeable and variegated design, without any suggestion in color or form of the unfortunate animals from which their substance and juices were derived. They appeared on little dishes sliding out upon a rail from a little box at one side of the table. The surface of the table, to judge by touch and eye, would have appeared to a 19th century person to be covered with a fine white damask, but this was really an oxidized metallic surface, and could be cleaned instantly after a meal. There were hundreds of such little tables in the hall, and at most of them were other latter-day citizens, singly or in groups. And as Morris seated himself before his elegant repast, the invisible orchestra, which had been resting during an interval, resumed and filled the air with music. But Morris did not display any great interest either in his breakfast or the music. His eyes wandered incessantly about the hall, as though he expected a belated guest. At last he arose eagerly and waved his hand, and simultaneously across the hall appeared a tall, dark figure in a costume of yellow and olive green. As this person, walking amidst the tables with measured steps, drew near, the pallid earnestness of his face and the unusual intensity of his eyes became apparent. Morris reseated himself and pointed to a chair beside him. "I feared you would never come," he said, in spite of the intervening space of time. The English language was still almost exactly the same as it had been in England under Victoria the Good. The invention of the phonograph and such like means of recording sound, and the gradual replacement of books by such contrivances, had not only saved the human eyesight from decay, but had also, by the establishment of surer standards, arrested the process of change in accent that had hitherto been so inevitable. "I was delayed by an interesting case," said the man in green and yellow. "A prominent politician, ahem, suffering from overwork." He glanced at the breakfast and seated himself. "I have been awake for 40 hours." "Ah, dear," said Morris. "Fancy that. You hypnotists have your work to do." The hypnotist helped himself to some attractive amber-colored jelly. "I happen to be a good deal in request," he said modestly. "Heaven knows what we should do without you." "Oh, we're not so indispensable as all that," said the hypnotist, ruminating the flavor of the jelly. "The world did very well without us for some thousands of years. 200 years ago, even, not one. In practice, that is. Physicians by the thousands, of course, frightfully clumsy brutes, for the most part, and following one another like sheep, but doctors of the mind, except a few empirical flounderers, there were none." He concentrated his mind on the jelly. "But were people so sane?" began Morris. The hypnotist shook his head. It didn't matter then if they were a bit silly or fatty. Life was so easy going then. No competition worth speaking of. No pressure. A human being had to be very lopsided before anything happened. Then, you know, they clapped him away in what they called a lunatic asylum. "I know," said Morris. "In these confounded historical romances that everyone is listening to, they always rescue a beautiful girl from an asylum, or something of the sort. I don't know if you attend to that rubbish." "I must confess I do," said the hypnotist. "It carries one out of oneself to hear of those quaint, adventurous, half-civilized days of the 19th century, when men were stout and women simple. I like a good swaggering story before all things. Curious times they were, with their smutty railways and puffing old iron trains, their rum little houses, and their horse vehicles. I suppose you don't read books?" "Dear no," said Morris. "I went to a modern school, and we had none of that old-fashioned nonsense. Phonographs are good enough for me." "Of course," said the hypnotist, "of course," and surveyed the table for his next choice. "You know," he said, helping himself to a dark blue confection that promised well, "in those days our business was scarcely thought of. I dare say if one had told them that in 200 years' time a class of men would be entirely occupied by impressing things upon the memory, effacing unpleasant ideas, controlling and overcoming instinctive but undesirable impulses, and so forth, by means of hypnotism, they would have refused to believe the thing possible. Few people knew that an order made during a mesmeric trance, even an order to forget or an order to desire, could be given so as to be obeyed after the trance was over. Yet there were men alive then who could have told them the thing was as absolutely certain to come about as, well, the transit of Venus." "They knew of hypnotism, then?" "Oh, dear, yes. They used it for painless dentistry and things like that. This blue stuff is confoundedly good. What is it?" "Haven't the faintest idea," said Morris, "but I admit it's very good. Take some more." The hypnotist repeated his praises, and there was an appreciative pause. "Speaking of these historical romances," said Morris, with an attempt at an easy, off-hand manner, "brings me to the matter I had in mind when I asked you, when I expressed a wish to see you." He paused and took a deep breath. The hypnotist turned an attentive eye upon him, and continued eating. "The fact is," said Morris, "I have, in fact, a daughter. Well, you know, I have given her every educational advantage. Lectures, not a solitary lecturer of ability in the world but she has had a telephone direct. Dancing, deportment, conversation, philosophy, art criticism. He indicated Catholic culture by a gesture of his hand. I had intended her to marry a very good friend of mine, Bindon of the Lighting Commission. Plain little man, you know, and a bit unpleasant in some ways, but an excellent fellow, really, an excellent fellow." "Yes," said the hypnotist. "Go on. How old is she?" 18. "A dangerous age. Well?" "Well, it seems that she has been indulging in these historical romances. Excessively, excessively, even to the neglect of her philosophy. Filled her mind with unutterable nonsense about soldiers who fight. What is it? Etruscans." "Egyptians?" "Egyptians, very probably. Hacked about with swords and revolvers and things. Bloodshed galore, horrible. And about young men on torpedo catchers who blow up Spaniards, I fancy, and all sorts of irregular adventurers. And she has got it into her head that she must marry for love, and that poor little Bindon—" "I've met similar cases," said the hypnotist. "Who is the other young man?" Morse maintained an appearance of resigned calm. "You may well ask," he said. "He is," and his voice sank with shame, "a mere attendant upon the stage on which flying machines from Paris alight. He has, as they say in the romances, good looks. He is quite young and very eccentric. Affects the antique. He can read and write. So can she. And instead of communicating by telephone, like sensible people, they write and deliver, what is it? Notes? No, not notes. Ah, poems." The hypnotist raised his eyebrows. "How did she meet him?" "Tripped coming down from the flying machine from Paris, and fell into his arms. The mischief was done in a moment." "Yes?" "Well, that's all. Things must be stopped. This is what I want to consult you about. What must be done? What can be done? Of course, I'm not a hypnotist. My knowledge is limited, but you—" "Hypnotism is not magic," said the man in green, putting both arms on the table. "Oh, precisely, but still—" "People cannot be hypnotized without their consent. If she is able to stand out against marrying Bindon, she will probably stand out against being hypnotized. But if once she can be hypnotized, even by somebody else, the thing is done." "You can?" "Oh, certainly. Once we get her amenable, then we can suggest that she must marry Bindon, that is her fate, or that the young man is repulsive, and that when she sees him she will be giddy and faint, or any little thing of that sort. Or if we can get her into a sufficiently profound trance, we can suggest that she should forget him altogether." "Precisely. But the problem is to get her hypnotized. Of course, no sort of proposal or suggestion must come from you, because no doubt she already distrusts you in the matter." The hypnotist leant his head upon his arms and thought. "It's a hard man who cannot dispose of his own daughter," said Morse irreverently. "You must give me the name and address of the young lady," said the hypnotist, "and any information bearing upon the matter. And by the by, is there any money in the affair?" Morse hesitated. "There's a sum, in fact a considerable sum, invested in the Patent Road Company from her mother. That's what makes the thing so exasperating." "Exactly," said the hypnotist, and he proceeded to cross-examine Morse on the entire affair. It was a lengthy interview. "And meanwhile, ELIZEB0MWRES, as she spelt her name, or Elizabeth Morris, as a 19th-century person would have put it, was sitting in a quiet waiting place beneath the great stage upon which the flying machine from Paris descended, and beside her sat her slender, handsome lover, reading her a poem he had written that morning while on duty upon the stage. When he had finished, they sat for a time in silence, and then, as if for their special entertainment, the great machine that had come flying through the air from America that morning rushed down out of the sky. At first It was a little oblong, faint and blue amidst the distant fleecy clouds, and then it grew swiftly large and white, and larger and whiter, until they could see the separate tiers of sails, each hundreds of feet wide, and the lank body they supported, and at last even the swinging seats of the passengers in a dotted row. Although it was falling, it seemed to them to be rushing up the sky, and over the roof spaces of the city below its shadow leapt towards them. They heard the whistling rush of the air about it, and its yelling siren, shrill and swelling, to warn those who were on its landing stage of its arrival, and abruptly the note fell down a couple of octaves, and it had passed, and the sky was clear and void, and she could turn her sweet eyes again to Denton at her side. Their silence ended, and Denton, speaking in a little language of broken English that was, they fancied, their private possession, though lovers have used such little languages since the world began, told her how they too would leap into the air one morning out of all the obstacles and difficulties about them, and fly to a sunlit city of delight he knew of in Japan, halfway about the world. She loved the dream, but she feared the leap, and she put him off with "some day, dearest one, some day," to all his pleading that it might be soon, and at last came a shrilling of whistles, and it was time for him to go back to his duties on the stage. They parted as lovers have been wont to part for thousands of years. She walked down a passage to a lift, and so came to one of the streets of the latter-day London, all glazed in with glass from the weather, and with incessant moving platforms that went to all parts of the city, and by one of these she returned to her apartments in the hotel for women where she lived, the apartments that were in telephonic communication with all the best lecturers in the world. But the sunlight of the flying stage was in her heart, and the wisdom of all the best lecturers in the world seemed folly in that light. She spent the middle part of the day in the gymnasium, and took her midday meal with two other girls and their common chaperone, for it was still the custom to have a chaperone in the case of motherless girls of the more prosperous classes. The chaperone had a visitor that day, a man in green and yellow, with a white face and vivid eyes, who talked amazingly. Among other things, he fell to praising a new historical romance that one of the great popular storytellers of the day had just put forth. It was, of course, about the spacious time of Queen Victoria, and the author, among other pleasing novelties, made a little argument before each section of the story, in imitation of the chapter headings of the old-fashioned books, as, for example, How the Cabmen of Pimlico Stopped the Victorian Omnibuses, and of the Great Fight in the Palace Yard, and How the Piccadilly Policeman was slain in the midst of his duty. The man in green and yellow praised this innovation. "These pithy sentences," he said, "are admirable. They show at a glance those headlong, tumultuous times, when men and animals jostled in the filthy streets, and death might wait for one at every corner. Life was life then. How great the world must have seemed then! How marvellous! There were still parts of the world absolutely unexplored. Nowadays we have almost abolished wonder. We lead lives so trim and orderly that courage, endurance, faith, all the noble virtues, seem fading from mankind." And so on, taking the girl's thoughts with him until the life they led, life in the vast and intricate London of the 22nd century, a life interspersed with soaring excursions to every part of the globe, seemed to them a monotonous misery compared with the daedal past. At first Elizabeth did not join in the conversation, but after a time the subject became so interesting that she made a few shy interpolations. But he scarcely seemed to notice her as he talked. He went on to describe a new method of entertaining people. They were hypnotized, and then suggestions were made to them so skilfully that they seemed to be living in ancient times again. They played out a little romance in the past as vivid as reality, and when at last they awakened, they remembered all they had been through as though it were a real thing. "It is a thing we have sought to do for years and years," said the hypnotist. "It is practically an artificial dream, and we know the way at last. Think of all it opens to us, the enrichment of our experience, the recovery of adventure, the refuge it offers for the sordid, competitive life in which we live." "And you can do that?" said the chaperone eagerly. "The thing is possible at last," the hypnotist said. "You may order a dream as you wish." The chaperone was the first to be hypnotized, and the dream, she said, was wonderful when she came to again. The other two girls, encouraged by her enthusiasm, also placed themselves in the hands of the hypnotist and had plunges into the romantic past. No one suggested that Elizabeth should try this novel entertainment. It was at her own request at last that she was taken into that land of dreams, where there is neither any freedom of choice nor will. And so the mischief was done. One day, when Denton went down to that quiet seat beneath the flying stage, Elizabeth was not in her wonted place. He was disappointed and a little angry. The next day she did not come, and the next also. He was afraid. To hide his fear from himself, he set to work to write sonnets for her when she should come again. For 3 days he fought against his dread by such distraction, and then the truth was before him, clear and cold, and would not be denied. She might be ill, she might be dead, but he would not believe that he had been betrayed. There followed a week of misery, and then he knew she was the only thing on earth worth having, and that he must seek her, however hopeless the search, until she was found once more. He had some small private means of his own, and so he threw over his appointment on the flying stage, and set himself to find this girl who had become at last all the world to him. He did not know where she lived, and little of her circumstances, for it had been part of the delight of her girlish romance that he should know nothing of her, nothing of the difference of their station. The ways of the city opened before him east and west, north and south. Even in Victorian days, London was a maze, that little London with its poor 4 millions of people. But the London he explored, the London of the 22nd century, was a London of 30 million souls. At first he was energetic and headlong, taking time neither to eat nor sleep. He sought for weeks and months. He went through every imaginable phase of fatigue and despair, overexcitement and anger. Long after hope was dead, by the sheer inertia of his desire, he still went to and fro, peering into faces and looking this way and that, in the incessant ways and lifts and passages of that interminable hive of men. At last chance was kind to him, and he saw her. It was in a time of festivity. He was hungry, and had paid the inclusive fee, and had gone into one of the gigantic dining places of the city. He was pushing his way among the tables, and scrutinizing by mere force of habit every group he passed. He stood still, robbed of all power of motion, his eyes wide, his lips apart. Elizabeth sat scarcely 20 yards away from him, looking straight at him. Her eyes were as hard to him, as hard and expressionless and void of recognition as the eyes of a statue. She looked at him for a moment, and then her gaze passed beyond him. Had he had only her eyes to judge by, he might have doubted if it was indeed Elizabeth. But he knew her by the gesture of her hand, by the grace of a wanton little curl that floated over her ear as she moved her head. Something was said to her, and she turned smiling tolerantly to the man beside her, a little man in foolish raiment, knobbed and spiked like some odd reptile with pneumatic horns, the Bindon of her father's choice. For a moment Denton stood, white and wild-eyed, Then came a terrible faintness, and he sat before one of the little tables. He sat down with his back to her, and for a time he did not dare to look at her again. When at last he did, she and Bindon and two other people were standing up to go. The others were her father and her chaperone. He sat as if incapable of action, until the four figures were remote and small, and then he rose up, possessed with the one idea of pursuit. For a space he feared he had lost them, and then he came upon Elizabeth and her chaperone again in one of the streets of moving platforms that intersected the city. Bindon and Morris had disappeared. He could not control himself to patience. He felt he must speak to her forthwith or die. He pushed forward to where they were seated, and sat down beside them. His white face was convulsed with half-hysterical excitement. He laid his hand on her wrist. "Elizabeth," he said. She turned in unfeigned astonishment. Nothing but the fear of a strange man showed in her face. "Elizabeth," he cried, and his voice was strange to him. "Dearest, you know me." Elizabeth's face showed nothing but alarm and perplexity. She drew herself away from him. The chaperone, a little gray-headed woman with mobile features, leant forward to intervene. Her resolute bright eyes examined Denton. "What do you say?" she asked. "This young lady," said Denton. "She knows me." "Do you know him, dear?" "No," said Elizabeth in a strange voice, and with a hand to her forehead, speaking almost as one who repeats a lesson. "No, I do not know him. I know I do not know him." But, not know me? It is I, Denton, Denton, to whom you used to talk. Don't you remember the flying stages? The little seat in the open air? The verses?" "No," cried Elizabeth, "no. I do not know him. I do not know him. There is something, but I don't know. All I know is that I do not know him." Her face was a face of infinite distress. The sharp eyes of the chaperone flitted to and fro from the girl to the man. "You see," she said, with a faint shadow of a smile, "she does not know you." "I do not know you," said Elizabeth. "Of that I am sure." "But, dear, the songs, the little verses." "She does not know you," said the chaperone. "You must not. You have made a mistake. You must not go on talking to us after that. You must not annoy us on the public ways." "But," said Denton, and for a moment his miserably haggard face appealed against fate. "You must not persist, young man," protested the chaperone. "Elizabeth!" he cried. Her face was the face of one who is tormented. "I do not know you," she cried, hand to brow. "Oh, I do not know you." For an instant Denton sat stunned. Then he stood up and groaned aloud. He made a strange gesture of appeal towards the remote glass roof of the public way, then turned and went plunging recklessly from one moving platform to another, and vanished amidst the swarms of people going to and fro thereon. The chaperone's eyes followed him, and then she looked at the curious faces about her. "Dear," asked Elizabeth, clasping her hand, and too deeply moved to heed observation, "who was that man? Who was that man?" The chaperone raised her eyebrows. She spoke in a clear, audible voice. "Some half-witted creature. I have never set eyes on him before." "Never?" "Never, dear. Do not trouble your mind about a thing like this." And soon after this, the celebrated hypnotist who dressed in green and yellow had another client. The young man paced his consulting room, pale and disordered. "I want to forget," he cried. "I must forget." The hypnotist watched him with quiet eyes, studied his face and clothes and bearing. To forget anything, pleasure or pain, is to be by so much less. "However, you know your own concern. My fee is high." "If only I can forget." "That's easy enough with you. You wish it. I have done much harder things. Quite recently I had hardly expected to do it. The thing was done against the will of the hypnotized person. A love affair, too, like yours. A girl. so rest assured." The young man came and sat beside the hypnotist. His manner was a forced calm. He looked into the hypnotist's eyes. "I will tell you. Of course you will want to know what it is. There was a girl. Her name was Elizabeth Morris. Well—" He stopped. He had seen the instant surprise on the hypnotist's face. In that instant he knew. He stood up. He seemed to dominate the seated figure by his side. He gripped the shoulder of green and gold. For a time he could not find words. "Give her me back," he said at last. "Give her me back." "What do you mean?" gasped the hypnotist. "Give her me back." "Give whom?" "Elizabeth Morris, the girl." The hypnotist tried to free himself. He rose to his feet. Denton's grip tightened. "Let go!" cried the hypnotist, thrusting an arm against Denton's chest. In a moment the two men were locked in a clumsy wrestle. Neither had the slightest training, for athleticism, except for exhibition and to afford opportunity for betting, had faded out of the earth. But Denton was not only the younger but the stronger of the two. They swayed across the room, and then the hypnotist had gone down under his antagonist. They fell together. Denton leaped to his feet, dismayed at his own fury, but the hypnotist lay still, and suddenly, from a little white mark where his forehead had struck a stool shot, a hurrying band of red. For a space Denton stood over him, irresolute, trembling. A fear of the consequences entered his gently nurtured mind. He turned towards the door. "No," he said aloud, and came back to the middle of the room. Overcoming the instinctive repugnance of one who had seen no act of violence in all his life before, he knelt down beside his antagonist and felt his heart. Then he peered at the wound. He rose quietly and looked about him. He began to see more of the situation. When presently the hypnotist recovered his senses, his head ached severely. His back was against Denton's knees, and Denton was sponging his face. The hypnotist did not speak, but presently he indicated by a gesture that in his opinion he had been sponged enough. "Let me get up," he said. "Not yet," said Denton. "You have assaulted me, you scoundrel." "We were alone," said Denton, "and the door is secure." There was an interval of thought. "Unless I sponge," said Denton, "your forehead will develop a tremendous bruise." "You can go on sponging," said the hypnotist sulkily. There was another pause. "We might be in the Stone Age," said the hypnotist. "Violence, struggle." "In the Stone Age no man dared to come between a man and woman," said Denton. The hypnotist thought again. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "While you were insensible, I found the girl's address on your tablets. I did not know it before. I telephoned. She will be here soon. Then—" "She will bring her chaperone." "That is all right. But what? I don't see. What do you mean to do?" "I looked about for a weapon also. It is an astonishing thing how few weapons there are nowadays. If you consider that in the Stone Age men owned scarcely anything but weapons. I hit at last upon this lamp. I have wrenched off the wires and things, and I hold it so." He extended it over the hypnotist's shoulders. "With that I can quite easily smash your skull. I will, unless you do as I tell you." "Violence is no remedy," said the hypnotist, quoting from the Modern Man's Book of Moral Maxims. "It is an undesirable disease," said Denton. "Well?" "You will tell that chaperone you are going to order the girl to marry that knobby little brute with the red hair and ferrety eyes. I believe that's how things stand." "Yes, that's how things stand." "And pretending to do that, you will restore her memory of me." "It is unprofessional." "Look here, if I cannot have that girl, I would rather die than not. I don't propose to respect your little fancies. If anything goes wrong, you shall not live 5 minutes. This is a rude makeshift of a weapon, and it may quite conceivably be painful to kill you. But I will. It is unusual, I know. nowadays to do things like this, mainly because there's so little in life that is worth being violent about. The chaperone will see you directly she comes. I shall stand in that recess behind you. The hypnotist thought. You are a determined young man, he said, and only half civilized. I have tried to do my duty to my client, but in this affair you seem likely to get your own way. You mean to deal straightly? I'm not going to risk having my brains scattered in a petty affair like this. And afterwards, there's nothing a hypnotist or a doctor hates so much as a scandal. I at least am no savage. I'm annoyed, but in a day or so I shall bear no malice. Thank you. And now that we understand each other, there is no necessity to keep you sitting any longer on the floor. End of section 8. Of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Story of the Days to Come, Part 2, The Vacant Country. The world, they say, changed more between the year 1800 and the year 1900 than it had done in the previous 500 years. That century, the 19th century, was the dawn of a new epoch in the history of mankind, the epoch of the great cities, the end of the old order of country life. In the beginning of the 19th century, the majority of mankind still lived upon the countryside, as their way of life had been for countless generations. All over the world they dwelt in little towns and villages, then, and engaged either directly in agriculture or in occupations that were of service to the agriculturalist. They traveled rarely and dwelt close to their work, because swift means of transit had not yet come. The few who traveled went either on foot or in slow sailing ships, or by means of jogging horses incapable of more than 60 miles a day. Think of it, 60 miles a day! Here and there, in those sluggish times, the town grew a little larger than its neighbors, as a port or as a center of government. But all the towns in the world with more than 100,000 inhabitants could be counted on a man's fingers. So it was in the beginning of the 19th century. By the end, the invention of railways, telegraphs, steamships, and complex agricultural machinery had changed all these things, changed them beyond all hope of return. The vast shops, the varied pleasures, the countless conveniences of the larger towns were suddenly possible, and no sooner existed than they were brought into competition with the homely resources of the rural centers. Mankind were drawn to the cities by an overwhelming attraction. The demand for labor fell with the increase of machinery. The local markets were entirely superseded, and there was a rapid growth of the larger centers at the expense of the open country. The flow of population townward was the constant preoccupation of Victorian writers. In Great Britain and New England, in India and China, the same thing was remarked. Everywhere a few swollen towns were visibly replacing the ancient order. That this was an inevitable result of improved means of travel and transport, that given swift means of transit these things must be, was realized by few, and the most puerile schemes were devised to overcome the mysterious magnetism of the urban centers and keep the people on the land. Yet the developments of the 19th century were only the dawning of the new order. The first great cities of the new time were horribly inconvenient, darkened by smoky fogs, insanitary and noisy. But the discovery of new methods of building, new methods of heating, changed all this. Between 1900 and 2000, the march of change was still more rapid, and between 2000 and 2100, the continual acceleration of progress of human invention made the reign of Victoria the Good seem at last an almost incredible vision of the idyllic, tranquil days. The introduction of railways was only the first step in that development of those means of locomotion which finally revolutionized human life. By the year 2000, railways and roads had vanished altogether. The railways, robbed of their rails, had become weedy ridges and ditches upon the face of the world. The old roads, strange barbaric tracks of flint and soil, hammered by hand or rolled by rough iron rollers, strewn with miscellaneous filth, and cut by iron hoofs and wheels into ruts and puddles often many inches deep, had been replaced by patent tracks made of a substance called edamite. This edamite, it was named after its patentee, ranks with the invention of printing and steam as one of the epoch-making discoveries of the world's history. When Adam discovered the substance, he probably thought of it as a mere cheap substitute for India rubber. It cost a few shillings a ton. But you can never tell all an invention will do. It was the genius of a man named Warming that pointed to the possibility of using it, not only for the tires of the wheels, but as a road substance, and who organized the enormous network of public ways that speedily covered the world. These public ways were made with longitudinal divisions. On the outer and either side went foot cyclists and conveyances traveling at a less speed than 25 miles an hour. In the middle, motors capable of speed up to 100, and the inner, Warming, in the face of enormous ridicule, reserved for vehicles traveling at speeds of 100 miles an hour and upward. For 10 years his inner ways were vacant. Before he died, they were the most crowded of all, and vast light frameworks with wheels 20 and 30 feet in diameter hurled along them at paces that year after year rose steadily towards 200 miles an hour. And by the time this revolution was accomplished, a parallel revolution had transformed the ever-growing cities. Before the development of practical science, the fogs and filth of Victorian times vanished. Electric heating replaced fires. In 2013, the lighting of a fire that did not absolutely consume its own smoke was made an indictable nuisance. And all the city ways, all public squares and places, were covered in with a recently invented glass-like substance. The roofing of London became practically continuous. Certain short-sighted and foolish legislation against tall buildings was abolished, and London, from a squat expanse of petty houses, feebly archaic in design, rose steadily towards the sky. To the municipal responsibility for water, light, and drainage was added another, and that was ventilation. But to tell of all the changes in human conveniences that these 200 years brought about, to tell of the long-foreseen invention of flying, to describe how life in households was steadily supplanted by life in the interminable hotels, how at last even those who were still concerned in agricultural work came to live in the towns and go to and fro to their work every day, to describe how at last in all England only 4 towns remained, each with many millions of people, and how there were left no inhabited houses in all the countryside. To tell all this would take us far from our story of Denton and his Elizabeth. They had been separated and reunited, and still they could not marry, for Denton, it was his only fault, had no money. Neither had Elizabeth until she was 21, and as yet she was only 18. At 21, all the property of her mother would come to her, for that was the custom of the time. She did not know that it was possible to anticipate her fortune, and Denton was too far delicate a lover to suggest such a thing. So things stuck hopelessly between them. Elizabeth said that she was very unhappy, and that nobody understood her but Denton, and that when she was away from him she was wretched, and Denton said that his heart longed for her day and night, and they met as often as they could to enjoy the discussion of their sorrows. They met one day, at their little seat upon the flying stage. The precise site of this meeting was where, in Victorian times, the road from Wimbledon came out upon the common. They were, however, 500 feet above that point. Their seat looked far over London. To convey the appearance of it all to a 19th century reader would have been difficult. One would have had to tell him to think of the Crystal Palace, of the newly built Mammoth hotels, as those little affairs were called, of the larger railway stations of his time, and to imagine such buildings enlarged to vast proportions and run together and continuous over the whole metropolitan area. If then he was told that this continuous roof space bore a huge forest of rotating wind wheels, he would have begun very dimly to appreciate what to these young people was the commonest sight in their lives. To their eyes it had something of the quality of a prison, and they were talking, as they had talked 100 times before, of how they might escape from it and be at last happy together, escape from it, that is, before the appointed 3 years were at an end. It was, they both agreed, not only impossible, but almost wicked to wait 3 years. Before that, said Denton, and the notes of his voice told of a splendid chest, we might both be dead. Their vigorous young hands had the grip at this, and then Elizabeth had a still more poignant thought that brought the tears from her wholesome eyes down her healthy cheeks. One of us, she said, one of us might be. She choked. She could not say the word that is so terrible to the young and happy. Yet to marry and be very poor in the cities of that time was, for anyone who had lived pleasantly, a very dreadful thing. In the old agricultural days that had drawn to an end in the 18th century, there had been a pretty proverb of love in a cottage, and indeed in those days the poor of the countryside had dwelt in flower-covered, diamond-windowed cottages of thatch and plaster, with the sweet air and the earth about them, amidst tangled hedges and the song of birds, and with ever-changing sky overhead. But all this had changed. The change was already beginning in the 19th century, and a new sort of life was opening for the poor in the lower quarters of the city. In the 19th century, the lower quarters were still beneath the sky. They were areas of land on clay or other unsuitable soil, liable to floods or exposed to the smoke of more fortunate districts, insufficiently supplied with water, and as insanitary as the great fear of infectious diseases felt by the wealthier classes permitted. In the 22nd century, however, the growth of the city story above story, and the coalescence of buildings had led to a different arrangement. The prosperous people lived in vast series of sumptuous hotels in the upper stories and halls of the city fabric. The industrial population dwelt beneath, in the tremendous ground floor and basement, so to speak, of the place. In the refinement of life and manners, these lower classes differed little from their ancestors, the East Enders of Queen Victoria's time, but they had developed a distinct dialect of their own. In these underways they lived and died, rarely ascending to the surface except when work took them there, since for most of them this was the sort of life to which they had been born. They found no great misery in such circumstances, but for people like Denton and Elizabeth, such a plunge would have seemed more terrible than death. "And yet what else is there?" asked Elizabeth. Denton professed not to know. Apart from his own feeling of delicacy, he was not sure how Elizabeth would like the idea of borrowing on the strength of her expectations. The passage from London to Paris even, said Elizabeth, was beyond their means, and in Paris, as in any other city in the world, life would be just as costly and impossible as London. Well might Denton cry aloud, "If only we had lived in those days, dearest! If only we had lived in the past!" For to their eyes, even 19th century Whitechapel was seen through a mist of romance. "Is there nothing?" cried Elizabeth, suddenly weeping. "Must we really wait for those 3 long years? Fancy 3 years, 6 and 30 months! The human capacity for patience had not grown with the ages." Then suddenly Denton was moved to speak of something that had already flickered across his mind. He had hit upon it at last. It seemed to him so wild a suggestion that he made it only half seriously. But to put a thing into words has ever a way of making it seem more real and possible than it seemed before. And so it was with him. "Suppose," he said, "we went into the country." She looked at him to see if he was serious in proposing such an adventure. "To the country?" "Yes, beyond there, beyond the hills." "How could we live?" she said. "Where could we live?" "It is not impossible," he said. "People used to live in the country." "But then there were houses." "There are the ruins of villages and towns now. On the clay lands they are gone, of course, but they are still left on the grazing land because it does not pay the food company to remove them. I know that for certain. Besides, one sees them from the flying machines, you know. Well, we might shelter in some one of these and repair it with our hands. Do you know, the thing is not so wild as it seems. Some of the men who go out every day to look after the crops and herds might be paid to bring us food." She stood in front of him. "How strange it would be if one really could." "Why not?" "But no one dares." "That is no reason." "It would be, oh, it would be so romantic and strange if only it were possible." "Why not possible?" "There are so many things. Think of all the things we have, things that we should miss." "Should we miss them? After all, the life we lead is very unreal, very artificial." He began to expand his idea, and as he warmed to his exposition, the fantastic quality of his first proposal faded away. She thought, "But I have heard of prowlers, escaped criminals." He nodded. He hesitated over his answer because he thought it sounded boyish. He blushed. "I could get someone I know to make me a sword." She looked at him with enthusiasm growing in her eyes. She had heard of swords, had seen one in a museum. She thought of those ancient days when men wore them as a common thing. His suggestion seemed an impossible dream to her, and perhaps for that reason she was eager for more detail. And inventing for the most part as he went along, he told her how they might live in the country as the old world people had done. With every detail her interest grew, for she was one of those girls for whom romance and adventure had a fascination. His suggestion seemed, I say, an impossible dream to her on that day, but the next day they talked about it again, and it was strangely less impossible. "At first we should take food," said Denton. "We could carry food for 10 or 12 days." It was an age of compact, artificial nourishment, and such a provision had none of the unwieldy suggestion it would have had in the 19th century. "But until our house?" she asked. "Until it was ready, where should we sleep?" "It is summer." "But what do you mean?" "There was a time when there were no houses in the world, when all mankind slept always in the open air." "But for us, the emptiness, no walls, no ceiling." "Dear," he said, "in London you have many beautiful ceilings. Artists paint them and stud them with lights, but I have seen a ceiling more beautiful than any in London." "But where?" "It is the ceiling under which we two would be alone." "You mean?" "Dear," he said, "it is something the world has forgotten. It is heaven and all the host of stars." Each time they talked the thing seemed more possible and more desirable to them. In a week or so it was quite possible. Another week, and it was the inevitable thing they had to do. A great enthusiasm for the country seized hold of them and possessed them. The sordid tumult of the town, they said, overwhelmed them. They marveled that this simple way out of their troubles had never come upon them before. One morning, near Midsummer Day, There was a new minor official upon the flying stage, and Denton's place was to know him no more. Or two young people had secretly married, and were going forth manfully out of the city in which they and their ancestors before them had lived all their days. She wore a new dress of white, cut in an old-fashioned pattern, and he had a bundle of provisions strapped athwart his back, and in his hand he carried, rather shamefacedly it is true, and under his purple cloak, an implement of archaic form, a cross-hilted thing of tempered steel. Imagine that going forth! In their days, the sprawling suburbs of Victorian times, with their vile roads, petty houses, foolish little gardens of shrub and geranium, and all their futile, pretentious privacies had disappeared. The towering buildings of the new age, the mechanical ways, the electric and water mains, all came to an end together like a wall, like a cliff, near 400 feet in height, abrupt and sheer. And all about the city spread the carrot, swede, and turnip fields of the food company, vegetables that were the basis of 1,000 varied foods, and weeds and hedgerow tangles had been utterly extirpated. The incessant expense of weeding that went on year after year in the petty, wasteful, and barbaric farming of the ancient days, the food company had economized forevermore by a campaign of extermination. Here and there, however, neat rows of brambles, standards, and apple trees with whitewashed stems intersected the fields, and at places groups of gigantic teasels reared their favored spikes. Here and there huge agricultural machines hunched under waterproof covers. The mingled waters of the Wey and Mole and Wandle ran in rectangular channels, and wherever a gentle elevation of the ground permitted, a fountain of deodorized sewage distributed its benefits athwart the land and made a rainbow of the sunlight. By a great archway in that enormous city wall emerged the Edomite road to Portsmouth, swarming in the morning sunshine with an enormous traffic, bearing the blue-clad servants of the food company to their toil. A rushing traffic, besides which they seemed two scarce moving dots. Along the outer tracks hummed and rattled the tardy little old-fashioned motors of such as had duties within 20 miles or so of the city. The inner ways were filled with vast mechanisms, swift monocycles bearing a score of men, lank multicycles, quadricycles sagging with heavy loads, empty gigantic produce carts that would come back again filled before the sun was setting, all with the throbbing engines and noiseless wheels and a perpetual wild melody of horns and gongs. Along the very verge of the outermost way our young people went in silence, newly wed and oddly shy of one another's company. Many were the things shouted to them as they tramped along, for in 2100 a foot passenger on an English road was almost as strange a sight as a motor car would have been in 1800. But they went on with steadfast eyes into the country, paying no heed to such cries. Before them in the south rose the downs, blue at first, and as they came nearer changing to green, surmounted by the row of gigantic windwheels that supplemented the windwheels upon the roof spaces of the city, and broken and restless with long morning shadows of those whirling vanes. By midday they had come so near that they could see here and there little patches of pallid dots, the sheep the meat department of the food company owned. In another hour they had passed the clay and the root crops and the single fence that hedged them in, and the prohibition against trespass no longer held. The leveled roadway plunged into a cutting with all its traffic, and they could leave it and walk over the green sward and up the open hillside. Never had these children of the latter days been together in such a lonely place. They were both very hungry and footsore, for walking was a rare exercise, and presently they sat down on the weedless, close-cropped grass, and looked back for the first time at the city from which they had come, shining wide and splendid in the blue haze of the valley of the Thames. Elizabeth was a little afraid of the unenclosed sheep away up the slope. She had never been near big, unrestrained animals before, but Denton reassured her, and overhead a white-winged bird circled in the blue. They talked but little until they had eaten, and then their tongues were loosened. He spoke of the happiness that was now certainly theirs, of the folly of not breaking sooner out of that magnificent prison of latter-day life, of the old romantic days that had passed from the world forever. And then he became boastful. He took up the sword that lay on the ground beside him, and she took it from his hand and ran a tremulous finger along the blade. "And you could," she said, "you could raise this and strike a man?" "Why not, if there were need?" "But," she said, "it would seem so horrible. It would slash. There would be," her voice sank, "blood." "In the old romances you have read often enough." "Oh, I know in those, yes. But that is different. One knows it is not blood, just a sort of red ink. And you killing?" She looked at him doubtfully, and then handed him back the sword. After they had rested and eaten, they rose up and went on their way towards the hills. They passed quite close to a huge flock of sheep, who stared and bleated at their unaccustomed figures. She had never seen sheep before, and she shivered to think such gentle things must needs be slain for food. A sheep-dog barked from a distance, and then a shepherd appeared amidst the supports of the wind-wheels, and came down towards them. When he drew near, he called out, asking whither they were going. Denton hesitated, and told him briefly that they sought some ruined house among the downs in which they might live together. He tried to speak in an offhand manner, as though it was a usual thing to do. The man stared incredulously. "Have you done anything?" he asked. "Nothing," said Denton. "Only we don't want to live in the city any longer. Why should we live in cities?" The shepherd stared more incredulously than ever. "You can't live here," he said. "We mean to try." The shepherd stared from one to the other. "You'll go back to-morrow," he said. "It looks pleasant enough in the sunlight. Are you sure you've done nothing? We shepherds are not such great friends of the police." Denton looked at him steadfastly. "No," he said, "but we are too poor to live in the city, and we can't bear the thought of wearing clothes of blue canvas and doing drudgery. We are going to live a simple life here, like the people of old." The shepherd was a bearded man with a thoughtful face. He glanced at Elizabeth's fragile beauty. "They had simple minds," he said. "So have we," said Denton. The shepherd smiled. "If you go along here," he said, "along the crest beneath the wind-wheels, you will see a heap of mounds and ruins on your right-hand side. That was once a town called Epsom. There are no houses there, and the bricks have been used for a sheep pen. Go on, and another heap on the edge of the root land is Leatherhead, and then the hill turns away along the border of a valley, and there are woods of beech. Keep along the crest. You will come to quite wild places. In some parts, in spite of all the weeding that is done, ferns and bluebells and other such useless plants are growing still. And through it all, underneath the wind-wheels, runs a straight lane paved with stones, a roadway of the Romans 2,000 years old. Go to the right of that, down into the valley, and follow it along by the banks of the river. You'll come presently to a street of houses, many with roofs still sound upon them. There you may find shelter." They thanked him. "But it's a quiet place. There is no light after dark there, and I have heard tell of robbers. It is lonely. Nothing happens there. The phonographs of the storytellers, the kinematograph entertainments, the news machines, none of them are to be found there. If you are hungry, there is no food. If you are ill, no doctor." He stopped. "We shall try it," said Denton, moving to go on. Then a thought struck him, and he made an agreement with the shepherd, and learnt where they might find him to buy and bring them anything of which they stood in need out of the city. And in the evening they came to a deserted village. With its houses that seemed so small and odd to them, they found it golden in the glory of the sunset and desolate and still. They went from one deserted house to another, marveling at their quaint simplicity and debating which they should choose. And at last, in a sunlit corner of a room that had lost its outer wall, they came upon a wild flower, a little flower of blue that the weeders of the food company had overlooked. That house they decided upon, but they did not remain in it long that night, because they were resolved to feast upon nature. And moreover, the houses became very gaunt and shadowy after the sunlight had faded out of the sky. So after they had rested a little time, they went to the crest of the hill again to see with their own eyes the silence of heaven set with stars, about which the old poets had had so many things to tell. It was a wonderful sight, and Denton talked like the stars. And when they went down the hill at last, the sky was pale with dawn. They slept but little, and in the morning when they woke, a thrush was singing in a tree. So these young people of the 22nd century began their exile. That morning they were very busy exploring the resources of this new home in which they were going to live the simple life. They did not explore very fast or very far, because they went everywhere hand in hand, but they found the beginnings of some furniture. Beyond the village was a store of winter fodder for the sheep of the food company, and Denton dragged great armfuls to the house to make a bed. And in several of the houses were old fungus-eaten chairs and tables, rough, barbaric, clumsy furniture, it seemed to them, and made of wood. They repeated many of the things they had said on the previous day, and towards evening they found another flower, a harebell. In the late afternoon, some company shepherds went down the river valley, riding on a big multicycle, but they hid from them, because their presence, Elizabeth said, seemed to spoil the romance of this old world place altogether. In this fashion they lived a week. For all that week the days were cloudless, and the nights of starry glory, that were invaded each a little more by a crescent moon. Yet something of the first splendor of their coming faded imperceptibly day after day. Denton's eloquence became fitful, and lacked fresh topics of inspiration. The fatigue of their long march from London told in certain stiffness of the limbs, and each suffered from a slight unaccountable cold. Moreover, Denton became aware of unoccupied time. In one place, among the carelessly heaped lumber of the old times, he found a rust-eaten spade, and with this he made a fitful attack on the raised and grass-grown garden. Though he had nothing to plant or sow, he returned to Elizabeth with a sweat-streaming face after half an hour of such work. They were giants in those days, he said, not understanding what want and training will do. And their walk that day led them along the hills until they could see the city shimmering far away in the valley. "I wonder how things are going on there," he said. And then came a change in the weather. "Come out and see the clouds," she cried, and behold, they were a somber purple in the north and east, streaming up the ragged edges at the zenith. And as they went up the hill, these hurrying streamers blotted out the sunset. Suddenly the wind set the beech trees swaying and whispering, and Elizabeth shivered. And then far away the lightning flashed like a sword that is drawn suddenly, and the distant thunder marched about the sky. And even as they stood astonished, pattering upon them came the first headlong raindrops of the storm. In an instant the last streak of sunset was hidden by a falling curtain of hail, and the lightning flashed again, and the voice of the thunder roared louder, and all about them the world scowled dark and strange. Seizing hands, these children of the city ran down the hill to their home in infinite astonishment, and ere they reached it, Elizabeth was weeping with dismay, and the darkening ground about them was white and brittle and active with the pelting hail. Then began a strange and terrible night for them. For the first time in their civilized lives, they were in absolute darkness. They were wet and cold and shivering, and all about them hissed the hail, and through the long neglected ceilings of the derelict home came noisy spouts of water and formed pools and rivulets on the creaking floor. As the gusts of the storm struck the worn-out building, it groaned and shuddered, and now a mass of plaster from the wall would slide and smash, and now some loosened tile would rattle down the roof and crash into the empty greenhouse below. Elizabeth shuddered and was still. Denton wrapped his gay and flimsy city cloak about her, and so they crouched in the darkness. And ever the thunder broke louder and nearer, and ever more lurid flashed the lightning, jerking into a momentary gaunt clearness the streaming, dripping room in which they sheltered. Never before had they been in the open air save when the sun was shining. All their time had been spent in the warm and airy ways and halls and rooms of the latter-day city. It was to them as night is if they were in some other world, some disordered chaos of stress and tumult, and almost beyond hoping that they should ever see the city ways again. The storm seemed to last interminably, until at last they dozed between the thunderclaps, and then very swiftly it fell and ceased. And as the last patter of rain died away, they heard an unfamiliar sound. "What is that?" cried Elizabeth. It came again. It was the barking of dogs. It drove down the desert lane and passed, and through the windows, whitening the wall before them, and throwing it upon the shadow of the window frame and of a tree in black silhouette, shone the light of the waxing moon. Just as the pale dawn was drawing the things about them into sight, the fitful barking of dogs came near again, and stopped. They listened. After a pause, they heard the quick pattering of feet seeking round the house, and short half-smothered barks. Then again everything was still. "Shh!" whispered Elizabeth, and pointed to the door of their room. Duncan went halfway towards the door and stood listening. He came back with a face of affected unconcern. "They must be the sheep-dogs of the food company," he said. "They will do us no harm." He sat down again beside her. "What a night it has been," he said. To hide how keenly he was listening. "I don't like dogs," answered Elizabeth, after a long silence. "Dogs never hurt anyone," said Denton. "In the old days, in the 19th century, everybody had a dog." "There was a romance I heard once. A dog killed a man." "Not this sort of dog," said Denton confidently. "Some of those romances are exaggerated." Suddenly a half bark, and pattering up the staircase, the sound of panting. Denton sprang to his feet and drew the sword out of the damp straw upon which they had been lying. Then in the doorway appeared a gaunt sheep-dog, and halted there. Behind it stared another. For an instant man and brute faced each other, hesitating. Then Denton, being ignorant of dogs, made a sharp step forward. "Go away," he said, with a clumsy motion of his sword. The dog started and growled. Denton stopped sharply. "Good dog," he said. Then the growling jerked into a bark. "Good dog," said Denton. The second dog growled and barked. A third, out of sight down the staircase, took up the barking also. Outside others gave tongue, a large number, it seemed to Denton. "This is annoying," said Denton, without taking his eyes off the brutes before him. "Of course the shepherds won't come out of the city for hours yet. Naturally, these dogs don't quite make us out." "I can't hear," shouted Elizabeth. She stood up and came to him. Denton tried again, but the barking still drowned out his voice. The sound had a curious effect upon his blood. Odd, Disused emotions began to stir. His face changed as he shouted. He tried again. The barking seemed to mock him, and one dog danced a pace forward, bristling. Suddenly he turned, and uttering certain words in a dialect of the underways, words incomprehensible to Elizabeth, he made for the dogs. There was a sudden cessation of the barking, a growl and a snapping. Elizabeth saw the snarling head of the foremost dog, its white teeth and retracted ears, and the flash of the thrust blade. The brute leaped into the air and was flung back. Then Denton, with a shout, was driving the dogs before him. The sword flashed above his head with a sudden new freedom of gesture, and then he vanished down the staircase. She made 6 steps to follow him, and on the landing there was blood. She stopped, and hearing the tumult of dogs and Denton's shouts pass out of the house, ran to the window. 9 wolfish sheep-dogs were scattering. One writhed before the porch, and Denton, tasting that strange delight of combat that slumbers still in the blood of even the most civilized man, was shouting and running across the garden space. And then she saw something that for a moment he did not see. The dogs circled round this way and that, and came again. They had him in the open. In an instant she divined the situation. She would have called to him. For a moment she felt sick and helpless, and then, obeying a strange impulse, she gathered up her white skirt and ran downstairs. In the hall was the rusting spade. That was it. She seized it and ran out. She came none too soon. One dog rolled before him, well nigh slashed in half, but a second had him by the thigh, and a third gripped his collar behind, and a fourth had the blade of the sword between its teeth, tasting its own blood. He parried the leap of a fifth with his left arm. It might have been the first century instead of the 22nd, so far as she was concerned. All the gentleness of her 18 years of city life vanished before this primordial need. The spade smote hard and sure, and cleft a dog's skull. Another, crouching for a spring, yelped with dismay at this unexpected antagonist, and rushed aside. 2 wasted precious moments on the binding of a feminine skirt. The collar of Denton's cloak tore and parted as he staggered back, and that dog too felt the spade, and ceased to trouble him. He sheathed his sword in the brute at his thigh. "To the wall!" cried Elizabeth, and in 3 seconds the fight was at an end, and our young people stood side by side, while a remnant of 5 dogs, with ears and tails of disaster, fled shamefully from the stricken field. For a moment they stood panting and victorious, and then Elizabeth, dropping her spade, covered her face and sank to the ground in a paroxysm of weeping. Denton looked about him, thrust the point of his sword into the ground so that it was at hand, and stooped to comfort her. At last their more tumultuous emotions subsided, and they could talk again. She leaned upon the wall, and he sat upon it so that he could keep an eye open for any returning dogs. 2 at any rate were up on the hillside, and kept up a vexatious barking. She was tear-stained, but not very wretched now, because for half an hour he had been repeating that she was brave and had saved his life, but a new fear was growing in her mind. "They are the dogs of the Food Company," she said. "There will be trouble." "I'm afraid so. Very likely they will prosecute us for trespass." A pause. "In the old times," he said, "this sort of thing happened day after day." "Last night," she said, "I could not live through another such night." He looked at her. Her face was pale for want of sleep, and drawn and haggard. He came to a sudden resolution. "We must go back," he said. She looked at the dead dogs and shivered. "We cannot stay here," she said. "We must go back," he repeated, glancing over his shoulder to see if the enemy kept their distance. "We have been happy for a time, but the world is too civilized. Ours is the age of cities. More of this will kill us." "But what are we to do? How can we live there?" Denton hesitated. His heel kicked against the wall on which he sat. "It's a thing I haven't mentioned before," he said, and coughed, "but—" "Yes?" "You could raise money on your expectations," he said. "Could I?" she said eagerly. "Of course you could. What a child you are!" She stood up, and her face was bright. "And why did you not tell me before?" she asked. "And all this time we have been here." He looked at her for a moment and smiled. Then the smile vanished. "I thought it ought to come from you," he said. "I didn't like to ask for your money. And besides, at first I thought this would be rather fine." There was a pause. "It has been fine," he said, and glanced once more over his shoulder, "until all this began." "Yes," she said. "Those first days." "The first 3 days." They looked for a space into one another's faces, and then Denton slid down from the wall and took her hand. "To each generation," he said, "the life of its time. I see it all plainly now. In the city, that is the life to which we were born. To live in any other fashion, coming here was a dream, and this is the awakening." "It was a pleasant dream," she said, "in the beginning." For a long space neither spoke. "If we would reach the city before the shepherds come here, we must start," said Denton. "We must get our food out of the house and eat as we go." Denton glanced about him again, and giving the dead dogs a wide berth, they walked across the garden space and into the house together. They found the wallet with their food, and descended the blood-stained stairs again. In the hall Elizabeth stopped. "1 minute," she said. "There is something here." She led the way into the room in which that one little blue flower was blooming. She stooped to it. She touched it with her hand. "I want it," she said, and then, "I cannot take it." Impulsively she stooped and kissed its petals. Then silently, side by side, they went across the empty garden space into the old high road, and set their faces resolutely towards the distant city, towards the complex mechanical city of those latter days, the city that had swallowed up mankind. End of section 9. Of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Story of the Days to Come, Part 3, The Ways of the City. Prominent, if not paramount, among world-changing inventions in the history of man is that series of contrivances in locomotion that began with the railway and ended, for a century or more, with the motor and the patent road. That these contrivances, together with the device of limited liability joint stock companies and the supersession of agricultural laborers by skilled men with ingenious machinery, would necessarily concentrate mankind in cities of unparalleled magnitude, and work an entire revolution in human life, became, after the event, a thing so obvious that it is a matter of astonishment it was not more clearly anticipated. Yet that any steps should be taken to anticipate the miseries such a revolution might entail does not appear even to have been suggested, and the idea that the moral prohibitions and sanctions, the privileges and concessions, the conception of property and responsibility, of comfort and beauty, that had rendered the mainly agricultural states of the past prosperous and happy, would fail in the rising torrent of novel opportunities and novel stimulations, never seems to have entered the 19th century mind. That a citizen, kindly and fair in his ordinary life, could as a shareholder become almost murderously greedy, that commercial methods that were reasonable and honorable on the old-fashioned countryside should, on an enlarged scale, be deadly and overwhelming, that ancient charity was modern pauperization, and ancient employment modern sweating, that, in fact, a revision and enlargement of the duties and rights of man had become urgently necessary were things it could not entertain, nourished as it was on an archaic system of education and profoundly retrospective and legal in all its habits of thought. It was known that the accumulation of men in cities involved unprecedented dangers of pestilence. There was an energetic development of sanitation, but that the disease of gambling and usury, of luxury and tyranny should become endemic and produce horrible consequences was beyond the scope of 19th-century thought. And so, as it were, some inorganic processes, practically unhindered by the creative will of man, the growth of the swarming, unhappy cities that marked the 21st century accomplished itself. The new society was divided into three main classes. At the summit slumbered the property owner, enormously rich by accident rather than design, potent save for the will and aim, the last avatar of Hamlet in the world. Below was the enormous multitude of workers employed by the gigantic companies that monopolized control, and between these two the dwindling middle class, officials of innumerable sorts, foremen, managers, the medical, legal, artistic, and scholastic classes, and the minor rich, a middle class whose members led a life of insecure luxury and precarious speculation amidst the movements of the great managers. Already the love story and the marrying of two persons of this middle class have been told, how they overcame the obstacles between them, and how they tried the simple old-fashioned way of living on the countryside and came back speedily enough into the city of London. Denton had no means, so Elizabeth borrowed money on the securities that her father Morris held in trust for her until she was 21. The rate of interest she paid was of course high, because of the uncertainty of her security, and the arithmetic of lovers is often sketchy and optimistic. Yet they had very glorious times after that return. They determined they would not go to a pleasure city, nor waste their days rushing through the air from one part of the world to the other, for in spite of one disillusionment, their tastes were still old-fashioned. They furnished their little room with quaint old Victorian furniture, and found a shop on the 42nd floor in the 7th way, where printed books of the old sort were still to be bought. It was their pet affection to read print instead of hearing phonographs, and when presently there came a sweet little girl to unite them further, if it were possible, Elizabeth would not send it to a crèche, as the custom was, but insisted on nursing it at home. The rent of their apartments was raised on account of this singular proceeding, but they did not mind. It only meant borrowing a little more. Presently Elizabeth was of age, and Denton had a business interview with her father that was not agreeable. An exceedingly disagreeable interview with their money-lender followed, from which he brought home a white face. On his return, Elizabeth had to tell him of a new and marvelous intonation of goo that their daughter had devised, but Denton was inattentive. In the midst, just as she was at the cream of her description, he interrupted. "How much money do you think we have left now that everything is settled?" She stared and stopped her appreciative swaying of the goo genius that had accompanied her description. "You don't mean—" "Yes," he answered, "ever so much. We have been wild. It's the interest, or something. And the shares you had slumped. Your father did not mind, said it was not his business after what had happened. He's going to marry again. Well, we have scarcely 1,000 left." "Only 1,000?" "Only 1,000." And Elizabeth sat down. For a moment she regarded him with a white face, then her eyes went about the quaint old-fashioned room, with its middle Victorian furniture and genuine oleographs, and rested at last on the little lump of humanity within her arms. Denton glanced at her and stood downcast. Then he swung round on his heels and walked up and down very rapidly. "I must get something to do," he broke out presently. "I am an idle scoundrel. I ought to have thought of this before. I have been a selfish fool. I wanted to be with you all day." He stopped, looking at her white face. Suddenly he came and kissed her and the little face that nestled against her breast. "It's all right, dear," he said, standing over her. "You won't be lonely now. Now Dings is beginning to talk to you. And I can soon get something to do, you know. Soon. Easily. It's only a shock at first, but it will come all right. It's sure to come all right. I will go out again as soon as I have rested and find what can be done. For the present, it's hard to think of anything." "It would be hard to leave these rooms," said Elizabeth, "but—" "There won't be any need of that, trust me." "They're expensive." Denton waved that aside. He began talking of the work he could do. He was not very explicit what it would be, but he was quite sure that there was something to keep them comfortably in the happy middle class, whose way of life was the only one they knew. "There are 33 million people in London," he said. "Some of them must have need of me." "Some must." "The trouble is, well, Bindon, that brown little old man your father wanted you to marry, he's an important person. I can't go back to my flying stage work, because now he is a commissioner of the flying stage clerks." "I didn't know that," said Elizabeth. "He was made that in the last few weeks, or things would be easy enough, for they liked me on the flying stage. But there's dozens of other things to be done, dozens. Don't you worry, dear. I'll rest a little while, and then we'll dine, and then I'll start on my rounds. I know lots of people, lots." So they rested, and then they went to the public dining room and dined, and then he started on his search for employment. But they soon realized that in the matter of one convenience the world was just as badly off as it had ever been, and that was a nice, secure, honorable, remunerative employment, leaving ample leisure for private life, and demanding no special ability, no violent exertion nor risk, and no sacrifice of any sort for its attainment. He evolved a number of brilliant projects, and spent many days hurrying from one part of the enormous city to another in search of influential friends, and all his influential friends were glad to see him, and very sanguine until it came to definite proposals. And then they became guarded and vague. He would part with them coldly, and think over their behavior, and get irritated on his way back, and stop at some telephone office and spend money on an animated but unprofitable quarrel. And as the days passed, he got so worried and irritated that even to seem kind and careless before Elizabeth cost him an effort, and she, being a loving woman, perceived very clearly. After an extremely complex preface one day, she helped him out with a painful suggestion. He had expected her to weep and give way to despair when it came to selling all their joyfully bought early Victorian treasures, their quaint objects of art, their antimacassars, bead mats, rep curtains, veneered furniture, gold-framed steel engravings and pencil drawings, wax flowers under shades, stuffed birds, and all sorts of choice old things. But it was she who made the proposal. The sacrifice seemed to fill her with pleasure, and so did the idea of shifting to apartments 10 or 12 floors lower in another hotel. "So long as Ding is with us, nothing matters," she said. "It is all experience." So he kissed her, and said she was braver than when she had fought the sheep-dogs, calling her Boadicea, and abstained very carefully from reminding her that they would have to pay considerably higher rent on account of the little voice with which Dings greeted the perpetual uproar of the city. His idea had been to get Elizabeth out of the way when it came to selling the absurd furniture about which their affections were twined and tangled. But when it came to the sale, it was Elizabeth who haggled with the dealer, while Denton went about the running ways of the city, white and sick with sorrow and fear of what was still to come. When they moved into their sparsely furnished pink and white apartment in a cheap hotel, there came an outbreak of furious energy on his part, and then nearly a week of lethargy during which he sulked at home. Through those days Elizabeth shone like a star, and at the end of Denton's misery found a vent in tears. And then he went out into the city ways again, and to his utter amazement found some work to do. His standard of employment had fallen steadily until at last it had reached the lowest level of independent workers. At first he had aspired to some high official position in the great flying or wind vane or water companies, or to an appointment on one of the general intelligence organizations that had replaced newspapers, or to some professional partnership, but those were the dreams of the beginning. From that he had passed to speculation, and 300 gold lions out of Elizabeth's 1,000 had vanished one evening in the share market. Now he was glad his good looks secured him a trial in the position of salesman to the Susanna Hat Syndicate, a syndicate dealing in ladies' caps, hair decorations, and hats. For though the city was completely covered in, ladies still wore extremely elaborate and beautiful hats at the theatres and places of public worship. It would have been amusing if one could have confronted a Regent Street shopkeeper of the 19th century with the development of his establishment in which Denton duties lay. 19th Way was still sometimes called Regent Street, but it was now a street of moving platforms and nearly 800 feet wide. The middle space was immovable and gave access by staircases descending into subterranean ways to houses on either side. Right and left were an ascending series of continuous platforms, each of which traveled about 5 miles an hour faster than the one internal to it, so that one could step from platform to platform until one reached the swiftest outer way and go about the city. The establishment of the Susanna Hat Syndicate projected a vast facade upon the outer way, sending out overhead at either end an overlapping series of huge white glass screens, on which gigantic animated pictures of the faces of well-known beautiful living women wearing novelties and hats were thrown. A dense crowd was always collected in the stationary center way, watching a vast kinematograph which displayed the changing fashion. The whole front of the building was in perpetual chromatic change, and all down the facade, 400 feet it measured, and all across the street of moving ways, laced and winked and glittered in 1,000 varieties of color and lettering the inscription, "Susanna Hats, Susanna Hats." A broadside of gigantic phonographs drowned all conversation in the moving way and roared "Hats" at the passer-by, while far down the street and up other batteries counseled the public to walk down for Susanna and queried, "Why don't you buy the girl a hat?" For the benefit of those who chanced to be deaf, and deafness was not uncommon in London of that age, inscriptions of all sizes were thrown from the roof above upon the moving platforms themselves, and on one's hand, or on the bald head of the man before one, or on a lady's shoulders, or in a sudden jet of flame before one's feet, the moving finger wrote in unanticipated letters of fire, "Hats or chip a tide," or simply "Hats." And spite of all these efforts, so high was the pitch at which the city lived, so trained became one's eyes and ears to ignore all sorts of advertisements, that many a citizen had passed the place thousands of times and was still unaware of the existence of the Susanna Hat Syndicate. To enter the building, one descended the staircase in the middle way and walked through a public passage into which pretty girls promenaded, girls who were willing to wear a ticketed hat for a small fee. The entrance chamber was a large hall in which wax heads, fashionably adorned, rotated gracefully upon pedestals, and from this one passed through a cash office to an interminable series of little rooms, each room with its salesman, its 3 or 4 hats and pins, its mirrors, its kinematographs, telephones and hat slides in communication with the central depot, its comfortable lounge and tempting refreshments. A salesman in such an apartment did Denton now become. It was his business to attend to any of the incessant stream of ladies who chose to stop with him, to behave as winningly as possible, to offer refreshment, to converse on any topic the possible customer chose, and to guide the conversation dexterously, but not insistently, towards hats. He was to suggest trying on various types of hat, and to show by his manner and bearing, but without any coarse flattery, the enhanced impressions made by the hats he wished to sell. He had several mirrors, adapted by various subtleties of curvature and tint to different types of face and complexion, and much depended on the proper use of these. Denton flung himself at these curious and not very congenial duties with a good will and energy that would have amazed him a year before, but all to no purpose. The senior manageress, who had selected him for appointment and conferred various small marks of favor upon him, suddenly changed in her manner, declared for no assignable cause that he was stupid, and dismissed him at the end of 6 weeks of salesmanship. So Denton had to resume his ineffectual search for employment. The second search did not last very long. Their money was at the ebb. To eke it out a little longer, they resolved to part with their darling Dings, and took that small person to one of the public creches that abounded in the city. That was the common use of the time. The industrial emancipation of women, the correlated disorganization of the secluded home, had rendered creches a necessity for all but the very rich and exceptionally minded people. Therein children encountered hygienic and educational advantages impossible without such organization. Creches were of all classes and types of luxury, down to those of the Labor Company, where children were taken on credit to be redeemed in labor as they grew up. But both Denton and Elizabeth, being, as I have explained, strange, old-fashioned young people, full of 19th century ideas, hated these convenient creches exceedingly, and at last took their little daughter to one with extreme reluctance. They were received by a motherly person in a uniform, who was very brisk and prompt in her manner, until Elizabeth wept at the mention of parting from her child. The motherly person, after a brief astonishment at this unusual emotion, changed suddenly into a creature of hope and comfort, and so won Elizabeth's gratitude for life. They were conducted into a vast room, presided over by several nurses, and with hundreds of 2-year-old girls grouped about the toy-covered floor. This was a 2-year-old room. 2 nurses came forward, and Elizabeth watched their bearing towards Dings with jealous eyes. They were kind. It was clear they felt kind, and yet... Presently it was time to go. By that time Dings was happily established in a corner, sitting on the floor with her arms filled, and herself, indeed, for the most part hidden by an unaccustomed wealth of toys. She seemed careless of all human relationships as her parents receded. They were forbidden to upset her by saying good-bye. At the door Elizabeth glanced back for the last time, and behold, Dings had dropped her new wealth and was standing with a dubious face. Suddenly Elizabeth gasped, and the motherly nurse pushed her forward and closed the door. "You can come again soon, dear," she said, with unexpected tenderness in her eyes. For a moment Elizabeth stared at her with a blank face. "You can come again soon," repeated the nurse. Then, with a swift transition, Elizabeth was weeping in the nurse's arms. So it was that Denton's heart was won also. And 3 weeks after our young people were absolutely penniless. and only one way lay open. They must go to the Labor Company. So soon as the rent was a week overdue, their few remaining possessions were seized, and with scant courtesy they were shown the way out of the hotel. Elizabeth walked along the passage towards the staircase that ascended to the motionless middle way, too dulled by misery to think. Denton stopped behind to finish a stinging and unsatisfactory argument with the hotel porter, and then came hurrying after her, flushed and hot. He slackened his pace as he overtook her, and together they ascended to the middle way in silence. They found 2 seats vacant and sat down. "We need not go there yet," said Elizabeth. "No, not till we're hungry," said Denton. They said no more. Elizabeth's eyes sought a resting place and found none. To the right roared the eastward ways, to the left the ways in the opposite direction, swarming with people. Backwards and forwards along a cable overhead rushed a string of gesticulating men, dressed like clowns, each marked on back and chest with one gigantic letter, so that altogether they spelt out Purkinje's Digestive Pills. An anemic little woman in a horrible coarse blue canvas pointed a little girl to one of this string of hurrying advertisements. "Look," said the anemic woman, "there's your father." "Which?" said the little girl. "It's him with a nose colored red," said the anemic woman. The little girl began to cry, and Elizabeth could have cried too. "And he's kicking his legs just," said the anemic woman in blue, trying to make things bright again. "Looky now." On the façade to the right a huge, intensely bright disk of weird color span incessantly, and letters of fire that came and went spelt out, "Does this make you giddy?" Then a pause, followed by, "Take a Purkinje's Digestive Pill." A vast and desolating braying began. "If you love swagger literature, put your telephone on to Burgles, the greatest author of all times, the greatest thinker of all time. Teaches you morals up to your scalp. The very image of Socrates, except the back of his head, which is like Shakespeare. He has 6 toes, dressed in red, and never cleans his teeth. Hear him." Denton's voice became audible in the gap in the uproar. "I never ought to have married you," he was saying. "I have wasted your money, ruined you, brought you to misery. I'm a scoundrel. Oh, this accursed world!" She tried to speak, and for some moments could not. She grasped his hand. "No," she said at last. A half-formed desire suddenly became determination. She stood up. "Will you come?" He rose also. "We need not go there yet." "Not that. But I want you to come to the flying stages where we met. You know, the little seat." He hesitated. "Can you?" he said doubtfully. "Must," she answered. He hesitated still for a moment, then moved to obey her will. And so it was they spent their last half day of freedom out under the open air in the little seat under the flying stages where they had been wont to meet 5 short years ago. There she told him what she could not tell him in the tumultuous public ways, that she did not repent even now their marriage, that whatever discomfort and misery life still had for them, she was content with the things that had been. The weather was kind to them. The seat was sunlit and warm, and overhead the shining aeroplanes went and came. At last, towards sunsetting, their time was at an end, and they made their vows to one another and clasped hands, and then rose up and went back into the ways of the city, a shabby-looking, heavy-hearted pair, tired and hungry. Soon they came to one of the pale blue signs that marked the Labor Company Bureau. For a space they stood in the middle way, regarding this, and at last descended, and entered the waiting room. The Labor Company had originally been a charitable organization. Its aim was to supply food, shelter, and work to all comers. This it was bound to do by the conditions of its incorporation, and it was also bound to supply food and shelter and medical attendance to all incapable of work who chose to demand its aid. In exchange, these incapables paid labor notes, which they had to redeem upon recovery. They signed these labor notes with thumb marks, which were photographed and indexed in such a way that this worldwide labor company could identify any one of its 200 or 300 million clients at the cost of an hour's inquiry. The day's labor was defined as 2 spells in a treadmill used in generating electrical force or its equivalent, and its due performance could be enforced by law. In practice, the labor company found it advisable to add to its statutory obligations of food and shelter a few pence a day as an inducement to effort, and its enterprise had not only abolished pauperization altogether, but supplied practically all but the very highest and most responsible labor throughout the world. Nearly a third of the population of the world were its serfs and debtors from the cradle to the grave. In this practical, unsentimental way, the problem of the unemployed had been most satisfactorily met and overcome. No one starved in the public ways, and no rags, no costumes less sanitary and sufficient than the Labor Company's hygienic but inelegant blue canvas, pained the eye throughout the whole world. It was the constant theme of the phonographic newspapers how much the world had progressed since the 19th century days, when the bodies of those killed by vehicular traffic or dead of starvation were, they alleged, a common feature in all the busier streets. Denton and Elizabeth sat apart in the waiting room until their turn came. Most of the others collected there seemed limp and taciturn, but 3 or 4 young people, gaudily dressed, made up for the quietude of their companions. They were life clients of the company, born in the company's crèche and destined to die in its hospital, and they had been out for a spree with some shillings or so of extra pay. They talked vociferously in a later development of the Cockney dialect, manifestly very proud of themselves. Elizabeth's eyes went from these to the less assertive figures. One seemed exceptionally pitiful to her. It was a woman of perhaps 45, with gold-stained hair and a painted face, down which abundant tears had trickled. She had a pinched nose, hungry eyes, lean hands and shoulders, and her dusty, worn-out finery told the story of her life. Another was a gray-bearded old man in the costume of a bishop of one of the high Episcopal sects, for religion was now also a business, and it had its ups and downs. And besides him, a sickly, dissipated-looking boy of perhaps 22 glared at fate. Presently, Elizabeth and Denton interviewed the manageress, for the company preferred women in this capacity, and found she possessed an energetic face, a contemptuous manner, and a particularly unpleasant voice. They were given various checks, including one to certify that they need not have their heads cropped, and when they had given their thumb marks, learnt the number corresponding thereunto, and exchanged their shabby middle-class clothes for the duly numbered blue canvas suits, they repaired to the huge plain dining-room for their first meal under these new conditions. Afterwards they were to return to her for instructions about their work. When they had made the exchange of their clothing, Elizabeth did not seem able to look at Denton at first, but he looked at her, and saw with astonishment that even in blue canvas she was still beautiful. And then their soup and bread came sliding on its little rail down the long table towards them and stopped with a jerk, and he forgot the matter, for they had had no proper meal for 3 days. After they had dined, they rested for a time. Neither talked. There was nothing to say, and presently they got up and went back to the manageress to learn what they had to do. The manageress referred to a tablet. "Your rooms won't be here. It'll be in the Highbury ward, 97th way, Number 2017. Better make a note of it on your card. U naught naught naught. Type 7, 64 BCD, gamma 41 female. You have got to go to the Metal Beating Company and try that for a day. 4 pence bonus if you're satisfactory. And you, 071, Type 4, 709 GFB, Pi 5 and 90, male. You have to go to the Photographic Company on 81st Way and learn something or other. I don't know. 3 pence. Here's your cards. That's all. Next. What? Didn't catch it all? Lord, so suppose I must go over it all again. Why don't you listen? Careless, unprovident people. One think these things didn't matter. Their way to their work lay together for a time, and now they found they could talk. Curiously enough, the worst of their depression seemed over now that they had actually donned the blue. Denton could talk with interest even of the work that lay before them. Whatever it is, he said, it can't be so hateful as that hat shop. And after we have paid for dings, we shall still have a whole penny a day between us even now. Afterwards, we may improve, get more money. Elizabeth was less inclined to speech. I wonder why work should seem so hateful, she said. It's odd, said Denton. I suppose it wouldn't be if it were not the thought of being ordered about. I hope we shall have decent managers. Elizabeth did not answer. She was not thinking of that. She was tracing out some thoughts of her own. Of course, she said presently, we have been using up work all our lives. It's only fair. She stopped. It was too intricate. We paid for it, said Denton, for at that time he had not troubled himself about these complicated things. We did nothing, and yet we paid for it. That's what I cannot understand. Perhaps we are paying, said Elizabeth presently, for her theology was old-fashioned and simple. Presently it was time for them to part, and each went to the appointed work. Denton's was to mind a complicated hydraulic press that seemed almost an intelligent thing. This press worked by sea-water that was destined finally to flush the city drains, for the world had long since abandoned the folly of pouring drinkable water into its sewers. This water was brought close to the eastward edge of the city by a huge canal, and then raised by an enormous battery of pumps into reservoirs at a level of 400 feet above the sea, from which it was spread by a billion arterial branches over the city. Thence it poured down, cleansing, sluicing, working machinery of all sorts, through an infinite variety of capillary channels, into the great drains, the cloaca maxima, and so carried the sewage out to the agricultural areas that surrounded London on every side. The press was employed in one of the processes of the photographic manufacturer, but the nature of the process it did not concern Denton to understand. The most salient fact to his mind was that it had to be conducted in ruby light, and as a consequence the room in which he worked was lit by one colored globe that poured forth a lurid and painful illumination about the room. In the darkest corner stood the press, whose servant Denton had now become. It was a huge, dim, glittering thing, with a projecting hood that had a remote resemblance to a bowed head, and squatting like some metal Buddha in this weird light that ministered to its needs. It seemed to Denton in certain moods almost as if this must needs be the obscure idol to which humanity in some strange aberration had offered up his life. His duties had a varied monotony. Such items as the following will convey an idea of the service of the press. The thing worked with a busy clicking so long as things went well, but if the paste that came pouring through a feeder from another room, and which it was perpetually compressing into thin plates, changed in quality, the rhythm of its click altered, and Denton hastened to make certain adjustments. The slightest delay involved a waste of paste, and the docking of one or more of his daily pence. If the supply of paste waned, there were hand processes of a peculiar sort involved in its preparation, and sometimes the workers had convulsions which deranged their output. Denton had to throw the press out of gear. In the painful vigilance a multitude of such trivial attentions entailed, painful because of the incessant effort of its absence of natural interest required. Denton had now to pass one-third of his days, save for an occasional visit from the manager, a kindly but singularly foul-mouthed man. Denton passed his working hours in solitude. Elizabeth's work was of a more social sort. There was a fashion for covering the private apartments of the very wealthy with metal plates, beautifully embossed with repeated patterns. The taste of the time demanded, however, that the repetition of the patterns should not be exact, not mechanical, but natural, and it was found that the most pleasing arrangement of pattern irregularity was obtained by employing women of refinement and natural taste to punch out the patterns with small dies. So many square feet of plates was exacted from Elizabeth as a minimum, and for whatever square feet she did in excess, she received a small payment. The room, like most rooms of women workers, was under a manageress. Men had been found by the Labour Company not only less exacting, but extremely liable to excuse favoured ladies from a proper share of their duties. The manageress was not an unkindly, taciturn person, with the hardened remains of beauty of the brunette type, and the other women workers, who of course hated her, associated her name scandalously with one of the metal worker directors in order to explain her position. Only 2 or 3 of Elizabeth's fellow workers were born labour serfs, plain morose girls, but most of them corresponded to what the 19th century would have called a reduced gentlewoman. But the idea of what constituted a gentlewoman had altered. The faint, faded, negative virtue, the modulated voice, and restrained gesture of the old-fashioned gentlewoman had vanished from the earth. Most of her companions showed in discoloured hair, ruined complexions, and the texture of their reminiscent conversations, the vanished glories of a conquering youth. All of these artistic workers were much older than Elizabeth, and 2 openly expressed their surprise that any one so young and pleasant should come to share their toil. But Elizabeth did not trouble them with her old-world moral conceptions. They were permitted, and even encouraged, to converse with each other, for the directors very properly judged that anything that conduced to variations of mood made for pleasing fluctuations in their patterning, and Elizabeth was almost forced to hear the stories of these lives with which her own interwove. Garbled and distorted they were by vanity indeed, and yet comprehensible enough. And soon she began to appreciate the small spites and cliques, the little misunderstandings and alliances that enmeshed about her. One woman was excessively garrulous and descriptive about a wonderful son of hers. Another had cultivated a foolish coarseness of speech that she seemed to regard as the wittiest expression of originality conceivable. A third mused forever on dress, and whispered to Elizabeth how she saved her pence day after day, and would presently have a glorious day of freedom, wearing... And then followed hours of description. 2 others sat always together, and called one another pet names, until one day some little thing happened, and they sat apart, blind and deaf, as it seemed, to one another's being. And always from them all came an incessant tap, 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 and the manageress listened always to the rhythm to mark if one fell away. Tap, 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 tap. So their days passed, so their lives must pass. Elizabeth sat among them, kindly and quiet, grey-hearted, marvelling at fate. Tap, 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 tap. So there came to Denton and Elizabeth a long succession of laborious days that hardened their hands and wove strange threads of some new and sterner substance into the soft prettiness of their lives, and drew grave lines and shadows on their faces. The bright, convenient ways of the former life had receded to an inaccessible distance. Slowly they learnt the lessons of the underworld, somber and laborious, vast and pregnant. There were many little things happened, things that would be tedious and miserable to tell, things that were bitter and grievous to bear, indignities, tyrannies, such as must ever season the bread of the poor in cities. And one thing that was not little, but seemed like the utter blackening of life to them, which was that the child they had given life to sickened and died. But that story, that ancient, perpetually recurring story, has been told so often, has been told so beautifully, that there is no need to tell it over again here. There was the same sharp fear, the same long anxiety, the deferred inevitable blow, and the black silence. It has always been the same. It will always be the same. It is one of the things that must be. And it was Elizabeth who was first to speak, after an aching, dull interspace of days. Not, indeed, of the foolish little name that was a name no longer, but of the darkness that brooded over her soul. They had come through the shrieking, tumultuous ways of the city together, the clamor of trade, of yelling competitive religions, of political appeal, had beat upon deaf ears. The glare of focused lights, of dancing letters, and fiery advertisements had fallen upon the set, miserable faces unheeded. They took their dinner in the dining hall at a place apart. "I want," said Elizabeth clumsily, "to go out to the flying stages, to that seat. Here one can say nothing." Denton looked at her. "It will be night," he said. "I have asked. It is a fine night." She stopped. He perceived she could find no words to explain herself. Suddenly he understood that she wished to see the stars once more, the stars they had watched together from the open downland in that wild honeymoon of theirs 5 years ago. Something caught at his throat. He looked away from her. "There will be plenty of time to go," he said, in a matter-of-fact tone. And at last they came out to their little seat on the flying stage, and sat there for a long time in silence. The little seat was in shadow, but the zenith was pale blue with the effulgence of the stage overhead, and all the city spread below them, squares and circles and patches of brilliance caught in a meshwork of light. The little stars seemed very faint and small, near as they had been to the old world watcher. They had become now infinitely remote. Yet one could see them in the darkened patches amidst the glare, and especially in the northward sky, the ancient constellations gliding steadfast and patient about the pole. Long our two people sat in silence, and at last Elizabeth sighed. "If I understood," she said, "if I could understand. When one is down there, the city seems everything, the noise, the hurry, the voices. You must live, you must scramble. Here it is nothing, a thing that passes. One can think in peace." "Yes," said Denton, "how flimsy it all is. From here, more than half of it is swallowed by the night. It will pass." "We shall pass first," said Elizabeth. "I know," said Denton. "If life were not a moment, the whole of history would seem like the happenings of a day. Yes, we shall pass, and the city will pass, and all the things that are to come, man and the Overman, and wonders unspeakable. And yet—" He paused, and then began afresh. "I know what you feel, at least I fancy. Down there one thinks of one's work, one's little vexations and pleasures, one's eating and drinking and ease and pain. One lives, and one must die. Down there, and every day, our sorrow seemed the end of life. Up here it is different. For instance, down there It would seem impossible almost to go on living if one were horribly disfigured, horribly crippled, disgraced. Up here under these stars none of those things would matter. They don't matter. They are a part of something. One seems just to touch that something under the stars." He stopped. The vague, impalpable things in his mind, cloudy emotions, half shaped towards ideas, vanished before the rough grasp of words. "It is hard to express," he said lamely. They sat through a long stillness. "It is well to come here," he said at last. "We stop. Our minds are very finite. After all, we are just poor animals rising out of the brute, each with a mind, the poor beginning of a mind. We are so stupid, so much hurts, and yet—" I know, and some day we shall see. All this frightful stress, all this discord will resolve to harmony, and we shall know it. Nothing is, but it makes for that. Nothing. All the failures, every little thing makes for that harmony. Everything is necessary to it. We shall find. We shall find. Nothing, not even the most dreadful thing could be left out. Not even the most trivial. Every tap of your hammer on the brass, every moment of work, my idleness even, dear one, every movement of our poor little one. All these things go on forever. And the faint impalpable things. We sitting here together. Everything. The passion that joined us, and what has come since. It is not passion now. More than anything else it is sorrow, dear." He could not say more, could follow his thoughts no further. Elizabeth made no answer. She was very still, but presently her hand sought his and found it. End of section 10. Of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Story of the Days to Come. Part 4. Underneath. Under the stars one may reach upward and touch resignation, whatever the evil thing may be, but in the heat and stress of the day's work we lapse again, come disgust and anger and intolerable moods. How little is all our magnanimity, an accident, a phase? The very saints of old had first to flee the world, and Denton and his Elizabeth could not flee their world. No longer were there open roads to unclaimed lands where men might live freely, however hardly, and keep their souls in peace. The city had swallowed up mankind. For a time these two labor serfs were kept at their original occupations, she at her brass stamping and Denton at his press, and then came a move for him that brought with it fresh and still bitterer experiences of life in the underways of the great city. He was transferred to the care of a rather more elaborate press in the central factory of the London Tile Trust. In this new situation he had to work in a long vaulted room with a number of other men, for the most part born labor serfs. He came to this intercourse reluctantly. His upbringing had been refined, and until his ill fortune had brought him to that costume, he had never spoken in his life, except by way of command or some immediate necessity, to the white-faced wearers of the blue canvas. Now at last came contact. He had to work beside them, share their tools, eat with them. To both Elizabeth and himself this seemed a further degradation. His taste would have seemed extreme to a man of the 19th century, but slowly and inevitably in the intervening years a gulf had opened between the wearers of the blue canvas and the classes above, a difference not simply of circumstances and habits of life, but of habits of thought, even of language. The underways had developed a dialect of their own. Above, too, had arisen a dialect, a code of thought, a language of culture, which aimed by sedulous search after fresh distinction to widen perpetually the space between itself and vulgarity. The bond of a common faith, moreover, no longer held the race together. The last years of the 19th century were distinguished by the rapid development among the prosperous idle of esoteric perversions of the popular religion, glosses and interpretations that reduced the broad teachings of the carpenter of Nazareth to the exquisite narrowness of their lives, and, spite of their inclination toward the ancient fashion of living, neither Elizabeth nor Denton had been sufficiently original to escape the suggestion of their surroundings. In matters of common behavior, they followed the ways of their class, and so when they fell at last to be labor serfs, it seemed to them almost as though they were falling among offensive inferior animals. They felt as a 19th century duke and duchess might have felt who were forced to take rooms in the Jago. Their natural impulse was to maintain a distance, but Denton's first idea of a dignified isolation from his new surroundings was soon rudely dispelled. He had imagined that his fall to the position of a labor serf was the end of his lesson, that when their little daughter had died, he had plumbed the deeps of life. But indeed these things were only the beginning. Life demands something more from us than acquiescence, and now, in a room full of machine-minders, he was to learn a wider lesson, to make the acquaintance of another factor in life, a factor as elemental as the loss of things dear to us, more elemental even than toil. His quiet discouragement of conversation was an immediate cause of offence, was interpreted rightly enough, I fear, as disdain. His ignorance of the vulgar dialect, a thing upon which he had hitherto prided himself, suddenly took upon itself a new aspect. He failed to perceive at once that his reception of the coarse and stupid but genially intended remarks that greeted his appearance must have stung the makers of these advances like blows in their faces. "Don't understand," he said rather coldly, and at hazard, "No, thank you." The man who had addressed him stared, scowled, and turned away. A second, who also failed at Denton's unaccustomed ear, took the trouble to repeat his remark, and Denton discovered he was being offered the use of an oil can. He expressed polite thanks, and this second man embarked upon a penetrating conversation. Denton, he remarked, had been a swell, and he wanted to know how he had come to wear the blue. He clearly expected an interesting record of vice and extravagance. Had Denton ever been at Pleasure City? Denton was speedily to discover how the existence of these wonderful places of delight permeated and defiled the thought and honor of these unwilling, hopeless workers of the underworld. His aristocratic temperament resented these questions. He answered, "No," curtly. The man persisted with a still more personal question, and this time it was Denton who turned away. "Gorblimey," said his interlocutor, much astonished. It presently forced itself upon Denton's mind that this remarkable conversation was being repeated in indignant tones to more sympathetic hearers, and that it gave rise to astonishment and ironical laughter. They looked at Denton with manifestly enhanced interest. A curious perception of isolation dawned upon him. He tried to think of his press and its unfamiliar peculiarities. The machines kept everybody pretty busy during the first spell, and then came a recess. It was only an interval for refreshment, too brief for anyone to go out to a Labour Company dining room. Denton followed his fellow workers into a short gallery, in which were a number of bins of refuse from the presses. Each man produced a packet of food. Denton had no packet. The manager, a careless young man, who held his position by influence, had omitted to warn Denton that it was necessary to apply for this provision. He stood apart, feeling hungry. The others drew together in a group and talked in undertones, glancing at him ever and again. He became uneasy. His appearance of disregard cost him an increasing effort. He tried to think of the levers of his new press. Presently one, a man shorter but much broader and stouter than Denton, came forward to him. Denton turned to him as unconcernedly as possible. "Here," said the delegate, as Denton judged him to be, extending a cube of bread in a not too clean hand. He had a swart, broad-nosed face, and his mouth hung down towards one corner. Denton felt doubtful for the instant whether this was meant for civility or insult. His impulse was to decline. "No, thanks," he said, and at the man's change of expression, "I'm not hungry." There came a laugh from the group behind. "Told you so," said the man who had offered Denton the loan of an oil can. "He's topside, he is. You ain't good enough for him." The swart face grew a shade darker. "Here," said its owner, still extending the bread and speaking in a lower tone. "You got to eat this, see?" Denton looked into the threatening face before him, and odd little currents of energy seemed to be running through his limbs and body. "I don't want it," he said, trying a pleasant smile that twitched and failed. The thick-set man advanced his face, and the bread became a physical threat in his hand. Denton's mind rushed together to the one problem of his antagonist's eyes. "Eat it," said the swart man. There came a pause, and then they both moved quickly. The cube of bread described a complicated path, a curve that would have ended in Denton's face, and then his fist hit the wrist of the hand that gripped it, and it flew upward and out of the conflict its part played. He stepped back quickly, fists clenched and arms tense. The hot, dark countenance receded, became an alert hostility, watching its chance. Denton for one instant felt confident, and strangely buoyant and serene. His heart beat quickly. He felt his body alive and glowing to the tips. "Scrap, boys!" shouted someone, and then the dark figure had leaped forward, ducked back and sideways, and come in again. Denton struck out, and was hit. One of his eyes seemed to him to be demolished, and he felt a soft lip under his fist just before he was hit again, this time under the chin. A huge fan of fiery needles shot open. He had a momentary persuasion that his head was knocked to pieces, and then something hit his head and back from behind, and the fight became an uninteresting and impersonal thing. He was aware that time, seconds or minutes, had passed. Abstract, uneventful time. He was lying with his head in a heap of ashes, and something wet and warm ran swiftly into his neck. The first shock broke up into discrete sensations. All his head throbbed, his eyes and his chin throbbed exceedingly, and the taste of blood was in his mouth. "He's all right," said a voice. "He's opening his eyes." "Serve him well right," said a second. His mates were standing about him. He made an effort and sat up. He put his hand to the back of his head, and his hair was wet and full of cinders. A laugh greeted the gesture. His eyes were partially closed. He perceived what had happened. His momentary anticipation of final victory had vanished. "Look surprised," said one. "Have any more?" said a wit, and then, imitating Denton's refined accent, "No, thank you." Denton perceived the swart man with the blood-stained handkerchief before his face and somewhat in the background. "Where's that bit of bread he's got to eat?" said a little ferret-faced creature who sought with his foot in the ashes of the adjacent bin. Denton had a moment of internal debate. He knew the code of honor requires a man to pursue a fight he had begun to the bitter end. But this was his first taste of the bitterness. He was resolved to rise again, but he felt no passionate impulse. It occurred to him, and the thought was no very violent spur, that he was perhaps after all a coward. For a moment his will was heavy, a lump of lead. "Here it is," said the little ferret-faced man, and stooped to pick up a cindery cube. He looked at Denton, then at the others. Slowly, unwillingly, Denton stood up. A dirty-faced albino extended a hand to the ferret-faced man. "Give me that toke," he said. He advanced threateningly, bread in hand, to Denton. "So you ain't had your bellyful yet," he said, "eh?" Now it was coming. "No, I haven't," said Denton, with a catching of the breath and resolve to try this brute behind the ear before he himself got stunned again. He knew he would be stunned again. He was astonished how ill he had judged himself beforehand. A few ridiculous lunges, and down he would go again. He watched the albino's eyes. The albino was grinning confidently, like a man who plans an agreeable trick. A sudden perception of impending indignities stung Denton. "You leave him alone, Jim," said the swart man suddenly over the blood-stained rag. "He ain't done nothing to you." The albino's grin vanished. He stopped. He looked from one to the other. It seemed to Denton that the swart man demanded the privilege of his destruction. The albino would have been better. "You leave him alone," said the swart man. "See, he's had his licks." A clattering bell lifted up his voice and solved the situation. The albino hesitated. "Lucky for you," he said, adding a foul metaphor, and turned with the others towards the press room again. "Wait for the end of the spell, mate," said the albino over his shoulder, an afterthought. The swart man waited for the albino to precede him. Denton realized that he had a reprieve. The men passed toward an open door. Denton became aware of his duties, and he hurried to join the tail of the queue. At the doorway of the vaulted gallery of presses, a yellow uniformed labor policeman stood ticking a card. He had ignored the swart man's hemorrhage. "Hurry up there," he said to Denton. "Hello," he said, at the sight of his facial disarray. "Who's been hitting you?" "That's my affair," said Denton. "Not if it spoils your work, it ain't," said the man in yellow. "You mind that." Denton made no answer. He was a rough, a laborer. He wore the blue canvas. The laws of assault and battery, he knew, were not for the likes of him. He went to his press. He could feel the skin of his brow and chin and head lifting themselves to noble bruises. He felt the throb and pain of each aspiring contusion. His nervous system slid down to lethargy. At each movement in his press adjustment he felt he lifted a weight. And as for his honor, that too throbbed and puffed. How did he stand? What precisely had happened in the last 10 minutes? What would happen next? He knew that here was enormous matter for thought, and he could not think save in disordered snatches. His mood was a sort of stagnant astonishment. All his conceptions were overthrown. He had regarded his security from physical violence as inherent, as one of the conditions of life. So, indeed, it had been while he wore his middle-class costume, had his middle-class property to serve for his defense. But who would interfere among labor roughs fighting together? And indeed in those days no man would. In the underworld there was no law between man and man. The law and machinery of the state had become for them something that held men down, fended them off from much desirable property and pleasure, and that was all. Violence, that ocean in which the brute lived forever, and from which 1,000 dikes and contrivances have won our hazardous civilized life, had flowed in again upon the sinking underways and submerged them. The fist ruled. Denton had come right down at last to the elemental, fist and trick and the stubborn heart and fellowship, even as it was in the beginning. The rhythm of his machine changed, and his thoughts were interrupted. Presently he could think again. Strange how quickly things had happened. He bore these men who had thrashed him no very vivid ill will. He was bruised and enlightened. He saw with absolute fairness now the reasonableness of his unpopularity. He had behaved like a fool. Disdain, seclusion, are the privilege of the strong. The fallen aristocrat still clinging to his pointless distinction, is surely the most pitiful creature of pretense in all this clamant universe. Good heavens! What was there for him to despise in these men? What a pity he had not appreciated all this better 5 hours ago. What would happen at the end of the spell? He could not tell. He could not imagine. He could not imagine the thoughts of these men. He was sensible only of their hostility and utter want of sympathy. Vague possibilities of shame and violence chased one another across his mind. Could he devise some weapon? He recalled his assault upon the hypnotist, but there were no detachable lamps here. He could see nothing that he could catch up in his defense. For a space he thought of a headlong bolt for the security of the public ways directly the spell was over. Apart from the trivial consideration of his self-respect, he perceived that this would be only a foolish postponement and aggravation of his trouble. He perceived the ferret-faced man and the albino talking together with their eyes towards him. Presently they were talking to the swart man, who stood with his broad back studiously towards Denton. At last came the end of the second spell. The lender of oil cans stopped his press sharply and turned round, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. His eyes had the quiet expectation of one who seats himself in a theatre. Now was the crisis, and all the little nerves of Denton's being seemed leaping and dancing. He decided to show fight if any fresh indignity was offered him. He stopped his press and turned. With an enormous affection of ease, he walked down the vault and entered the passage of the ash pits, only to discover that he had left his jacket, which he had taken off because of the heat of the vault, beside his press. He walked back. He met the albino eye to eye. He heard the ferret-faced man in expostulation. "He really ought to eat it," said the ferret-faced man. "He did, really." "No, you leave him alone," said the swart man. Apparently nothing further was to happen to him that day. He passed out to the passage and staircase that led up to the moving platforms of the city. He emerged on the livid brilliance and streaming movement of the public street. He became acutely aware of his disfigured face, and he felt his swelling bruises with a limp, investigatory hand. He went up to the swiftest platform and seated himself on a Labour Company bench. He lapsed into a pensive torpor. The immediate dangers and stresses of his position he saw with a sort of static clearness. What would they do tomorrow? He could not tell. What would Elizabeth think of his brutalization? He could not tell. He was exhausted. He was aroused presently by a hand upon his arm. He looked up and saw the swart man seated beside him. He started. Surely he was safe from violence in the public way. The swart man's face retained no traces of a share in the fight. His expression was free from hostility, seemed almost deferential. "Excuse me," he said, with a total absence of truculence. Denton realized that no assault was intended. He stared, awaiting the next development. It was evident the next sentence was premeditated. "What I was going to say was this," said the swart man, and sought through a silence for further words. "What I was going to say was this," he repeated. Finally he abandoned that gambit. "You're all right," he cried, laying a grimy hand on Denton's grimy sleeve. "You're all right. You're a gentleman. Sorry, very sorry. Wanted to tell you that." Denton realized that there must exist motives beyond a mere impulse to abominable proceedings in the man. He meditated and swallowed an unworthy pride. "I did not mean to be offensive to you," he said, "in refusing that bit of bread." "Meant it friendly," said the swart man, recalling the scene. "But in front of that bastard Wiley and his snigger, well, I had to scrap." "Yes," said Denton, with sudden fervour, "I was a fool." "Ah," said the swart man, with great satisfaction, "that's all right. Shake." And Denton shook. The moving platform was rushing by the establishment of a face molder, and its lower front was a huge display of mirror, designed to stimulate the thirst for more symmetrical features. Denton caught the reflection of himself and his new friend, enormously twisted and broadened. His own face was puffed, one-sided, and blood-stained. A grin of idiotic and insincere amiability distorted its latitude. A wisp of hair occluded one eye. The trick of the mirror presented the swart man as a gross expansion of lip and nostril. They were linked by shaking hands. Then abruptly this vision passed, to return to memory in the anemic meditations of a waking dawn. As he shook, the swart man made some muddled remark to the effect that he had always known that he could get on with a gentleman if one came his way. He prolonged the shaking until Denton, under the influence of the mirror, withdrew his hand. The swart man became pensive, spat impressively on the platform, and resumed his theme. "What I was going to say was this," he said, was gravelled, and shook his head at his foot. Denton became curious. "Go on," he said, attentive. The swart man took the plunge. He grasped Denton's arm, became intimate in his attitude. "Excuse me," he said. "Fact is, you don't know how to scrap. Don't know how to. Why, you don't know how to begin. You'll get killed if you don't mind. Hold out your hands. There." He reinforced his statement by objurgation, watching the effect of each oath with a wary eye. "For instance, your tall, long arms. You got a longer reach than anyone in the brasted vault. Gobblimey, but I thought I got a tough on. 'Stead of which, excuse me, I wouldn't have hit you if I'd known. It was like fighting sacks. 'Tisn't right. Your arms seem hung on hooks. Regular hung on hooks, there." Denton stared, and then, surprised and hurt his battered chin by a sudden laugh. Bitter tears came into his eyes. "Go on," he said. The swart man reverted to his formula. He was good enough to say he liked the look of Denton. Thought he had stood up amazingly plucky. Only pluck ain't no good. Ain't no brasted good, if you don't hold your hands. "What I was going to say was this," he said. "Let me show you how to scrap. Just lemme. You're ignorant. Ain't got no class. But you might be a very decent scrapper. Very decent. Shown. That's what I meant to say." Denton hesitated. "But," he said, "I can't give you anything." "That's the gentleman all over," said the swart man. "Who asked you to?" "But your time. If you don't get learnt scrapping, you'll get killed. Don't make no bones of that." Denton thought. "I don't know," he said. He looked at the face beside him, and all its native coarseness shouted at him. He felt a quick revulsion from his transient friendliness. It seemed to him incredible that it should be necessary for him to be indebted to such a creature. "The chaps are always scrapping," said the swart man. "Always. And, of course, if one gets waxy, and it's you vital—" "By God!" cried Denton. "I wish one would." "Of course, if you feel like that. You don't understand." "Perhaps I don't," said the swart man, and lapsed into a fuming silence. When he spoke again, his voice was less friendly, and he prodded Denton by way of address. "Look, see," he said. "Are you going to let me show you how to scrap?" "It's tremendously kind of you," said Denton, "but—" There was a pause. The swart man rose and bent over Denton. "Too much gentleman," he said. "Eh? I got a red face. By gosh, you are a brasted fool." He turned away, and instantly Denton realized the truth of this remark. The swart man descended with dignity to a crossway, and Denton, after a momentary impulse to pursuit, remained on the platform. For a time the things that had happened filled his mind. In one day his graceful system of resignation had been shattered beyond hope. Brute force, the final, the fundamental, had thrust its face through all his explanations and glosses and consolations, and grinned enigmatically. Though he was hungry and tired, he did not go on directly to the Labour Hotel where he would meet Elizabeth. He found he was beginning to think. He wanted very greatly to think, and so, wrapped in a monstrous cloud of meditation, he went the circuit of the city on his moving platform twice. You figure him tearing through that glaring, thunder-voiced city at a pace of 50 miles an hour, the city upon the planet that spins along its chartless path through space many thousands of miles an hour, funking most terribly, and trying to understand why the heart and will in him should suffer and keep alive. When at last he came to Elizabeth, she was white and anxious. He might have noted she was in trouble, had it not been for his own preoccupation. He feared most that she would desire to know every detail of his indignities, that she would be sympathetic or indignant. He saw her eyebrows rise at the sight of him. "I've had rough handling," he said, and gasped. "It's too fresh, too hot. I don't want to talk about it." He sat down with an unavoidable air of sullenness. She stared at him in astonishment, and as she read something of the significant hieroglyphic of his battered face, her lips whitened. Her hand, it was thinner now than in the days of their prosperity, and her first finger was a little altered by the metal punching she did, clenched convulsively. "This horrible world," she said, and said no more. In these latter days they had become a very silent couple. They said scarcely a word to each other that night, but each followed a private train of thought. In the small hours, as Elizabeth lay awake, Denton started up beside her suddenly. He had been lying as still as a dead man. "I cannot stand it," cried Denton. "I will not stand it." She saw him dimly, sitting up, saw his arms lunge as if in a furious blow at the enshrouding night. Then for a space he was still. "It is too much. It is more than one can bear." She could say nothing. To her also it seemed that this was as far as one could go. She waited through a long stillness. She could see that Denton sat with his arms about his knees, his chin almost touching them. Then he laughed. "No," he said at last. "I'm going to stand it. That's the peculiar thing. There isn't a grain of suicide in us. Not a grain. I suppose all the people with a turn that way have gone. We're going through with it to the end." Elizabeth thought grayly, and realized that this also was true. "We're going through with it. To think of all who have gone through with it, all the generations, endless, endless. Little beasts that snapped and snarled, snapping and snarling, snapping and snarling, generation after generation." His monotone ended abruptly, resumed after a vast interval. There were 90,000 years of Stone Age. A Denton somewhere in all those years. Apostolic succession. The grace of going through. Let me see. 90, 900, 3 nines, 27, 3,000 generations of men. Men, more or less, and each fought and was bruised and shamed and somehow held his own. Going through with it, passing it on, and thousands more to come perhaps, thousands. Passing it on. I wonder if they will thank us. His voice assumed an argumentative note. If one could find something definite, if one could say, this is why it goes on. He became still, and Elizabeth's eyes slowly separated him from the darkness until at last she could see how he sat with his head resting on his hand. A sense of enormous remoteness of their minds came to her. That dim suggestion of another being seemed to her a figure of their mutual understanding. What could he be thinking now? What might he not say next? Another age seemed to elapse before he sighed and whispered, "No, I don't understand it. No." Then a long interval, and he repeated this, but the second time it had the tone almost of a solution. She became aware that he was preparing to lie down. She marked his movements, perceived with astonishment how he adjusted his pillow with a careful regard to comfort. He lay down with a sigh of contentment. Almost. His passion had passed. He lay still, and presently his breathing became regular and deep. But Elizabeth remained with eyes wide open in the darkness, until the clamor of a bell and the sudden brilliance of the electric light warned them that the Labour Company had need of them for yet another day. That day came a scuffle with the albino, Whitey, and the little ferret-faced man, Blunt. The swart artist, in scrapping, having first let Denton grasp the bearing of his lesson, intervened, not without a certain quality of patronage. "Drop it, Whitey, and let the man be," said his gross voice through a shower of indignities. "Can't you see he don't know how to scrap?" And Denton, lying shamefully in the dust, realized that he must accept that course of instruction after all. He made his apology straight and clean. He scrambled up and walked to Blunt. "I was a fool, and you are right," he said, "if it isn't too late." That night, after the second spell, Denton went with Blunt to a certain waste and slime-soaked vault under the port of London, to learn his first beginnings of the high art of scrapping as it had been perfected in the great world of the underways, how to hit or kick a man so as to hurt him excruciatingly or make him violently sick, how to hit or kick vital, how to use glass in one's garments as a club, and to spread red ruin with various domestic implements, how to anticipate and demolish your adversary's intentions in other directions, all the pleasant devices, in fact, that had grown up among the disinherited of the great cities of the 20th and 21st centuries, were spread out by a gifted exponent of Denton's learning. Blunt's bashfulness fell from him as the instruction proceeded, and he developed a certain expert dignity, a quality of fatherly consideration. He treated Denton with the utmost consideration, only flicking him up a bit now and then to keep the interest hot, and roaring with laughter at a happy fluke of Denton's that covered his mouth with blood. "I'm always careless of my mouth," said Blunt, admitting a weakness. "Always. It don't seem to matter, like, just getting bashed in the mouth. Not if it's your chin, all right. Tasting blood does me good, always. But I'd better not hit you again." Denton went home to fall asleep exhausted and wake in the small hours with aching limbs and all his bruises tingling. Was it worth while that he should go on living? He listened to Elizabeth's breathing, and remembering that he must have awakened her the previous night, he lay very still. He was sick with infinite disgust at the new conditions of his life. He hated it all, hated even the genial savage who had protected him so generously. The monstrous fraud of civilization glared stark before his eyes. He saw it as a vast lunatic growth, producing a deepening torrent of savagery below, and above even more flimsy gentility and silly wastefulness. He could see no redeeming reason, no touch of honor, either in the life he had led or in this life to which he had fallen. Civilization presented itself as some catastrophic product of little concern with men, save as victims, as a cyclone or a planetary collision. He, and therefore all mankind, seemed living utterly in vain. His mind sought some strange expedients of escape, if not for himself, then at least for Elizabeth. But he meant them for himself. What if he hunted up Morris and told him of their disaster? It came to him as an astonishing thing how utterly Morris and Bindon had passed out of his range. Where were they? What were they doing? From that he passed to thoughts of utter dishonor. And finally, not arising in any way out of this mental tumult, but ending it as dawn ends the night, came the clear and obvious conclusion of the night before, the conviction that he had to go through with things that, apart from any remoter view, and quite sufficient for all his thought and energy, he had to stand up and fight among his fellows and quit himself like a man. The second night's instruction was perhaps less dreadful than the first, and the third was even endurable. for Blunt dealt out some praise. The fourth day, Denton chanced upon the fact that the ferret-faced man was a coward. There passed a fortnight of smouldering days and feverish instruction at night. Blunt, with many blasphemies, testified that he had never met so apt a pupil, and all night long Denton dreamt of kicks and counters and gouges and cunning tricks. For all that time no further outrages were attempted, for fear of Blunt. And then came the second crisis. Blunt did not come one day. Afterwards he admitted his deliberate intention, and through the tedious morning Whitey awaited the interval between the spells with an ostentatious impatience. He knew nothing of the scrapping lessons, and he spent the time in telling Denton and the vault generally of certain disagreeable proceedings he had in mind. Whitey was not popular, and the vault disgorged to see him haze the new man with only a languid interest. But matters changed when Whitey's attempt to open the proceedings by kicking Denton in the face was met by an excellently executed duck, catch and throw, that completed the flight of Whitey's foot in its orbit and brought Whitey's head into the ash heap that had once received Denton's. Whitey arose a shade wider, and now blasphemously bent upon vital injuries. There were indecisive passages, foiled enterprises that deepened Whitey's evidently growing perplexity, and then things developed into a grouping of Denton uppermost with Whitey's throat in his hand, his knee on Whitey's chest, and a tearful Whitey with a black face, protruding tongue, and broken fingers, endeavoring to explain the misunderstanding by means of hoarse sounds. Moreover, it was evident that among the bystanders there had never been a more popular person than Denton. Denton, with proper precaution, released his antagonist and stood up. His blood seemed changed to some sort of fluid fire. His limbs felt light and supernaturally strong. The idea that he was a martyr in the civilization machine had vanished from his mind. He was a man in a world of men. The little ferret-faced man was the first in the competition to pat him on the back. The lender of oil cans was a radiant sun of genial congratulation. It seemed incredible to Denton that he had ever thought of despair. Denton was convinced that not only had he to go through with things, but that he could. He sat on the canvas pallet, expounding this new aspect to Elizabeth. One side of his face was bruised. She had not recently fought. She had not been patted on the back. There were no hot bruises upon her face, only a pallor and a new line or so about her mouth. She was taking the woman's share. She looked steadfastly at Denton in his new mood of prophecy. "I feel that there is something," he was saying, "something that goes on, a being of life in which we live and move and have our being. Something that began 50, 100 million years ago, perhaps, that goes on, growing, spreading, to things beyond us, things that will justify us all, that will explain and justify my fighting, these bruises, and all the pain of it. It's the chisel, yes, the chisel of the Maker. If only I could make you feel as I feel. If I could make you. You will, dear. I know you will." "No," she said in a low voice. "No, I shall not." "So I might have thought." She shook her head. "No," she said. "I have thought as well. What you say doesn't convince me." She looked at his face resolutely. "I hate it," she said, and caught at her breath. "You do not understand. You do not think. There was a time when you said things and I believed them. I'm growing wiser. You are a man. You can fight, force your way. You do not mind bruises. You can be coarse and ugly and still a man. Yes, it makes you. It makes you. You are right. Only a woman is not like that. We are different. We have let ourselves get civilized too soon. This underworld is not for us." She paused and began again. "I hate it. I hate this horrible canvas. I hate it more than the worst that can happen. It hurts my fingers to touch it. It is horrible to the skin. And the women I work with day after day, I lie awake at nights and think how I may be growing like them." She stopped. "I am growing like them," she cried passionately. Denton stared at her distress. "But," he said, and stopped. "You don't understand. What have I? What have I to save me? You can fight. Fighting is a man's work. But women are different. I have thought it all out. I have done nothing but think night and day. Look at the color of my face. I cannot go on. I cannot endure this life. I cannot endure it." She stopped. She hesitated. "You do not know all," she said abruptly, and for an instant her lips had a bitter smile. "I have been asked to leave you." "Leave me?" She made no answer save an affirmative movement of her head. Denton stood up sharply. They stared at one another through a long silence. Suddenly she turned about and flung face downward upon their canvas bed. She did not sob. She made no sound. She lay still upon her face. After a vast, distressful void, her shoulders heaved, and she began to weep silently. "Elizabeth," he whispered, "Elizabeth." Very softly he sat down beside her, bent down, put his arm across her in a doubtful caress, seeking vainly for some clue to this intolerable situation. "Elizabeth," he whispered in her ear. She thrust him from her with her hand. "I cannot bear a child to be a slave," and broke out in loud and bitter weeping. Denton's face changed, became blank dismay. Presently he slipped from the bed and stood on his feet. All the complacency had vanished from his face, had given place to impotent rage. He began to rave and curse at the intolerable forces which pressed upon him, at all the accidents and hot desires and heedlessness that mock the life of man. His little voice rose in that little room, and he shook his fist, this animalcule of the earth, at all that environed about him, at the millions about him, at his past and future, and all the insensate vastness of the overwhelming city. End of section 11. Of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Story of the Days to Come, Part 5. Bindon Intervenes. In Bindon's younger days he had dabbled in speculation, and made 3 brilliant flukes. For the rest of his life he had the wisdom to let gambling alone, and the conceit to believe himself a very clever man. A certain desire for influence and reputation interested him in the business intrigues of the giant city in which his flukes were made. He became at last one of the most influential shareholders in the company that owned the London flying stages, to which the aeroplanes came from all parts of the world. This much for his public activities. In his private life he was a man of pleasure, and this is the story of his heart. Before proceeding to such depths, one must devote a little time to the exterior of this person. Its physical basis was slender and short and dark, and the face, which was fine-featured and assisted by pigments, varied from an insecure self-complacency to an intelligent uneasiness. His face and head had been depilated, according to the cleanly and hygienic fashion of the time, so that the color and contour of his hair varied with his costume. This he was constantly changing. At times he would distend himself with pneumatic vestments in the rococo vein. From among the billowy developments of this style, and beneath a translucent and illuminated headdress, his eye watched jealously for the respect of the less fashionable world. At other times he emphasized his elegant slenderness in close-fitting garments of black satin. For effects of dignity he would assume broad pneumatic shoulders, from which hung a robe of carefully arranged folds of China silk, and a classical Bindon in pink tights was also a transient phenomenon in the eternal pageant of destiny. In the days when he had hoped to marry Elizabeth, he sought to impress and charm her, and at the same time to take off something of his brethren of 40 years by wearing the last fancy of the contemporary buck, a costume of elastic material with distendable warts and horns, changing in colour as he walked by an ingenious arrangement of versatile chromatophores. And no doubt if Elizabeth's affections had not been already engaged by the worthless Denton, and if her tastes had not had that odd bias of old-fashioned ways, this extremely chic conception would have ravished her. Bindon had consulted Elizabeth's father before presenting himself in this garb. He was one of those men who always invite criticism of their costume, and Morse had pronounced him all that the heart of a woman could desire. But the affair of the hypnotist proved that his knowledge of the heart of women was incomplete. Bindon's idea of marrying had been formed some little time before Morse threw Elizabeth's budding womanhood in his way. It was one of Bindon's most cherished secrets that he had a considerable capacity for a pure and simple life of a grossly sentimental type. The thought imparted a sort of pathetic seriousness to the offensive and quite inconsequent and unmeaning excesses which he was pleased to regard as dashing wickedness, and which a number of good people, also so unwise as to treat in that desirable manner. As a consequence of these excesses, and perhaps by reason also of an inherited tendency to early decay, his liver became seriously affected, and he suffered increasingly inconvenience when travelling by aeroplane. It was during his convalescence from a protracted bilious attack that it occurred to him that in spite of all the terrible fascinations of vice, if he found a beautiful, gentle, good young woman of a not too violently intellectual type to devote her life to him, he might yet be saved to goodness, and even rear a spirited family in his likeness to solace his declining years. But like so many experienced men of the world, he doubted if there were any good women. Of such as he had heard tell, he was outwardly sceptical and privately much afraid. When the aspiring Morris effected his introduction to Elizabeth, it seemed to him that his good fortune was complete. He fell in love with her at once. Of course, he had always been falling in love since he was 16, in accordance with the extremely varied recipes to be found in the accumulated literature of many centuries. But this was different. This was real love. It seemed to him to call forth all the lurking goodness in his nature. He felt that for her sake he could give up a way of life that had already produced the gravest lesions on his liver and nervous system. His imagination presented him with idyllic pictures of the life of the reformed rake. He would never be sentimental with her or silly, but always a little cynical and bitter, as became the past. Yet he was sure she would have an intuition of his real greatness and goodness, and in due course he would confess things to her, pour his version of what he regarded as his wickedness, showing what a complex of Goethe and Benvenuto Cellini and Shelley and all those other chaps he really was, into her shocked, very beautiful, and no doubt sympathetic ear. And preparatory to these things he wooed her with infinite subtlety and respect, and the reserve with which Elizabeth treated him seemed nothing more nor less than an exquisite modesty touched and enhanced by an equally exquisite lack of ideas. Bindon knew nothing of her wandering affections, nor of the attempt made by Morris to utilize hypnotism as a corrective to this digression of her heart. He conceived he was on the best of terms with Elizabeth, and had made her quite successfully various significant presents of jewellery and the more virtuous cosmetics, when her elopement with Denton threw the world out of gear for him. His first aspect of the matter was rage, begotten of wounded vanity, and as Morse was the most convenient person, he vented the first brunt of it upon him. He went immediately and insulted the desolate father grossly, and then spent an active and determined day going to and fro about the city and interviewing people in a consistent and partly successful attempt to ruin the matrimonial speculator. The effectual nature of these activities gave him a temporary exhilaration, and he went to the dining place he had frequented in his wicked days in a devil-may-care frame of mind, and dined altogether too amply and cheerfully with two other golden youths in their early 40s. He threw up the game. No woman was worth being good for, and he astonished even himself by the strain of witty cynicism he developed. One of the other desperate blades, warmed with wine, made a facetious allusion to his disappointment, but at the time this did not seem unpleasant. The next morning he found his liver and temper inflamed. He kicked his phonographic news machine to pieces, dismissed his valet, and resolved that he would perpetrate a terrible revenge upon Elizabeth, or Denton, or somebody. But anyhow, it was to be a terrible revenge, and the friend who had made fun at him should no longer see him in the light of a foolish girl's victim. He knew something of the little property that was due to her, and this would be the only support of the young couple until Morse should relent. If Morse did not relent, and if unpropitious things should happen to the affair in which Elizabeth's expectations lay, they would come upon evil times and be sufficiently amenable to temptation of a sinister sort. Bindon's imagination, abandoning its beautiful idealism altogether, expanded the idea of temptation of a sinister sort. He figured himself as the implacable, the intricate, and powerful man of wealth pursuing this maiden who had scorned him, and suddenly her image came upon his mind, vivid and dominant, and for the first time in his life Bindon realized something of the real power of passion. His imagination stood aside like a respectful footman who has done his work in ushering in the emotion. "My God!" cried Bindon, "I will have her, if I have to kill myself to get her. And that other fellow?" After an interview with his medical man and a penance for his overnight excesses in the form of bitter drugs, a mitigated but absolutely resolute Bindon sought out Morse. Morse he found properly smashed, and impoverished and humble, in a mood of frantic self-preservation, ready to sell himself body and soul, much more any interest in a disobedient daughter, to recover his lost position in the world. In the reasonable discussion that followed, it was agreed that these misguided young people should be left to sink into distress, or possibly even assisted toward that, improving discipline by Bindon's financial influence. "And then?" said Morse. "Then will come the Labour Company," said Bindon. "They will wear the blue canvas." "And then?" "She will divorce him," he said, and sat for a moment intent upon that prospect. For in those days the austere limitations of divorce of Victorian times were extraordinarily relaxed, and a couple might separate on 100 different scores. Then suddenly Bindon astonished himself and Morse by jumping to his feet. "She shall divorce him," he cried. "I will have it so. I will work it so. By God, it shall be so. He shall be disgraced, so that she must. He shall be smashed and pulverized." The idea of smashing and pulverizing inflamed him further. He began a Jovian pacing up and down the little office. "I will have her," he cried. "I will have her. Heaven and hell shall not save her from me." His passion evaporated in its expression, and left him at the end simply histrionic. He struck an attitude, and ignored with heroic determination a sharp twinge of pain about the diaphragm. And Morse sat with his pneumatic cap deflated, and himself very visibly impressed. And so, with fair persistency, Bindon set himself to work of being Elizabeth's malignant providence, using with ingenious dexterity every particle of advantage wealth in those days gave a man over his fellow creatures. A resort to the constellations of religion hindered these operations not at all. He would go and talk with an interesting, experienced, and sympathetic father of the Weismannite sect of the Isis cult about all the irrational little proceedings he was pleased to regard as his heaven-dismaying wickedness. And the interesting, experienced, and sympathetic father representing heaven dismayed would, with a pleasing affection of horror, suggest simple and easy penitence and recommend a monastic foundation that was airy, cool, hygienic, and not vulgarized for viscerally disordered penitent sinners of the refined and wealthy type. And after these excursions, Bindon would come back to London quite active and passionate again. He would machinate with really considerable energy, and repair to a certain gallery high above the street of the moving ways, from which he could view the entrance to the barracks of the Labour Company in the ward which sheltered Denton and Elizabeth. And at last one day he saw Elizabeth go in, and thereby his passion was renewed. So in the fullness of time the complicated devices of Bindon ripened, and he could go to Morris and tell him that the young people were near despair. "It's time for you," he said, "to let your parental affections have play. She's been in blue canvas some months, and they've been cooped together in one of those labour dens. And the little girl is dead. She knows now what his manhood is worth to her, by way of protection, poor girl. She'll see things now in a clearer light. You go to her. I don't want to appear in this affair yet. And point out to her how necessary it is that she should get a divorce from him." "She's obstinate," said Morris doubtfully. "Spirit," said Bindon. "She's a wonderful girl, wonderful girl." "She'll refuse." "Of course she will. But leave it open to her. Leave it open to her. And some day, in that stuffy den, in that irksome, toilsome life, they can't help it. They'll have a quarrel, and then—" Morris meditated over the matter, and did as he was told. Then Bindon, as he had arranged with his spiritual adviser, went into retreat. The retreat of the Weismannite sect was a beautiful place, with the sweetest air in London, lit by natural sunlight, with restful quadrangles of real grass open to the sky, where at the same time the penitent man of pleasure might enjoy all the pleasures of loafing and all the satisfaction of distinguished austerity. And save for participation in the simple and wholesome dietary of the place, and in certain magnificent chants, Bindon spent all his time in meditation upon the theme of Elizabeth, and the extreme purification his soul had undergone since he first saw her, and whether he would be able to get a dispensation to marry her from the experienced and sympathetic father, in spite of the approaching sin of her divorce. And then Bindon would lean against a pillar of the quadrangle, and lapse into reveries on the superiority of virtuous love to any other form of indulgence. A curious feeling in his back and chest that was trying to attract his attention, a disposition to be hot or shiver, a general sense of ill health and cutaneous discomfort, he did his best to ignore. All of that, of course, belonged to the old life that he was shaking off. When he came out of the retreat, he went once to Morris to ask for news of Elizabeth. Morris was clearly under the impression that he was an exemplary father, profoundly touched about the heart by his child's unhappiness. "She was pale," he said, greatly moved. "She was pale. When I asked her to come away and leave him and be happy, she put her head down upon the table." Morris sniffed and cried. His agitation was so great that he could say no more. "Ah!" said Bindon, respecting this manly grief. "Oh!" said Bindon, quite suddenly, with his hand to his side. Morris looked up sharply out of the pit of his sorrows, startled. "What's the matter?" he asked, visibly concerned. "A most violent pain. Excuse me. You were telling me about Elizabeth." And Morse, after a decent solicitude for Bindon's pain, proceeded with his report. It was even unexpectedly hopeful. Elizabeth, in her first emotion, in discovering that her father had not absolutely deserted her, had been frank with him about her sorrows and disgusts. "Yes," said Bindon magnificently, "I shall have her yet." And then that novel pain twitched him for the second time. For these lower pains the priest was comparatively ineffectual, inclining to regard the body and them as mental illusions amenable to contemplation. So Bindon took it to a man of a class he loathed, a medical man of extraordinary repute and incivility. "We must go all over you," said the medical man, and did so with the most disgusting frankness. "Did you ever bring any children into the world?" asked this gross materialist, among other impertinent questions. "Not that I know of," said Bindon, too amazed to stand upon his dignity. "Ah!" said the medical man, and proceeded with his punching and sounding. Medical science in those days was just reaching the beginnings of precision. "You'd better go right away," said the medical man, "and make the euthanasia. The sooner the better." Bindon gasped. He had been trying not to understand the technical explanations and anticipations in which the medical man had indulged. "I say," he said, "but do you mean to say your science—" "Nothing," said the medical man. "A few opiates. The thing is your own doing, you know, to a certain extent." "I was sorely tempted in my youth." "It's not that so much, but you come from bad stock. Even if you'd have taken precautions, you'd have had bad times to wind up with. The mistake was getting born, the indiscretion of the parents, and you've shirked exercise and so forth." "I had no one to advise me." "Medical men are always willing." "I was a spirited young fellow." "We won't argue. The mischief's done now. You've lived. We can't start you again. You ought never to have started at all. Frankly, the euthanasia—" Bindon hated him in silence for a space. Every word of this brutal expert jarred upon his refinements. He was so gross, so impermeable to all the subtler issues of being. "But it is no good picking a quarrel with a doctor. My religious beliefs," he said, "I don't approve of suicide." "You've been doing it all your life." "Well, anyhow, I've come to take a serious view of life now." "You're bound to if you go on living. You'll hurt. But for practical purposes it's late. However, if you mean to do that, perhaps I'd better mix you a little something. You'll hurt a great deal. These little twinges—" "Twinges?" "Mere preliminary notices." "How long can I go on? I mean, before I hurt really?" "You'll get it hot soon. Perhaps 3 days." Bindon tried to argue for an extension of time, and in the midst of his pleading gasped, put his hand to his side. Suddenly the extraordinary pathos of his life came to him clear and vivid. "It's hard," he said. "It's infernally hard. I've been no man's enemy but my own. I've always treated everybody quite fairly." The medical man stared at him without any sympathy for some seconds. He was reflecting how excellent it was that there were no more Bindons to carry on that line of pathos. He felt quite optimistic. Then he turned to his telephone and ordered up a prescription from the Central Pharmacy. He was interrupted by a voice behind him. "By God!" cried Bindon, "I'll have her yet." The physician stared over his shoulder at Bindon's expression, and then altered the prescription. So soon as this painful interview was over, Bindon gave way to rage. He settled that the medical man was not only an unsympathetic brute, and wanting in the first beginnings of a gentleman, but also highly incompetent, and he went off to 4 other practitioners in succession, with a view to the establishment of this intuition. But to guard against surprises, he kept that little prescription in his pocket. With each he began by expressing his grave doubts of the first doctor's intelligence, honesty, and professional knowledge, and then stated his symptoms, suppressing only a few more material facts in each case. These were always subsequently elicited by the doctor. In spite of the welcome depreciation of another practitioner, none of these eminent specialists would give Bindon any hope of eluding the anguish and helplessness that loomed now close upon him. To the last of them he unburthened his mind of an accumulated disgust with medical science. "After centuries and centuries," he exclaimed hotly, "and you can do nothing except admit your helplessness. I say save me, and what do you do?" "No doubt it's hard on you," said the doctor, "but you should have taken precautions." "How was I to know?" "It wasn't our place to run after you," said the medical man, picking a thread of cotton from his purple sleeve. "Why should we save you in particular? You see, from one's point of view, people with imaginations and passions like yours have to go. They have to go." "Go?" "Die out. It's an eddy." He was a young man with a serene face. He smiled at Bindon. "We get on with research, you know. We give advice when people have the sense to ask for it, and we bide our time." "Bide your time?" "We hardly know enough yet to take over the management, you know." "The management?" "You needn't be anxious. Science is young yet. It's got to keep on growing for a few generations. We know enough now to know we don't know enough yet, but the time is coming all the same. You won't see the time, but between ourselves, you rich men and party bosses, with your natural play of the passions and patriotism and religion and so forth, have made a rather mess of things, haven't you? These underways, and all that sort of thing. Some of us have a sort of fancy that in time we may know enough to take over a little more than the ventilation and drains. Knowledge keeps piling up, you know. It keeps on growing, and there's not the slightest hurry for a generation or so. Some day, men will live in a different way." He looked at Bindon and meditated. "There'll be a lot of dying out before that day can come." Bindon attempted to point out to this young man how silly and irrelevant such talk was to a sick man like himself, how impertinent and uncivil it was to him, an older man occupying a position in the official world of extraordinary power and influence. He insisted that a doctor was paid to cure people. He laid great stress on paid, and had no business to glance even for a moment at those other questions. "But we do," said the young man, insisting upon facts, and Bindon lost his temper. His indignation carried him home. That these incompetent impostors, who were unable to save the life of a really influential man like himself, should dream of some day robbing the legitimate property owners of social control, of inflicting one knew not what tyranny upon the world. Curse science! He fumed over the intolerable prospect for some time, and then the pain returned, and he recalled the made-up prescription of the first doctor, still happily in his pocket. He took a dose forthwith. It calmed and soothed him greatly, and he could sit down in his most comfortable chair beside his library of phonographic records and think over the altered aspects of affairs. His indignation passed, his anger and his passion crumbled under the subtle attack of that prescription. Pathos became his sole ruler. He stared about him at his magnificent and voluptuously appointed apartment, at his statuary and discreetly veiled pictures, and all the evidence of a cultivated and elegant wickedness. He touched a stud, and the sad piping of Tristan's shepherd filled the air. His eyes wandered from one object to another. They were costly and gross and florid, but they were his. They presented in concrete form his ideals, his conceptions of beauty and desire, his idea of all that is precious in life. And now he must leave it all like a common man. He was, he felt, a slender and delicate flame burning out. So must all life flame up and pass, he thought. His eyes filled with tears. Then it came into his head that he was alone. Nobody cared for him. Nobody needed him. At any moment he might begin to hurt vividly. He might even howl. Nobody would mind. According to all the doctors, he would have excellent reason for howling in a day or so. It recalled what his spiritual adviser had said of the decline of faith and fidelity, the degeneration of the age. He beheld himself as a pathetic proof of this. He, the subtle, able, important, voluptuous, cynical, complex Bindon, possibly howling, and not one faithful, simple creature in all the world to howl in sympathy. Not one faithful, simple soul was there, no shepherd to pipe to him. Had all such faithful, simple creatures vanished from this harsh and urgent earth? He wondered whether the horrid, vulgar crowd that perpetually went about the city could possibly know what he thought of them. If they did, he felt sure some would try to earn a better opinion. Surely the world went from bad to worse. It was becoming impossible for Bindons. Perhaps some day. He was quite sure that the one thing he needed in life was sympathy. For a time he regretted that he left no sonnets, no enigmatical pictures, or something of that sort behind, to carry on his being until at last the sympathetic mind should come. It seemed incredible to him that this that came was extinction. Yet his sympathetic spiritual guide was in this matter annoyingly figurative and vague. Curse science! It had undermined all faith, all hope. To go out, to vanish from the theatre and street, from office and dining place, from the dear eyes of womankind, and not to be missed. On the whole, to leave the world happier. He reflected that he had never worn his heart upon his sleeve. Had he, after all, been too unsympathetic? Few people could suspect how subtly profound he really was beneath the mask of that cynical gaiety of his. They would not understand the loss they had suffered. Elizabeth, for example, had not suspected. He had reserved that. His thoughts, having come to Elizabeth, gravitated about her for some time. How little Elizabeth understood him! That thought became intolerable. Before all other things, he must set that right. He realized that there was still something for him to do in life. His struggle against Elizabeth was even not yet over. He could never overcome her now, as he had hoped and prayed, but he might still impress her. From that idea he expanded. He might impress her profoundly. He might impress her so that she should forevermore regret her treatment of him. The thing that she must realize before everything else was his magnanimity. His magnanimity. Yes, he had loved her with amazing greatness of heart. He had not seen it so clearly before, but of course he was going to leave her all his property. He saw it instantly, as a thing determined and inevitable. She would think how good he was, how spaciously generous, surrounded by all that makes life tolerable from his hand. She would recall with infinite regret her scorn and coldness, and when she sought expression of that regret, she would find that occasion gone forever. She should be met by a locked door, by a disdainful stillness, by a white, dead face. He closed his eyes and remained for a space, imagining himself that white, dead face. From that he passed on to other aspects of the matter, but his determination was assured. He meditated elaborately before he took action, for the drug he had taken inclined him to a lethargic and dignified melancholy. In certain respects he modified details. If he left all his property to Elizabeth, it would include the voluptuously appointed room he occupied, and for many reasons he did not care to leave that to her. On the other hand, it had to be left to someone. In his clogged condition this worried him extremely. In the end he decided to leave it to the sympathetic exponent of the fashionable religious cult, whose conversation had been so pleasing in the past. "He will understand," said Bindon, with a sentimental sigh. "He knows what evil means. He understands something of the stupendous fascination of the Sphinx of Sin. Yes, he will understand. By that phrase it was that Bindon was pleased to dignify certain unhealthy and undignified departures from sane conduct to which a misguided vanity and an ill-controlled curiosity had led him. He sat for a space thinking how very Hellenic and Italian and Neronic and all those things he had been. Even now, might one not try a sonnet, a penetrating voice to echo down the ages, sensuous, sinister, and sad? For a space he forgot Elizabeth. In the course of half an hour he spoilt 3 phonographic coils, got a headache, took a second dose to calm himself, and reverted to magnanimity and his former design. At last he faced the unpalatable problem of Denton. It needed all of his newborn magnanimity before he could swallow the thought of Denton. But at last this greatly misunderstood man, assisted by a sedative and the near approach of death, effected even that. If he was at all exclusive about Denton, if he should display the slightest distrust, if he attempted any specific exclusion of that young man, she might misunderstand. Yes, she should have her Denton still. His magnanimity must go even to that. He tried to think only of Elizabeth in the matter. He rose with a sigh and limped across to the telephone apparatus that communicated with his solicitor. In 10 minutes a will, duly attested, and with its proper thumb-mark signature, lay in the solicitor's office 3 miles away, and then for a space Bindon sat very still. Suddenly he started out of a vague reverie and pressed an investigatory hand to his side. Then he jumped eagerly to his feet and rushed to the telephone. The Euthanasia Company had rarely been called by a client in a greater hurry. So it came at last that Denton and his Elizabeth, against all hope, returned unseparated from the labour servitude to which they had fallen. Elizabeth came out from her cramped subterranean den of metal beaters and all the sordid circumstances of blue canvas, as one comes out of a nightmare. Back towards the sunlight their fortune took them, once the bequest was known to them. The bare thought of another day's hammering became intolerable. They went up long lifts and stairs to levels that they had not seen since the days of their disaster. At first she was full of this sensation of escape. Even to think of the underways was intolerable. Only after many months could she begin to recall with sympathy the fated women who were still below there, murmuring scandals and reminiscences and folly and tapping away their lives. Her choice of the apartments they presently took expressed the vehemence of her release. They were rooms upon the very verge of the city. They had a roof space and a balcony upon the city wall, wide open to the sun and wind, the country and the sky. And in that balcony comes the last scene in this story. It was a summer sun-setting, and the hills of Surrey were very blue and clear. Denton leaned upon the balcony regarding them, and Elizabeth sat by his side. Very wide and spacious was the view, for their balcony hung 500 feet above the ancient level of the ground. The oblongs of the food company, broken here and there by the ruins, grotesque little holes and sheds of the ancient suburbs, and intersected by shining streams of sewage, passed at last into a remote diapering at the foot of the distant hills. There once had been the squatting place of the children of Uah. On those further slopes, gaunt machines of unknown import worked slackly at the end of their spell, and the hill crest was set with stagnant wind vanes. Along the great south road, the Labour Company's field workers in huge wheeled mechanical vehicles were hurrying back to their meals, their last spell finished. And through the air a dozen little private aeroplanes sailed down towards the city. Familiar scene as it was to the eyes of Denton and Elizabeth, it would have filled the minds of their ancestors with incredulous amazement. Denton's thoughts fluttered toward the future in a vain attempt at what the scene might be in another 200 years, and, recoiling, turned towards the past. He shared something of the growing knowledge of the time. He could picture the quaint, smoke-grimed Victorian city, with its narrow little roads of beaten earth, its wide common land, ill-organized, ill-built suburbs and irregular enclosures, the old countryside of the Stuart times, with its little villages and its petty London, the England of the monasteries, the far older England of the Roman dominion, and then, before that, a wild country, with here and there the huts of some warring tribe. These huts must have come and gone and come again through a space of years that made the Roman camp and villa seem but yesterday. But before those years, before even the huts, there had been men in the valley. Even then, so recent had it all been, when one judged it by the standards of geological time, this valley had been here, and those hills yonder, higher perhaps, and snow-tipped, had still been yonder hills, and the Thames had flowed down from the Cotswold to the sea. But the men had been but the shapes of men, creatures of darkness and ignorance, victims of beasts and floods, storms and pestilence and incessant hunger. They had held a precarious foothold amidst bears and lions and all the monstrous violence of the past. Already some at least of these enemies were overcome. For a time Denton pursued the thought of this spacious vision, trying in obedience to his instinct to find his place and proportion in the scheme. "It has been chance," he said. "It has been luck. We have come through. It happens we have come through, not by any strength of our own. And yet, no, I don't know." He was silent for a long time before he spoke again. "After all, there is a long time yet. There have scarcely been men for 20,000 years, and there has been life for 20,000,000. And what are generations? What are generations? It is enormous, and we are so little, yet we know, we feel. We are not dumb atoms. We are part of it, part of it. The limits of our strength and will. Even to die is part of it. Whether we die or live, we are in the making. As time goes on, perhaps, men will be wiser, wiser. Will they ever understand?" He became silent again. Elizabeth said nothing to these things, but she regarded his dreaming face with infinite affection. Her mind was not very active that evening. A great contentment possessed her. After a time she laid a gentle hand on his beside her. He fondled it softly, still looking out upon the spacious, gold-woven view. So they sat as the sun went down, until presently Elizabeth shivered. Denton recalled himself abruptly from these spacious issues of his leisure, and went in to fetch her a shawl. End of section 12. Of Tales of Space and Time by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Man Who Could Work Miracles. A Pantoum in Prose. It is doubtful whether the gift was innate. For my own part, I think it came to him suddenly. Indeed, until he was 30, he was a skeptic, and did not believe in miraculous powers. And here, since it is the most convenient place, I must mention that he was a little man, and had eyes of a hot brown, very erect red hair, a mustache with ends that twisted up, and freckles. His name was George McWhirter Forthingay, not the sort of name by any means to lead to any expectation of miracles, and he was a clerk at Gomshott's. He was greatly addicted to assertive argument. It was while he was asserting the impossibility of miracles that he had his first intimation of his extraordinary powers. This particular argument was being held in the bar of the Long Dragon, and Toddy Beamish was conducting the opposition by a monotonous but effective "So you say," that drove Mr. Fotheringay to the very limit of his patience. There were present, beside these two, a very dusty cyclist, Landlord Cox, and Miss Maybridge, the perfectly respectable and rather portly barmaid of the Dragon. Miss Maybridge was standing with her back to Mr. Fotheringay, washing glasses. The others were watching him, more or less amused by the present ineffectiveness of the assertive method, goaded on by the torus vedris tactics of Mr. Beamish. Mr. Fotheringay determined to make an unusual rhetorical effort. "Look'ee here, Mr. Beamish," said Mr. Fotheringay, "let us clearly understand what a miracle is. It is something contrariwise to the course of nature done by power of will, something what couldn't happen without being specially willed." "So you say," said Mr. Beamish, repulsing him. Mr. Fotheringay appealed to the cyclist, who had hitherto been a silent auditor, and received his assent given with a hesitating cough and a glance at Mr. Beamish. The landlord would express no opinion, and Mr. Fotheringay returned to Mr. Beamish, received the unexpected concession of a qualified assent to his definition of a miracle. "For instance," said Mr. Fotheringay, greatly encouraged, "here would be a miracle. That lamp, in the natural course of nature, couldn't burn like that upsy down, could it, Beamish?" "You say it couldn't," said Beamish. "And you," said Fotheringay, "you don't mean to say, eh?" "No," said Beamish reluctantly. "No, it couldn't." "Very well," said Mr. Fotheringay. "Then here comes someone, as it might be me, along here, and stands as it might be here, and says to that lamp, as I might do, collecting all my will, turn upsy down without breaking, and go on burning steadily, and hello!" It was enough to make any one say hello. The impossible, the incredible, was visible to them all. The lamp hung inverted in the air, burning quietly with its flame pointing down. It was as solid, as indisputable as ever a lamp was, the prosaic common lamp of the Long Dragon bar. Mr. Fotheringay stood with an extended forefinger and the knitted brows of one anticipating a catastrophic smash. The cyclist, who was sitting next to the lamp, ducked and jumped across the bar. Everybody jumped, more or less. Miss Maybridge turned and screamed. For nearly 3 seconds the lamp remained still. A faint cry of mental distress came from Mr. Fotheringay. "I can't keep it up," he said, "any longer." He staggered back, and the inverted lamp suddenly flared, fell against the corner of the bar, bounced aside, smashed upon the floor, and went out. It was lucky it had a metal receiver, or the whole place would have been in a blaze. Mr. Cox was the first to speak, and his remark, shorn of needless excrescences, was to the effect that Fotheringay was a fool. Fotheringay was beyond disputing even so fundamental a proposition as that. He was astonished beyond measure at the thing that had occurred. The subsequent conversation threw absolutely no light on the matter so far as Fotheringay was concerned. The general opinion not only followed Mr. Cox very closely, but very vehemently. Everyone accused Fotheringay of a silly trick, and presented him to himself as a foolish destroyer of comfort and security. His mind was in a tornado of perplexity. He was himself inclined to agree with them, and he made a remarkably ineffectual opposition to the proposal of his departure. He went home flushed and heated, coat collar crumpled, eyes smarting and ears red. He watched each of the 10 street lamps nervously as he passed it. It was only when he found himself alone in his little bedroom in Church Row that he was able to grapple seriously with his memories of the occurrence and ask, what on earth happened? He had removed his coat and boots, and was sitting on the bed with his hands in his pockets, repeating the text of his defence for the 17th time. I didn't want the confounded thing to upset, when it occurred to him that at the precise moment he had said the commanding words, he had inadvertently willed the thing he said, and that when he had seen the lamp in the air, he had felt that it depended upon him to maintain it there without being clear how this was to be done. He had not a particularly complex mind, or he might have stuck for a time at that inadvertently willed, embracing as it does the abstrusest problem of voluntary action. But as it was, the idea came to him with a quite acceptable haziness, and from that, following, as I must admit, no clear logical path, he came to the test of experiment. He pointed resolutely to his candle and collected his mind, though he felt he did a foolish thing. "Be raised up," he said. But in a second that feeling vanished. The candle was raised, hung in the air one giddy moment, and, as Mr. Fotheringay gasped, fell with a smash on his toilet table, leaving him in darkness save for the expiring glow of its wick. For a time Mr. Fotheringay sat in the darkness perfectly still. "It did happen after all," he said, "and how am I to explain it? I don't know." He sighed heavily and began feeling in his pocket for a match. He could find none, and he rose and groped about the toilet table. "I wish I had a match," he said. He resorted to his coat, and there was none there, and then it dawned upon him that miracles were possible even with matches. He extended a hand and scowled at it in the dark. "Let there be a match in that hand," he said. He felt some light object fall across his palm, and his fingers closed upon a match. After several ineffectual attempts to light this, he discovered it was a safety match. He threw it down, and then it occurred to him that he might have willed it lit. He did, and perceived it burning in the midst of his toilet table mat. He caught it up hastily, and it went out. His perception of possibilities enlarged, and he felt for and replaced the candle in its candlestick. "Here, you be lit," said Mr. Fotheringay, and forthwith the candle was flaring, and he saw a little black hole in the toilet cover with a wisp of smoke rising from it. For a time he stared from this to the little flame and back, and then looked up and met his own gaze in the looking-glass. By this help he communed with himself in silence for a time. "How about miracles now?" said Mr. Fotheringay at last, addressing his reflection. The subsequent meditations of Mr. Fotheringay were of a severe but confused description. So far he could see, it was a case of pure willing with him. The nature of his experiences so far disinclined him for any further experiments, at least until he had reconsidered them. But he lifted a sheet of paper and turned a glass of water pink and then green, and he created a snail, which he miraculously annihilated, and got himself a miraculous new toothbrush. Somewhen in the small hours he had reached the fact that his will power must be of a particularly rare and pungent quality, a fact of which he had certainly had inklings before, but no certain assurance. The scare and perplexity of his first discovery was now qualified by pride in this evidence of singularity, and by vague intimations of advantage. He became aware that the church clock was striking 1, and as it did not occur to him that his daily duties at Gumshott's might be miraculously dispensed with, he resumed undressing, in order to get to bed without further delay. As he struggled to get his shirt over his head, he was struck with a brilliant idea. "Let me be in bed," he said, and found himself so. "Undressed," he stipulated, and finding the sheets cold, added hastily, "and in my nightshirt. No, in a nice soft woolen nightshirt. Ah," he said, with immense enjoyment, "and now let me be comfortably asleep." He awoke at his usual hour, and was pensive all through breakfast time, wondering whether his overnight experience might not be a particularly vivid dream. At length his mind turned again to cautious experiments. For instance, he had 3 eggs for breakfast. 2 his landlady had supplied, good but shoppy, and 1 was a delicious fresh goose egg, laid, cooked, and served by his extraordinary will. He hurried off to Gumshott's in a state of profound but carefully concealed excitement, and only remembered the shell of the 3rd egg when his landlady spoke of it that night. All day he could do no work because of this astonishing new self-knowledge. But this caused him no inconvenience, because he made up for it miraculously in his last 10 minutes. As the day wore on, his state of mind passed from wonder to elation, albeit the circumstances of his dismissal from the Long Dragon were still disagreeable to recall, and a garbled account of the matter that had reached his colleagues led to some badinage. It was evident he must be careful how he lifted frangible articles, but in other ways his gift promised more and more as he turned it over in his mind. He intended, among other things, to increase his personal property by unostentatious acts of creation. He called into existence a pair of very splendid diamond studs, and hastily annihilated them again as young Gumshott came across the counting-house to his desk. He was afraid young Gumshott might wonder how he had come by them. He saw quite clearly the gift required caution and watchfulness in its exercise, but so far as he could judge, the difficulties attending its mastery would be no greater than those he had already faced in the study of cycling. It was that analogy, perhaps, quite as much as the feeling that he would be unwelcome in the Long Dragon, that drove him out after supper into the lane beyond the gasworks to rehearse a few miracles in private. There was possibly a certain want of originality in his attempts, for apart from his will power, Mr. Fotheringay was not a very exceptional man. The miracle of Moses' rod came to his mind, but the night was dark and unfavorable to the proper control of a large miraculous snake. Then he recollected the story of Tannhauser that he had read on the back of the Philharmonic program. That seemed to him singularly attractive and harmless. He stuck his walking stick, a very nice Poona Penang lawyer, into the turf that edged the footpath, and commanded the dry wood to blossom. The air was immediately full of the scent of roses, and by means of a match he saw for himself that this beautiful miracle was indeed accomplished. His satisfaction was ended by advancing footsteps. Afraid of a premature discovery of his powers, he addressed the blossoming stick hastily. "Go back." What he meant was change back, but of course he was confused. The stick receded at a considerable velocity, and incontinently came a cry of anger and a bad word from the approaching person. "Who are you throwing brambles at, you fool?" cried a voice. "That got me on the shin." "I'm sorry, old chap," said Mr. Fotheringay, and then, realizing the awkward nature of the explanation, caught nervously at his mustache. He saw Winch, one of the 3 Emmering constables, advancing. "What do you mean by it?" asked the constable. "Hello, it's you, is it? The gent that broke the lamp at the Long Dragon?" "I don't mean anything by it," said Mr. Fotheringay. "Nothing at all." "What'd you do it for, then?" "Oh, bother," said Mr. Fotheringay. "Bother, indeed. Do you know that stick hurt? What'd you do it for, huh?" For a moment Mr. Fotheringay could not think what he had done it for. His silence seemed to irritate Mr. Winch. "You've been assaulting the police, young man, this time. That's what you've done." "Look here, Mr. Winch," said Mr. Fotheringay, annoyed and confused. "I'm very sorry. The fact is—" "Well?" He could think of no way but the truth. "I was working a miracle." He tried to speak in an offhand way, but try as he would, he couldn't. "Working a—" "Oh, don't talk that rot. Working a miracle, indeed. Miracle. Well, that's downright funny. Why use the chap that don't believe in miracles? Fact is, this is another of your silly conjuring tricks. That's what this is. Now, I tell you." But Mr. Fotheringay never heard what Mr. Winch was going to tell him. He realized he had given himself away, flung his valuable secret to all the winds of heaven. A violent gust of irritation swept him to action. He turned on the constable swiftly and fiercely. "Here," he said, "I've had enough of this, I have. I'll show you a silly conjuring trick, I will. Go to Hades. Go now." He was alone. Mr. Fotheringay performed no more miracles that night, nor did he trouble to see what had become of his flowering stick. He returned to the town, scared and very quiet, and went to his bedroom. "Lord," he said, "it's a powerful gift, an extremely powerful gift. I didn't hardly mean as much as that. Not really. I wonder what Hades is like." He sat on the bed, taking off his boots. Struck by a happy thought, he transferred the constable to San Francisco, and without any more interference with normal causation, went soberly to bed. In the night he dreamt of the anger of Winch. The next day Mr. Fotheringay heard two interesting items of news. Someone had planted a most beautiful climbing rose against the elder Mr. Gumshot's private house in the Lullaborough Road, and the river as far as Rawlings Mill was to be dragged for Constable Winch. Mr. Fotheringay was abstracted and thoughtful all that day, and performed no miracles except certain provisions for Winch. And the miracle of completing his day's work with punctual perfection, in spite of all the bee-swarm of thoughts that hummed through his mind, and the extraordinary abstraction and meekness of his manner, was remarked by several people, and made a matter for jesting. For the most part he was thinking of Winch. On Sunday evening he went to chapel, and oddly enough, Mr. Maydig, who took a certain interest in occult matters, preached about things that are not lawful. Mr. Fotheringay was not a regular chapel-goer, but the system of assertive skepticism, to which I have already alluded, was now very much shaken. The tenor of the sermon threw an entirely new light on these novel gifts, and he suddenly decided to consult Mr. Maydig immediately after the service. So soon as that was determined, he found himself wondering why he had not done so before. Mr. Maydig, a lean, excitable man, with quite remarkably long wrists and neck, was gratified at the request for a private conversation from a young man whose carelessness in religious matters was a subject for general remark in the town. After a few necessary delays, he conducted him to the study of the manse, which was contiguous to the chapel, seated him comfortably, and standing in front of a cheerful fire, his legs through a Rhodian arch of shadow on the opposite wall, requested Mr. Fotheringay to state his business. At first Mr. Fotheringay was a little abashed, and found some difficulty in opening the matter. "You will scarcely believe me, Mr. Maydig, I am afraid," and so forth for some time. He tried a question at last, and asked Mr. Maydig his opinion of miracles. Mr. Maydig was still saying "well" in an extremely judicial tone, when Mr. Fotheringay interrupted again. "You don't believe, I suppose, that some common sort of person, like myself, for instance, as it might be sitting here now, might have some sort of twist inside him that made him able to do things by his will?" "It is possible," said Mr. Maydig. "Something of the sort, perhaps, is possible." "If I might make free with something here, I think I might show you by a sort of experiment," said Mr. Fotheringay. "Now, take that tobacco jar on the table, for instance. What I want to know is whether what I'm going to do with it is a miracle or not. Just half a minute, Mr. Maydig, please." He knitted his brows, pointed to the tobacco jar, and said, "Be a bowl of violets." The tobacco jar did as it was ordered. Mr. Maydig started violently at the change, and stood looking from the thaumaturgist to the bowl of flowers. He said nothing. Presently He ventured to lean over the table and smell the violets. They were fresh picked and very fine ones. Then he stared at Mr. Fotheringay again. "How did you do that?" he asked. Mr. Fotheringay pulled his mustache. "Just told it, and there you are. Is that a miracle, or is it black art, or what is it? And what do you think's the matter with me? That's what I want to ask." "It's a most extraordinary occurrence." "And this day last week I knew no more that I could do things like that than you did. It came quite sudden. It's something odd about my will, I suppose, and that's as far as I can see." "Is that the only thing? Could you do other things besides that?" "Lord, yes," said Mr. Fotheringay. "Just anything." He thought, and suddenly recalled a conjuring entertainment he had seen. "Here," he pointed. "Change into a bowl of fish. No, not that. Change into a glass bowl full of water with goldfish swimming in it. That's better. You see that, Mr. Maydig?" "It's astonishing. It's incredible. You are either a most extraordinary but no." "I could change it into anything," said Mr. Fotheringay. "Just anything. Here, be a pigeon, will you?" In another moment a blue pigeon was fluttering round the room, and making Mr. Maydig duck every time it came near him. "Stop there, will you?" said Mr. Fotheringay, and the pigeon hung motionless in the air. "I could change it back to a bowl of flowers," he said, and after replacing the pigeon on the table, worked that miracle. "I expect you will want your pipe in a bit," he said, and restored the tobacco jar. Mr. Maydig had followed all these later changes in a sort of ejaculatory silence. He stared at Mr. Fotheringay, and, in a very gingerly manner, picked up the tobacco jar, examined it, replaced it on the table. "Well," was the only expression of his feelings. "Now, after that, it's easier to explain what I came about," said Mr. Fotheringay, and proceeded to a lengthy and involved narrative of his strange experiences, beginning with the affair of the lamp in the Long Dragon, and complicated by persistent allusions to Winch. As he went on, the transient pride Mr. Maydig's consternation had caused passed away. He became the very ordinary Mr. Fotheringay of everyday intercourse again. Mr. Maydig listened intently, the tobacco jar in his hand, and his bearing changed also with the course of the narrative. Presently, while Mr. Fotheringay was dealing with the miracle of the third egg, the minister interrupted with a fluttering extended hand. "It is possible," he said. "It is credible. It is amazing, of course, but it reconciles a number of amazing difficulties. The power to work miracles is a gift, a peculiar quality like genius or second sight. Hitherto it has come very rarely and to exceptional people, but in this case I have always wondered at the miracles of Mahomet, and at Yogi's miracles, and the miracles of Madame Blavatsky. But of course, yes, it's simply a gift. It carries out so beautifully the arguments of that great thinker." Mr. Maydig's voice sank. "His Grace the Duke of Argyll. Here we plumb some profounder law, deeper than ordinary laws of nature. Yes, yes, go on, go on." Mr. Fotheringay proceeded to tell of his misadventure with Winch, and Mr. Maydig, no longer overawed or scared, began to jerk his limbs about and interject astonishment. "It's this what's troubled me most," proceeded Mr. Fotheringay. "It is this I'm most mightily in want of advice for. Of course he's at San Francisco, wherever San Francisco may be, but of course it's awkward for both of us, as you'll see, Mr. Maydig. I don't see how he can understand what has happened, and I dare say he's scared and exasperated something tremendous, and trying to get at me. I dare say he keeps on starting off to come here. I send him back by a miracle every few hours, when I think of it. And of course that's a thing he won't be able to understand, and it's bound to annoy him, and of course if he takes a ticket every time it will cost him a lot of money. I've done the best I could for him, but of course it's difficult for him to put himself in my place. I thought afterwards that his clothes might have got scorched, if Hades is all it's supposed to be, before I shifted him. In that case, I suppose they'd have locked him up in San Francisco. Of course, I willed him a new suit of clothes on him directly I thought of it. But you see, I'm already in a deuce of a tangle." Mr. Maydig looked serious. "I see you are in a tangle. Yes, it's a difficult position. How are you to end it?" He became diffuse and inconclusive. "However, we'll leave Winch for a little and discuss the larger question. I don't think this is a case of the black art or anything of the sort. I don't think there is any taint of criminality about it at all, Mr. Fotheringay." "None whatever, unless you are suppressing material facts. No, it's miracles, pure miracles, miracles, if I may say so, of the very highest class." He began to pace the hearthrug and gesticulate, while Mr. Fotheringay sat with his arm on the table and his head on his arm, looking worried. "I don't see how I'm to manage about Winch," he said. "A gift of working miracles, apparently a very powerful gift," said Mr. Maydig. "We'll find a way about Winch, never fear. My dear sir, you are a most important man, a man of the most astonishing possibilities, as evidence, for example, and in other ways, the things you may do." "Yes, I've thought of a thing or two," said Mr. Fotheringay, "but some of the things came a bit twisty. You saw the fish at first, wrong sort of bowl and wrong sort of fish, and I thought I'd ask someone." "A proper course," said Mr. Maydig, "a very proper course, altogether the proper course." He stopped and looked at Mr. Fotheringay. "It's practically an unlimited gift. Let's test your powers, for instance, if they really are all they seem to be." And so, incredible as it may seem, in the study of the little house behind the Congregational Chapel, on the evening of Sunday, November 10th, 1896, Mr. Fotheringay, egged on and inspired by Mr. Maydig, began to work miracles. The reader's attention is specially and definitely called to the date. He will object, probably has already objected, that certain points in this story are improbable, that if any things of the sort already described had indeed occurred, they would have been in all the papers a year ago. The details immediately following he will find particularly hard to accept, because, among other things, they involve the conclusion that he or she, the reader in question, must have been killed in a violent and unprecedented manner more than a year ago. Now, a miracle is nothing if not improbable, and as a matter of fact the reader was killed in a violent and unprecedented manner a year ago. In the subsequent course of this story that will become perfectly clear and credible, as every right-minded and reasonable reader will admit. But this is not the place for the end of the story, being but little beyond the hither side of the middle. And at first the miracles worked by Mr. Fotheringay were timid little miracles, little things with cups and parlor fitments, as feeble as the miracles of theosophists, and feeble as they were received with awe by his collaborator. He would have preferred to settle the Winch business out of hand, but Mr. Maydig would not let him. But after they had worked a dozen of these domestic trivialities, their sense of power grew, their imagination began to show signs of stimulation, and their ambition enlarged. The first larger enterprise was due to hunger and the negligence of Mrs. Minchin, Mr. Maydig's housekeeper. The meal to which the minister conducted Mr. Fotheringay was certainly ill-laid and uninviting as refreshment for two industrious miracle workers, but they were seated, and Mr. Maydig was descanting in sorrow rather than in anger upon his housekeeper's shortcomings, before it occurred to Mr. Fotheringay that an opportunity lay before him. "Don't you think, Mr. Maydig," he said, "if it isn't a liberty, My dear Fotheringay, of course. No, I didn't think." Mr. Fotheringay waved his hand. "What shall we have?" he said, in a large, inclusive spirit, and, at Mr. Maydig's order, revised the supper very thoroughly. "As for me," he said, eyeing Mr. Maydig's selection, "I am always particularly fond of a tankard of stout and a nice Welsh rabbit, and I'll order that. I ain't much given to Burgundy," and forthwith stout and Welsh rabbit promptly appeared at his command. They sat long at their supper, talking like equals, as Mr. Fotheringay presently perceived, with a glow of surprise and gratification, of all the miracles they would presently do. "And by the by, Mr. Maydig," said Mr. Fotheringay, "I might perhaps be able to help you in a domestic way." "Don't quite follow," said Mr. Maydig, pouring out a glass of miraculous old Burgundy. Mr. Fotheringay helped himself to a second Welsh rabbit out of vacancy, and took a mouthful. "I was thinking," he said, "I might be able, chum chum, to work, chum chum, a miracle with Mrs. Mitchin, chum chum, make her a better woman." Mr. Maydig put down the glass and looked doubtful. She strongly objects to interference, you know, Mr. Fotheringay, and as a matter of fact, it is well past 11, and she's probably in bed and asleep. Do you think, on the whole—" Mr. Fotheringay considered these objections. "I don't see that it shouldn't be done in her sleep." For a time Mr. Maydig opposed the idea, and then he yielded. Mr. Fotheringay issued his orders, and a little less at their ease, perhaps, the two gentlemen proceeded with their repast. Mr. Maydig was enlarging upon the changes he might expect in his housekeeper next day with an optimism that seemed even to Mr. Fotheringay's super senses a little forced and hectic, when a series of confused noises from upstairs began. Their eyes exchanged interrogations, and Mr. Maydig left the room hastily. Mr. Fotheringay heard him calling up to his housekeeper, and then his footsteps going softly up to her. In a minute or so the minister returned, his step light, his face radiant. "Wonderful," he said, "and touching, most touching." He began pacing the hearth rug, a repentance, a most touching repentance, through the crack of the door. Poor woman! A most wonderful change. She had got up. She must have got up at once. She had got up out of her sleep to smash a private bottle of brandy in her box, and confess it, too. But this gives us, it opens, a most amazing vista of possibilities. If we can work this miraculous change in her, "The thing's unlimited, seemingly," said Mr. Fotheringay. "And about Mr. Winch—" "Altogether unlimited." And from the hearth rug Mr. Maydig, waving the Winch difficulty aside, unfolded a series of wonderful proposals he invented as he went along. Now what those proposals were does not concern the essentials of this story. Suffice it that they were designed in a spirit of infinite benevolence, the sort of benevolence that used to be called postprandial. Suffice it, too, that the problem of Winch remained unsolved, nor is it necessary to describe how far that series got to its fulfillment. There were astonishing changes. The small hours found Mr. Maydig and Mr. Fotheringay careening across the chilly market square under the still moon, in a sort of ecstasy of thaumaturgy. Mr. Maydig, all flap and gesture; Mr. Fotheringay, short and bristling, and no longer abashed at his greatness. They had reformed every drunkard in the parliamentary division, changed all the beer and alcohol to water. Mr. Maydig did overrule Mr. Fotheringay on this point. They had further greatly improved the railway communication of the place, drained Flinders Swamp, improved the soil of One Tree Hill, and cured the vicar's wart. And they were going to see what could be done with the injured pier at Southbridge. "The place," gasped Mr. Maydig, "won't be the same place to-morrow. How surprised and thankful every one will be!" And just at that moment the church clock struck 3. "I say," said Mr. Fotheringay, "that's 3 o'clock. I must be getting back." I've got to be at business by 8. And besides, Mrs. Wims—" "We're only beginning," said Mr. Maydig, full of the sweetness of unlimited power. "We're only beginning. Think of all the good we're doing. When people wake—" "But—" said Mr. Fotheringay. Mr. Maydig gripped his arm suddenly. His eyes were bright and wild. "My dear chap," he said, "there's no hurry. Look!" He pointed to the moon at the zenith. "Joshua!" "Joshua?" said Mr. Fotheringay. "Joshua," said Mr. Maydig. "Why not? Stop it." Mr. Fotheringay looked at the moon. "That's a bit tall," he said after a pause. "Why not?" said Mr. Maydig. "Of course it doesn't stop. You stop the rotation of the earth, you know. Time stops. It isn't as if we're doing harm." Said Mr. Fotheringay. "Well," he sighed, "I'll try. Here." He buttoned up his jacket and addressed himself to the habitable globe with as good an assumption of confidence as lay in his power. "Just stop rotating, will you?" said Mr. Fotheringay. Incontinently he was flying head over heels through the air at the rate of dozens of miles a minute. In spite of the innumerable circles he was describing per second, he thought, for thought is wonderful, sometimes as sluggish as flowing pitch, sometimes as instantaneous as light, he thought in a second and willed, "Let me come down safe and sound. Whatever else happens, let me down safe and sound." He willed it only just in time, for his clothes, heated by his rapid flight through the air, were already beginning to singe. He came down with a forcible but by no means injurious bump in what appeared to be a mound of fresh turned earth. A large mass of metal and masonry, extraordinarily like a clock tower, in the middle of the market square, hit the earth near him, ricocheted over him, and flew into stonework, bricks, and masonry like a bursting bomb. A hurtling cow hit one of the larger blocks and smashed like an egg. There was a crash that made all the most violent crashes of his past life seem like the sound of falling dust. And this was followed by a descending series of lesser crashes. A vast wind roared throughout earth and heaven, so that he could scarcely lift his head to look. For a while he was too breathless and astonished even to see where he was or what had happened. And his first movement was to feel his head and reassure himself that his streaming hair was still his own. "Lord!" gasped Mr. Fotheringay, scarcely able to speak for the gale. "I've had a squeak. What's gone wrong? Storms and thunder, and only a minute ago a fine night. It's Maydig set me on this sort of thing. What a wind! If I go on fooling in this way, I'm bound to have a thundering accident. Where's Maydig? What a confounded mess everything's in." He looked about him so far as his flapping jacket would permit. The appearance of things was really extremely strange. "The sky's all right, anyhow," said Mr. Fotheringay, "and that's about all that is all right. And even there it looks like a terrific gale coming up. But there's the moon overhead, just as it was now, bright as midday. But as for the rest, where's the village? Where's anything? And what on earth set this wind a-blowing? I didn't order no wind." Mr. Fotheringay struggled to get to his feet in vain, and after one failure remained on all fours, holding on. He surveyed the moonlit world to leeward, with the tails of his jacket streaming over his head. "There's something seriously wrong," said Mr. Fotheringay, "and what it is, goodness knows." Far and wide nothing was visible in the white glare through the haze of dust that drove before a screaming gale but tumbled masses of earth and heaps of inchoate ruins. No trees, no houses, no familiar shapes, only a wilderness of disorder, vanishing at last into the darkness beneath the whirling columns and streamers, the lightning and thunderings of a swiftly rising storm. Near him, in the livid glare, was something that might once have been an elm tree, a smashed mass of splinters, shivering from boughs to base, and further, a twisted mass of iron girders, only too evidently the viaduct rose out of the piled confusion. You see, when Mr. Fotheringay had arrested the rotation of the solid globe, he had made no stipulation concerning the trifling movables upon its surface. And the earth spins so fast that the surface at its equator is traveling at rather more than 1,000 miles an hour, and in these latitudes at more than half that pace. So that the village and Mr. Maydig and Mr. Fotheringay and everybody and everything had been jerked violently forward at about 9 miles per second, that is to say, much more violently than if they had been fired out of a cannon. And every human being, every living creature, every house, every tree, all the world as we know it, had been so jerked and smashed and utterly destroyed. That was all. These things Mr. Fotheringay did not, of course, fully appreciate, but he perceived that his miracle had miscarried, and with that a great disgust of miracles came upon him. He was in darkness now, for the clouds had swept together and blotted out his momentary glimpse of the moon, and the air was full of fitful strugglings, tortured wraiths of hail. A great roaring of wind and water filled earth and sky, and peering under his hand through the dust and sleet to windward, he saw by the play of the lightnings a vast wall of water pouring towards him. "Maydig!" screamed Mr. Fotheringay's feeble voice amid the elemental uproar. "Here, Maydig!" "Stop!" cried Mr. Fotheringay to the advancing water. "Oh, for goodness' sake, stop!" "Just a moment," said Mr. Fotheringay to the lightnings and thunder. "Stop just a moment while I collect my thoughts. And now what shall I do?" he said. "What shall I do? Lord, I wish Maydig was about." "I know," said Mr. Fotheringay, "and for goodness' sake, let's have it right this time." He remained on all fours, leaning against the wind, very intent to have everything right. "Ah," he said, "let nothing what I'm going to order happen until I say 'off.' Lord, I wish I had thought of that before." He lifted his little voice against the whirlwind, shouting louder and louder in the vain desire to hear himself speak. "Now then, here goes. Mind about that, what I just said now. In the first place, when all I've got to say is done, let me lose my miraculous power. Let my will become just like anybody else's will, and all these dangerous miracles be stopped. I don't like them. I'd rather I didn't work 'em ever so much. That's the first thing. And the second is, let me be back just before the miracles begin. Let everything be just as it was before that blessed lamp turned up. It's a big job, but it's the last. Have you got it? No more miracles. Everything as it was. Me back in the Long Dragon just before I drank my half pint. That's it. Yes." He dug his fingers into the mold, closed his eyes, and said, "Off." Everything became perfectly still. He perceived that he was standing erect. "So you say," said a voice. He opened his eyes. He was in the bar of the Long Dragon, arguing about miracles with Toddy Beamish. He had a vague sense of some great thing forgotten that instantaneously passed. You see that, except for the loss of his miraculous powers, everything was back as it had been. His mind and memory, therefore, were now just as they had been at the time when the story began, so that he knew absolutely nothing of all that is told here, knows nothing of all that is told here to this day, and among other things, of course, he still did not believe in miracles. "I tell you that miracles, properly speaking, can't possibly happen," he said. "Whatever you like to hold, and I'm prepared to prove it up to the hilt." "That's what you think," said Toddy Beamish, "and prove it if you can." "Looky here, Mr. Beamish," said Mr. Fotheringay, "let us clearly understand what a miracle is. It's something contrariwise to the course of nature, done by the power of will." End of section 13. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. End of Tales of Space and Time by H. G. Wells.